Well, good morning. I'm Varun Ghosh. I'm the chair of this committee, and I declare open the hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 2025 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to elders past and present. The committee has fixed Friday 28th November as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceeding today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the climate change, energy, environment and water portfolio. Under Standing Order 26 of the Senate, we must take all evidence in public session, and that includes evidence to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated as a contempt by the Senate. It is also a contempt to give false and misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following broad test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial position of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. At this point, mobile phones should be switched to silent. Senators and those present should be aware that one of the roles of the committee chair is to ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly way. This is not intended to prevent rigorous questioning of witnesses, but to help ensure that senators exercise their rights and privileges in a civil and responsible manner. That is, questions are to be put in an orderly way and without disruptive interruption of either the questions or the answers. Witnesses are not to be subject to badgering or harassment. I remind all those present of their obligations under the behaviour codes adopted by the Parliament, including the Behaviour Code for Australian Parliamentarians, to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect, and to act respectfully, professionally and with integrity. As Chair, I will endeavour to uphold these standards. I now welcome the Honourable Murray Watt, Minister for the Environment and Water. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement? And if so, I would ask you to keep those remarks as short as possible.
Certainly, Chair. I'll be no more than half an hour.
Point of order.
Good morning, Senators. I'm looking forward to a good discussion today in my first estimates hearing as Minister for the Environment and Water, and welcome to a number of new committee members and indeed a couple of senators for their first estimate session. I'm sure you'll enjoy the experience. When the Prime Minister entrusted me with this portfolio in May, I saw three core elements to my role: protecting Australia's spectacular natural environment, being a good international partner on the environment, and ensuring that economic development is sustainable. Those principles have been at the heart of our work since I commenced in this role, and indeed since our government came to office in 2022. We are committed to working collaboratively with state and territory governments who hold many of the environmental levers in Australia. And equally, we are committed to being a loud and active voice on the international stage, pushing for positive global environmental outcomes. It's well understood that nature is facing many challenges, both here and overseas. Driven by factors such as land clearing and invasive species, we are losing biodiversity at an alarming rate. And climate change is only making things worse, causing drier, hotter summers and warmer waters, with devastating impacts on our native plants and wildlife. We all know that Australia's environmental needs were largely ignored for a decade under the former coalition government, who still struggle to admit that climate change is real. 3 years ago, under my predecessor Tanya Plibersek, we set out an ambitious agenda to put nature on a better path for the future, including by committing to protect 30% of land and marine areas and to prevent new extinctions. A lot has been achieved since then. We've expanded our marine protected areas to include 52% of our ocean, and we've increased our total protected land mass as well. We've celebrated the dedication of 12 more Indigenous protected areas, adding a further 18.6 million hectares to the National Reserve System. We've given the green light to more than 100 renewable energy projects, including solar farms, onshore wind farms, energy storage systems and transmission projects. We've established Environment Information Australia and the world's first nature repair market. We've increased funding to better look after national parks, including Kakadu and Uluru. We've invested over $600 million to protect and recover our most imperilled plants and animals. We've invested $200 million to improve the health of our urban rivers, creeks and streams for native plants and animals. We've signed the High Seas Treaty on day one, following years of global negotiations. We've increased recycling capacity by more than 1.4 million tonnes a year, stopping tyres, glass, paper, soft and difficult to recycle plastics going to landfill. We've rescued the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, passing legislation to provide more time, funding, accountability and options to implement the plan. I could go on, but what I'm focused on is the work that still needs to be done. The most pressing task before me is, of course, reforming our national environmental legislation, the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. The urgency of this task was highlighted recently at the Government's Economic Reform Roundtable. The reforms I'll introduce to the Parliament this year are built on 3 pillars. Firstly, stronger protection for the natural environment. Secondly, faster and more efficient approvals processes. And thirdly, more transparency when it comes to making environmental decisions. For too long, reform of the Act has eluded this Parliament, but I'm determined to get the job done. Our well-being, the places and species Australians love, and our future prosperity all depend upon it. Thank you very much, Committee, and we look forward to answering your questions today.
Thank you, Minister. I also welcome Mr Mike Kaiser, the Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. I note that this is your first time appearing before the committee since assuming your role. I wish you all the very best. Do you wish to make an opening statement? And at the risk of being rude, if so, can you keep it very short, please?
No, Chair, I don't have an opening statement.
Wonderful. Before we commence with corporate matters and general questions, I remind senators that this part of the program relates to matters concerning central departmental administration, examples including building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when the specific programs are considered in subsequent sections. And with that, I will go to the Coalition and I will let you know when you have a minute left.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you, Minister and Mr Kaiser and Ms Lee. Look, I just want to start off and just a few brief questions before I hand over to Senator Smith. Both the Prime Minister, Mr Kaiser, I'll address this to you first, and Minister Bowen flagged possible meetings with Turkey to resolve the hosting of COP31, noting there is currently a stalemate on hosting rights, according to all reports. It's unclear if any such meetings were had. Can you update the committee on whether any meetings were had, please?
Mike Kaiser, Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Senator, I think that's a question best addressed in outcome 1.1, climate change.
Well, in fact, I'm asking about the travel arrangements. So I'm asking specifically about departmental travel, and in relation to departmental travel, what meetings occurred. And I'm specifically referring, did any meetings occur at the UN General Assembly in New York or anywhere else in the world, please?
Yes.
Yes to what, sorry?
Yes, meetings occurred at the UN General Assembly.
And can you please update the committee on what those meetings were?
Well, I think if you go to the substance of the meetings, that's probably a question best left for outcome 1.1.
Well,
because that goes beyond the travel arrangements to the substance of the meetings.
Could you please advise us who the meetings were with, who attended the meetings, and the times and locations, please?
Well, I think the point is, Senator Henderson, and I think it's a well-travelled path by oppositions of all persuasions to try to get into detailed questions that belong in outcomes in corporate. I think what the officials who are currently here can do is explain things like the costs of travel.
I'll be getting to that, Minister. So if you could just allow me...
But the substance of the meetings requires officials who are not currently here.
Minister, with great respect, I didn't ask about the substance of the meetings. I asked about when...
I think that's all you've asked about.
No, that's not correct, Minister.
Sorry, can we just come to order? It's very early in this day.
It's not
Senator Henderson has the call.
I asked about when the meetings occurred and where was the location and who attended, not asking about the substance. And I will get to the cost very shortly. So, Mr Kaiser, could you provide us with that information?
Well, in this, I'm trying to be helpful, Senator, and there's ample opportunity between now and the end of the day to get to all of the questions. But these are questions about corporate, so we can tell you how many officers travelled and when, and costs, if you like. But we can't go to the substance of those meetings.
Please share that with us, including where
meetings.
the meetings were and when the meetings were, please.
Amanda Lee, Acting Deputy Secretary. So I have our travel statistics for July and August of this year. So for the beginning of the financial year. So we have had 64 individuals attend 31 international events.
Sorry, you'll have to speak more clearly,
sorry.
Ms Lee. The acoustics in these rooms are not good.
Nervous in the morning. And from July to August, to 31st of August, we've had 64 individuals attend 31 international events in 25 different countries, and 73 trips in total. The largest of those related to Antarctic science. I don't actually have the figures for COP, but Ms Munro has joined the table.
And just on that, sorry, I did ask specifically about any meetings between Australia, between the Minister and officials, and representatives from Turkey. So could you please...
I don't have that.
Do you have that? So I can't see your name.
Sorry.
Properly. Ms Munro.
Kushla Munro, Deputy Secretary. So in relation to the questions relevant to this area, and as the Secretary said, there were 3 officials that travelled with Minister Bowen to UN General Assembly, as well as the New York Climate Week.
Thank you. And could you provide the details of when the meeting occurred? I assume a meeting occurred with Turkey. Could you provide those details, please?
Yeah. So
not the substance, just the location and the time and who attended that meeting.
Yeah. Just on that, we will be back later today, so I can certainly take that on notice, and we'll be able to provide all that information to you later today.
So there was a meeting with Turkey?
There certainly were meetings with officials from Turkey and also at ministerial level.
And Minister?
At ministerial level?
At ministerial level. So Minister Bowen met with whom at a ministerial level, please?
Yeah, so again, we can go into under outcome 1.
Could you just tell me the total cost of all of the meetings to which you referred, Ms Lee, and in particular the cost to travel to New York? By your department?
I don't have the final figures in terms of the costs of travel to New York. It was only 2 weeks ago, so we're still reconciling what the financial cost was.
Okay, so can we go back to the overall travel costs for the department in relation to the meetings, Ms Lee, that you mentioned?
Yeah, so this is our travel costs for July until the 31st of August. So for our international costs during that time, our international travel, it's on 2 different pages. So our international travel costs so far have been 600,845, 378,000.
That's the costs
for our international travel. So that's airfares and accommodation and other costs.
And that's obviously for a range of different
things,
events.
So that's for not
just for COP.
Could you please provide a breakdown, if you're able to do that? Maybe ask one of the officials if you could just separate each trip, the cost of each trip, and break it down with airfares, accommodation and any other incidental costs.
Yep.
If it's possible to hand that up to the committee, do you have any of that information?
I don't have it by trip, so I just have it by breakdown across airfares, accommodation and other.
And just in relation to the cost to travel to New York, do you have those costs?
No, I don't have that one, sorry.
Those costs, Senator, were for July and August,
July
which
and
is what the
August.
department has had the opportunity to reconcile to date in this financial year. As Kushla said, the UN General Assembly was only a couple of weeks ago, so we've not had the opportunity to reconcile those costs, although she has provided the information that 3 departmental officers attended at New York.
Those costs must be known to the department, though, because they would be approved by the department.
Can we take it on notice? We'll provide you with whatever information we can.
Yes, you can take it on notice. But can I
yep.
ask that you've got many people here from the department today. Could you find that information as soon as possible and bring it back to the committee
Sure.
as soon as possible today?
For those 3 officers...
They've taken it on notice and they will attempt to get the information together as quickly as they can.
Minister, I'm well aware of the rules of estimates, and I'm asking, given this is a substantive issue in relation to corporate and the functioning of your department, if you are able to provide that information to the committee, I do appreciate it.
Sure. So
And particularly when those costs would have been approved. So I'm not really asking has the reconciliation of those costs occurred, but someone in the department would have approved the travel costs to go to New York.
Sure. So specifically what we're taking on notice is the travel costs, airfares and accommodation associated with the 3 officers who went to New York for the United Nations General Assembly.
And any other travel costs associated with going to New York. But I've already asked Ms Lee to provide on notice a breakdown of all travel costs for July and August. Thank you, Chair. I'll just, if I could hand over my... How much time are you allocating?
2 minutes left.
2 minutes. I'll hand over... Senator Smith may want to start to ask a few questions before we have to share the call round. Thanks.
I might just continue Senator Henderson's line of inquiry. So on notice, could you identify the 64 individuals that participated in the travel between July and the 31st of August? Not their names, of course, but their relevant positions across the department. Identify the 31 international events that they attended, and perhaps as part of that, identify which ones were specifically related to COP31 preparations. What were the 25 countries? You said that there were 31 events, but over 25 countries, I think. Identify what the 25 countries were. And so am I right to assume that the 73 trips that you identified, the total value for just 2 months was 685,000 plus? What was that exact figure? 685,000?
6845378.
So $685,378.
It's your 1 minute warning, Senator Smith.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, it's $6,845,378.
I was going to applaud you for your prudent use of taxpayers' money, just as well I didn't. So not $685,000, but $6 million.
845,000.
Sorry.
So
That was my reading.
Ms.
My
Lee,
team have it right, it's just me.
Ms. Lee, so if you could just restate that number
So
for the travel.
6,845,378.
Which is
So 6 million.
International
departmental travel staff expenditure.
$6,845,378 for 2 months worth of travel for international events.
Oh, God. It's extraordinary. No, actually, I've completely read the wrong number.
Sorry, that was...
That makes more sense.
Let us get our act together.
Sorry.
That was for the entire...
That was for last year. That makes more sense. So it's
$1,030,814.
Great.
Okay, I'm going to have a glass of water.
Not
Apologies.
great, but better.
Ms Lee, that's fine. Don't
Sorry,
worry.
apologies.
Thank
Before we
you.
run out and do a press conference, we might just check those numbers.
The number
We might just... Sorry.
We're alarmed.
Sorry, everyone. We'll bring this...
We are alarmed.
Can I...
Sorry, colleagues, I've probably achieved more in the last few minutes than we did in the first 7, so we should just focus on me while I've got the call. Thanks very much.
You don't have the call for much longer, Senator Smith, so can we have the answer to that question?
$1,030,814 for the 73 trips between July and the 31st of August, and you're going to provide those additional details to me?
We might just confirm that 73 trips isn't the full financial year.
No, that's July to August. That's 25.
So all of July and August, 73 trips.
73, great.
Okay, thank you,
very
Senator
much.
Smith. I will have to share the call. I will come back to the coalition in due course. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. corporate matters, I'm just wondering how many officers or staff you have working on securing the COP here in Australia.
Senator, that's again probably a question best left for outcome 1.1, where we can provide much more detail around the number of staff, precisely what skill sets they are.
What budget has been allocated to securing the COP?
Again, so the...
Good morning, Senator.
Morning.
So we don't have a specific budget just for securing the COP. There's a range of preparations underway should we do that. So there is an operational division. And there's, I guess, in trying to secure the COP, that goes across our negotiations teams and, preparations for those sorts of meetings in the broader WEOL group, but also, as was discussed, directly with Czechia.
And can I ask, how much is the resourcing for the bidding process being covered by your department versus DFAT? There must be a sharing of that.
Yeah, so there's particular responsibilities that this department has, and then separately also with DFAT, led by the ambassador for climate change in that department. So again, I don't have the precise figures in terms of budget allocated to secure the COP, but you're correct, there is a shared responsibility.
You must have some.
Department.
You must have some budget, some allocation of funding, though. So if you can't give me that now, I'd like you to take that on notice and bring it back when we get to that section.
I'll come back. Yeah.
Including the number of officers and staff that Mr. Kaiser has said you could answer when you come back. On the broader issue of staffing resources allocation, I'm interested as to how many officers are currently working on project assessments and approvals.
Again, Senator, that's probably left to outcome 2.1, where the appropriate deputy secretary will be present and who can answer questions.
They're on notice then.
Sure,
I also want to know how that compares to the figures of this time last year.
Okay, we'll endeavour to get those for you in item 2.1.
Thank you. I'd also like to know how many staff are working on EPBC reforms, the mooted reforms that the Minister's been speaking about this morning.
Again, if we could take that on notice and we can attempt to
I'd also like to know whether that is more or less and what the comparison is with this time last year.
Understand.
Thank you. Could I ask how many pieces of legislation across the two different portfolios, or three if you include water, how many different pieces of legislation are currently being worked on by the department?
There may be someone here who can answer that question. We'll just see.
It's got to be in corporate because it's across the board.
Well, yeah. We work on... There's obviously also various stages of working on a bill or a set of amendments. We may be in a consultation phase, we may be considering advice to the Minister, we may be drafting legislation.
I want all of that.
You'll appreciate it's a challenging question to answer, but we'll attempt.
Good morning, Senator. I'm Kate Lawler, Chief Counsel. I can't give you much more of a helpful answer, but I can today. We can come back to you with an answer on how many pieces of legislation we're working on. Can I clarify with you, though, do you mean reforms that we're working on as opposed to...
Well, is there anything other than the EPBC reforms you're working on?
Yes.
Okay, what are they?
Well, I can come back to you with the number and how many we're working on, but obviously...
Hang on. I mean, this is budget estimates. There hasn't really been time for the Senate to inquire into the department's activities all year. I would be surprised if you can't give us in this... You've got all these people sitting back here. I know there's a whole bunch of people in the back room. If you can't explain what is on foot, we're going to have a very tough day going forward.
Senator, we are attempting to be helpful. Could I perhaps clarify the nature of your question? I mean, for example, we're anticipating reforming the Water Act. That work has not begun yet, but we know that it's due. Would that be included in or out of your list?
Yes. I mean, the only piece of legislation the minister's has been talking about is a bill to come in to reform the EPBC Act. So we know about that one. I want to know what else is being worked on. What else is in the pipeline?
That work hasn't necessarily commenced yet. So
hasn't it?
So the Water Act reform?
The Water Act reform,
yep.
Okay.
So, and of course, you know, there's other bills that may be statutorily required to be reformed in 5 years' time. Should we include that in the list?
Well, I don't think we need to be too cute about this.
No, I'm attempting to...
Is there any legislation that is being drafted, being worked on, that is anticipated to be introduced into this parliament this term?
I can give you one example of a piece of legislation that has already been introduced.
Thank you.
My recollection is that the title of the bill is the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation. It's to do with the boards of management for federally run national parks such as Kakadu.
Yep.
So that bill has been introduced to the House. I must admit, I think it's been sent to a Senate inquiry.
It is. It's currently before a Senate committee, so we can't actually ask about that.
So that is an example of one bill. It would be fair to say that the priority bill for both me, the government and the department is the EPBC reforms. But it would appear, and I think this is reasonable, the department doesn't have a full list of every piece of legislation they're currently working on, but they've undertaken to get that come back to you on that.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any legislation in the climate portfolio that's being worked on at the moment?
I think, Senator, we've got a few different aspects here. So I think you're asking particularly with respect to acts, so bills for the parliament, but I think what I was referring to in particular was that we've got a large sort of program of subordinate legislation that we work on, so regulations and subordinate instruments for the parliament. So I can come back to you in relation to some of those, and obviously the question of introducing legislation to the parliament is one for government to determine from time to time when they would like things introduced into the parliament.
Yes, but I'm not asking about timing. I'm not asking about what decisions the government's making. I'm asking about the resources of this department and how much of that is being spent on legislation and legislative reform.
Yeah, so I can assist you with that, Senator. I can talk to you about, or I can come back to you with some numbers around the number of people we have in our legislation
and
practice.
Which pieces, in which areas. I mean, the problem we have with you going away is that because we're going to get into the other sections and it's going to be, well, you should have asked this in this bit, you should have asked this in this bit. That's the reason for using the corporate outcome for trying to get an overview as to what the priorities of work for the department are.
So Senator, if it's pieces of legislation that we are currently working on, because we can't anticipate what the government may ask us to work on.
Yes, I'm not asking you to anticipate. Mm-hmm.
No? Okay, so currently, certainly in this minister's part of the portfolio, EPBC Act reform is the overwhelmingly dominant consideration at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to share the call at this point, Senator Hanson-Young. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here this morning. Minister, firstly, congratulations to you. It's a challenging appointment, and so Anthony Albanese must entrust you quite a bit. Mr Kaiser, congratulations on your appointment to run the department.
Thank you.
I'd like to focus on the third driver of the minister's drivers to the department, more transparency. What's your total remuneration package for heading the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water?
Approximately $930,000 per annum.
Thank you. Is that total? Does that include super? Does that include allowances? Is that everything in your package?
That's inclusive of super.
Okay, so your gross salary package is $930,000?
Approximately.
Thank you. How long is your contract for?
5 years.
5 years. What was your last job?
I was the we call them Directors General. I was the Director General of the Queensland Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Premier and Cabinet, thank you. And the Premier was Stephen Miles?
Yes.
Which party was he in?
The Labor Party.
Right. It was unceremoniously tossed out of government by the Queensland voters. It was the federal Labor government now reappointing you. Or appointing you, sorry.
I think my career CV is a matter of record. I was employed by the Queensland Government until the 24th of October 2004, and I commenced work with the Commonwealth Government as the Secretary of this department on the 14th of July 2025.
Thank you. At one stage, you were State Secretary for the Queensland Labor Party, correct?
Correct.
And a member of the Parliament for the Labor Party?
A member of the Queensland Parliament for a brief period of time, yes.
Thank you. What role did you have regarding that earned the Prime Minister's praise? I can see he was very glowing in his praise. Mr Kaiser's experience includes delivering on large-scale projects, administering complex regulatory regimes and leading the Queensland Government's policies on planning and infrastructure. What role did you have on climate and energy plans?
As a Queensland public servant?
Yes.
Well, I headed the infrastructure department that had overall responsibility for the program management of the infrastructure that was publicly funded in Queensland and aspects of private sector infrastructure. That certainly included energy infrastructure, for example. I was the Director General of the local government department, a lot of interactions between local governments and energy providers and also those developing renewable energy projects. I'm trying to think of other touch points. Obviously, as the Director General of the...
Thank you. I appreciate your being so forthcoming. Did it include any of the pumped hydro storage systems?
Well, as...
Can I just get a ruling? Like, these are questions that go to matters in the Queensland government. I would have thought today is more about asking questions about what's happening in the federal government. So can we just get some guidance on whether these questions are in order?
I think the pumped hydro systems are a key part of the...
Sorry, Senator Roberts. I'll deal with that, which is to say that I understand the point you're making, Minister. I think it's relevant to the qualifications of the Department Secretary for the purposes of corporate affairs. So unless it strays very much further into the Queensland Government, I think these questions are in order for now.
So in terms of the pumped hydro projects being worked on in Queensland at the time while I was a public servant, it was certainly Queensland Government policy that pumped hydro projects be developed in Queensland. And as a public servant, I played my legitimate role in assisting the government to fulfil its policy objectives.
So that included Barumba, Pioneer, Burdekin?
Yes.
Any others?
Senator Roberts, that's a 1 minute warning.
Thank you. Minister, how many of your projects, have been, Mr Kaiser, how many of your projects that you oversaw have been turned around by the latest government, the new government?
I can't answer that,
okay.
Senator. All right,
thank you.
As a public servant, I worked diligently to fulfil the policy objectives of the government I worked for, not a subsequent government.
Thank you. Minister, why hasn't the government released its Jobs for Mates review into public service appointments? Senator Gallagher said back in 2023, this review is all about putting an end to the Jobs for Mates culture. It was handed to your government in 2023 and yet you still keep it secret. Why haven't you commented on it?
Well, I don't know about that. That's not a matter involving this department, but the estimates for the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and Finance are happening over the course of the week.
Senator, if I may, it would seem to me your questions go to my political background. There is no doubt, it's a matter of record, that I have political involvement in my background. I can assure senators, my ministers and the Australian people that I've had no involvement in politics. I've held no political role for 16 years. When I was involved in politics, the public servants I admired the most were the ones who provided frank and fearless and impartial advice, and that's a value I hold dear now as I exercise my responsibility as a public servant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I'll have to share the call. If you've got further questions, please just let me know. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. And Senator Roberts has shamed us I also extend our congratulations, Senator Watt, for your appointment to the new portfolio, and to Mr Kaiser for your appointment to the role as Secretary of the Department. Ms Lee, just going back to questions about travel costs, etc., for the period between July and the 31st of August, if you could provide the information that's been requested in a table format that identifies the event, the country, the officials that participated, the class of travel, accommodation costs, airfare costs, any miscellaneous costs, and then the total for each of those travel events. That would be helpful. Ms Munro, could you come back to the table? Oh, sorry, Mr Kaiser, I just want to ask some questions about the COP31 bid, and perhaps Ms Munro could come forward.
Sure, bearing in mind that Ms Munro will be spending quite a bit of time at the table in outcome 1.1, which is imminent.
There's global questions, no pun intended. So, Ms Munro, you said that there was no budget attached to the COP31 bid. Did I hear you correctly?
I answered the question from Senator Hanson-Young, which was, what was the budget to secure the COP? I said that there was not a specific budget to secure the COP. There were a number of things which do require resources, particularly the preparation and planning, should we be successful in securing the bid to host COP31.
And the bid's not yet secured, is it?
That's correct, it's not secured.
On notice, can you provide to the committee what are the total costs that have been expended to date in an attempt to secure the bid? If Australia is successful, will there be a budget for COP31? Preparations, execution? Minister? Mr Kaiser?
I'm sure there will be.
Great.
Yes, but it won't all... This bid is a bid on behalf of the Australian government, not this department, and so if there is a budget, it will span many agencies. It won't all reside with this agency.
Have budget discussions or preparations begun in regards to COP31 in the event that we might be successful?
So in terms of, there is preparations underway to fully cost and provide advice to government, but no decisions have been made yet on those decisions.
Is our COP bid being managed through a interdepartmental arrangement or group?
Yeah, so there is a, we'd call it an interdepartmental committee, but a governance committee that spans this department, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, as well as the Department of Finance.
And what's the IDC called?
I don't think it's got a grand name. I'll just have to take that on notice.
It probably does.
I think it's called the COP31 Governance Committee.
Governance Committee?
Yeah.
So does that presuppose success?
Senator, these questions really are going beyond...
I thought I might just get them out earlier.
Corporate.
I can ask them again, but I thought I might just get them out earlier. Thank you very much. Ms Lee, you mentioned that Minister Bowen had travelled to the United Nations with 3 officials. Ms Munro, was it? With 3 officials. Is that common for the Minister to travel with 3 departmental officials?
It is common. There is precedent for ministers being supported at that level. It wasn't just the UN General Assembly, it was UN Climate Week. There was a Climate Ambition Summit, as well as discussions on the negotiations, as well as the broader action agenda.
Could you just identify on what other occasions the Minister might have travelled with greater than 1 official? Did you accompany him, Mr Kaiser, to the United Nations?
No.
Which 3 officials accompanied Minister Bowen to the United Nations?
You want names?
Oh, positions.
Yeah, so I was one of those officials as Deputy Secretary for the Climate Group, and then there were 2 other officials, the head of the International Climate Negotiations Division, as also the head of the International Climate and Energy Division.
Thank you, Senator Smith. I'll come back to you if you have further
Great, thank
questions.
you.
I'll share the call at this point. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. On funding, I'm interested to know whether there has been any extra funding allocated to support South Australia with the toxic algal bloom.
There was an allocation.
It's been spent.
There was an allocation.
No. Sorry, I won't let you finish, but that's not correct. No, it's not correct, Senator Hanson-Young. So you would be aware that the government has committed half of the $28 million package, the other half being contributed by the South Australian government. In addition to that, the Prime Minister announced an extra, from memory, $6.5 million in funding. The point I picked you up on was that all of that money has been allocated for various purposes. Not all of it has yet been spent. So, for example, there is money remaining for businesses who need financial support in the allocation that was provided for that.
Yes, but it's been allocated, right? And what we're seeing is that the demand is going to be much more. I'm wondering whether the department has put any work into further funding support for South Australia, given how bad the situation is.
Well, I think it's best if we take detailed questions on this in the relevant outcome when we'll have the officials here. But I've already made public the fact that our government is in discussion with the South Australian government about their proposed summer plan. You would have seen I was in Adelaide last week meeting with the South Australian government about that.
So that includes funding?
I think it would be reasonable to expect that the South Australian government would be seeking funding from us, yes.
Have they yet?
There's been no, I don't believe there's been a formal request yet. There's certainly been discussions.
Is there any work being done on further funding support needed, such as in the area of research and science, which kind of sits outside the almost emergency response of the South Australian?
I think we're getting into a level of detail that's best to deal with in outcome 2.
Except that this is, not just for outcome 2, is it?
Well, no, but you're asking about particular programs of funding and what may or may not be in them, and that's exactly what we deal with in outcome 2 rather than in corporate.
Okay. Beyond the beyond the 14 million, which department did that come from? The 14 million.
I think went through, the actual payment itself went through the Treasury Department, but I think it was made up of a number of
Did it come out
managers.
of the environment budget, or did it come out of somewhere else?
It was new funding. It wasn't taken out of existing departmental funding.
And the 6.5, where did that come from?
That was my recollection, and we, again, perhaps in outcome 2, when we have the relevant officials, we can give you firm answers on this, but my recollection is that was new funding as well.
Okay, and you're saying you expect there'll be a request for further funding, but you haven't received that as yet?
My understanding, as of 9:45 today, is that we have not yet received a formal request for funding from the South Australian government, but we certainly have been in discussions with them about what they think is required in the summer plan and what funding that will entail.
So for the summer plan, there must. So what I'm understanding you're saying, Minister Watt, is that there's some understanding of how much that summer plan is going to cost.
There are discussions underway between the two governments about the cost of the summer plan and how that should be funded.
And when do you expect to have a formal request from the South Australian government?
Well, the Premier's already made clear, Premier Malinowskis has made clear that he will be releasing the summer plan in October.
It is October.
Correct.
1 minute warning.
So, given that he has said he will be releasing the summer plan in October, then I would expect that will all be happening pretty soon. But as I say, discussions are underway and have been for a while.
Yes. Okay. So there hasn't been a formal request, but officers within your department have an understanding of what the magnitude of extra funding would need to be.
They have an understanding of the types of things the South Australian government thinks are necessary in the summer plan.
Okay. And you're saying you'll answer these questions for me in outcome 2?
Well, I can't tell you. It depends on what your questions are. I can't tell you what's in the summer plan or what's going to be funded because that's still being negotiated.
No, but your
more.
officers do have a sense of the quantity of money that's being required.
They may do. I haven't checked with them about.
All right, we can come back to that.
And that's a good time to move the call on. May I just, before I pass the call, I'll just make the observation that we are now running 15 minutes behind where we need to be at this point in time. So I'm conscious that senators still have questions, but given some have gone to substantive bits, the quicker we can make this, the more likely we are to get to everyone on the program today. So, Senator Duniam.
Oh, thank you, Chair, very much. Hello all. If I could go, please, to incoming government briefs. So there was an order for production of documents in the Senate requesting all incoming government briefs, which was only partially complied with earlier this year. This is a different approach to other departments, Department of Finance, Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, to name a couple. Why has only one of the 2 volumes been released?
Michelle Croker, Head of Portfolio Strategy Divisions. Yes, the incoming government briefs that were prepared by the department have been subject to a Freedom of Information request. The volume 2 of the documents have been released publicly in response to that request, and they are available on our DQ FOI disclosure log.
Yes, I asked why, and thank you for that. I asked why we didn't have volume 1, I suppose, to cut to it.
So volume 1 were not released in relation to that FOI request. They are exempted in full under the FOI Act.
So I guess that takes me to the nub of the issue here. If the Department of Finance, for example, and the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry can release in full their incoming government briefs, what is the rationale for holding back a full volume, I presume half of the incoming government briefs, from public consumption? I mean, we've talked already about transparency. It was a big part of the last term of government and apparently this term. Why hide notionally 50% of incoming government briefs to this minister?
So they are exempted under the FOI Act on the basis that it contained material subject to legal professional privilege, deliberative matter, the disclosure of which would be contrary to the public interest, and information, the release of which would involve the unreasonable disclosure of personal information.
So, in terms of that, I mean, the normal approach, of course, with these sorts of things is that redactions would occur on sensitive information. Is it the case? Are you telling this committee that the entire volume that's been held back is of the nature you've just described?
That's
sensitive
correct.
And against the public interest for them to know about what you're telling the minister?
Yes, that's correct.
So the Australian public should not know. Well, was there only 2 volumes to the incoming government brief, or was there another volume?
There was 2 volumes.
Right. So there was not a 3rd volume at all? No appendices or anything in another document or another folio? Okay. What interaction was there from the Minister's office with regard to the decision to hold back volume 1?
The FOI decision was made by the department.
And who in the department makes that decision?
So that was made by myself.
Okay, and what process do you go through in making that decision?
So we receive advice from our legal counsel on the FOI Act process, and that decision is then made in consideration against those.
Okay. And so there was, of course, in addition to a Freedom of Information request, an order for production of documents in the Senate, and the same response. Was there a public interest immunity claim made by the department or the minister in response to that?
No, I don't think there was a public immunity claim made.
So what was the rationale in that instance for not complying with an order of the Senate to release this document?
I'm sorry, I'm not in a position to comment on that one.
Are you taking that on notice? Is that what you mean?
I can take that one on notice.
Yeah, okay. Because
Can Ms. Lee provide any information? Because I understand, Ms Lee, that in the organisational structure you sit over Ms Croker.
I do understand. We will take that on notice as the decisions, the production of the documents is undertaken by the minister.
It's a 1 minute warning, Senator Daniels.
But Ms Lee, you'll understand that you're not at liberty to take something on notice if you know the answer to the question.
I actually don't know the answer to that question, so yes, we have to take that on notice in terms of...
And so just in my final minute there, I presume the Minister received both volumes as well and was advised of your intention to make this decision before you made the decision not to release Volume 1?
Yes, the Minister's Office were advised of my decision.
I beg your pardon, sorry.
The Minister's Office were advised of my decision.
Before or after the fact, the making of the decision?
I'll just have to take that on notice, the exact timing.
And just to dot I's and cross T's, was that advice provided just in a regular weekly meeting or as part of a formal minute or brief to the Minister?
Again, I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back with...
If I may...
Sorry, Senator Smith, I'm going to move the call on. We'll come back.
Have we finished the 10 minutes?
We have.
Okay,
we have. Now, Senator Roberts, I understand you need 2 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, just following on from my last question, I'm going to quote from the a news report. Gabriel Appleby, a constitutional law professor at the University of New South Wales and director at the Centre for Public Integrity, says, quote, "The fact that they commissioned, that's your government, commissioned the Briggs Review, have yet to release it and are still making appointments through this outdated, opaque and problematic process is particularly concerning, hugely corrosive. Even if the individual is the right or the best person or a good person for the job, it just smells of jobs for mates. It smells of cronyism. It smells of a conflict of interest. These are the types of issues that undermine public trust in government." Now, in my experience, public servants and private sector employees are both usually wonderful. What is the impact of this appointment of Mr Kaiser on the morale of your department?
Well, I have absolute confidence in Mr Kaiser's ability to do the job, and that's certainly been borne out.
With respect, I asked what your opinion of the effect of his appointment on the morale of the people in the department.
I've seen no evidence that it's had a negative impact on morale.
Thank you. Can I ask the second question?
Well, can I just, I mean, you are making an imputation or implication in relation to Mr Kaiser, and I'd repeat the point.
Well, I'm just quoting what an independent person
said.
But
Mr Kaiser comes to this job having been the Director-General of the Premier's Department in Queensland, the Director-General of the State Development Department in Queensland, the Director-General of the Resources Department in Queensland, on top of a lengthy private sector career. So I think I'm not surprised that he's doing a very good job as the Secretary with that kind of background.
You omitted some of the controversial aspects. But moving on to the second question, you said in your opening statement, Minister, that we're facing a drier, warmer summers. Could you give me the source of that data, please? The specific location. No quips
Senator
about
Roberts, it's a little
hard
early
to convince.
I thought we'd get into climate conspiracies by about 4 p.m. I didn't think we'd be there by 6 to 10.
So
Senator Roberts,
you're avoiding the question. Could you give me the specific
Senator
location,
Roberts,
please?
you and I have had many conversations in estimates hearings about whether climate change is real or not. I have failed to persuade you that climate change is real. The Bureau of Meteorology has failed to convince you that climate change is real. CSIRO has failed to convince you that climate change is real. What you see on your TV has failed to convince you that climate change is real. I don't think I'm going to be able to convince you.
So is your forecast of drier, warmer summers cyclical? Is it a change in climate? Can you give me the specific location? Because I will keep raising this until you give me the specific location.
I have no doubt that you will keep raising it.
No one has provided it. No one has provided it.
Well, many witnesses at
Why can't you provide
many witnesses at estimates hearings have presented you with the evidence. Senator Roberts, you've just chosen not to believe them.
Why can't you provide it?
Well, Senator Roberts, that I think brings
Thank you, Chair.
Call to the end. I'm going to give it to the call to Senator Hanson-Young from the Greens to take us to the break.
Thank you. Just back on the matters of which the department is working on, so that I can get a full sense. I just want to be clear. The Minister has said that the EPBC reform package is the priority. Is that fair?
For legislation, yeah.
For legislation. And there's a team of people currently working on that?
Correct.
Yeah. And we can come back to that in outcome too. Could I ask if there is still plans for plastic packaging reform?
Yes, and we'll be able to talk to you at length about that in outcome 2.
And what about the extended producer responsibility scheme legislation? Is that being worked on?
Yes, and again, we'll be able to talk to you about that in outcome 2.
Okay, and what about the science plan, the decade-long science plan? Is there something being done in that space?
I'm wondering whether that is more a Minister Bowen issue.
But yes,
Yep.
but I'm just so probably not for you, Minister, but maybe for Mr. Kaiser. Is there?
Yes, but I think officers in outcome 2...
That's fine. I'm just trying to work out whether there's going to be people we can ask questions of for on these matters. Yeah. So you think maybe?
Well, I would...
The Antarctic Science Plan, the Antarctic Science Plan.
That is being worked on, and there's an entire outcome dedicated towards Antarctica.
Okay. And what about any legislation or regulations that have out of the algal bloom disaster? Is there anything being worked on in that space?
Well, again, the relevant officers will be here shortly, but to my knowledge, no one has demonstrated a need for legislative reform in this portfolio. What we've been focused on is environmental restoration, science, business assistance, community assistance for that event.
Who's leading the response on the algal bloom for the federal government?
This department.
Right. So if there is any requirement for legislation, you don't know about it, or?
Well, no one has yet demonstrated a need, in the government's opinion, for legislative reform. What we need to do is to support the businesses who are suffering, support the environmental recovery, undertake further science, and that's all the kind of activity that we are funding along with the South
And what
Australian
about in terms of making sure that government can respond to these types of disasters faster through some type of marine heat wave disaster response or a climate disaster response?
That's probably going to climate adaptation matters, which will be covered in outcome 1.
But what I'm asking about is whether there's anybody in the broad department that is being tasked to look at whether there requires any legislative reform.
Will be the relevant officials who'd be able to answer that will be in outcome 1.
Okay. But so you can't answer that question for me now, and the secretary can't answer that. You haven't. It's not a matter of priority for you.
Well, they're your words.
Well, can you answer it or not? Is somebody looking at the implications or the requirements of legislative reform or not?
I think I've answered that 2 or 3 times already.
No, you keep saying you can ask the officers.
In my earlier answers, and you're going well beyond matters that would normally be dealt with in corporate.
Mr. Kaiser, are you aware of anyone in your department who's looking at whether there's any legislative reforms required, how a government responds to algae disasters like this?
So, look, as the Minister suggested, if there is, then they are more likely to be at the table in those outcomes.
1 minute warnings in there.
Either 2.1
I think it says everything.
1.1.
Okay. Have you heard about the fish kill off the Gold Coast today?
I've seen media reporting of that, yeah.
Is there anyone in your department working on that?
They will be able to talk to you about that. This is not a corporate matter. This is program matters. I admire your persistence, Senator. I used to do it myself when I was in opposition, but it's not a corporate matter.
But you think there'll be people who can answer some questions about that?
There is an entire division in this department who deal with marine matters, division, branch, whatever the technical term is. I'm sure they'd be happy to take your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We will momentarily go to a break, I just remind senators we're now running half an hour behind, and some of these questions have trammelled into matters that would not strictly be called corporate. I'm reluctant to intervene while senators are questioning, but we will need to move to the next outcome as soon as we can after the break. So I'd encourage everyone to put their questions concisely. Thank you. The committee is adjourned. Now, back in session, we're still in corporate and related matters, and I'm going to pass the call to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was just hoping if Ms Croker could come back to the table. I just want to continue with Senator Dunyam's line of inquiry in regards to the incoming government brief. So just to be clear, Ms Croker and Ms Lee, the Senate on 3 separate occasions resolved, 39 senators or more resolved that the all volumes of the intergovernmental brief would be made available. First point. The second point is that the government did make available, through the FOI request and through the OPD mechanism, the second volume. The second volume that was made available includes redactions. So my question, Ms Croker, is why did you decide, and if not you, who, decide that the incoming government brief volume 1 could not be provided with the necessary redactions? Because that is an option. Is that correct? That is an option.
That is an option, Senator. And as I said earlier, Volume 1s were not released and exempted in full under the FOI Act on the basis that it contained material subject to legal professional privilege, deliberative matter, the disclosure of which would be contrary to the public interest, and information, the release of which would involve the unreasonable disclosure of personal information.
Ms Croker, in coming to that decision, whose advice did you rely upon?
So that was the decision that I made, and with the
independently
advice,
of any advice from others?
And with the advice of our departmental legal team.
And who is the departmental legal team, and are they here?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms Layla?
Yes.
Ms Layla, can you explain to the committee what is the differences in the process to be applied for an FOI matter and the separate process to be applied for an order for the production of documents process? Because my understanding is that they are quite independent and separate to each other, even though they might run in parallel to each other. And on what basis did you decide with Ms Croker to not comply with an order of the Australian Senate determined by 39 senators or more?
Yes, so first I'll potentially or clarify my kind of position in relation to these issues. So my role is to provide advice to decision makers in the department in relation to FOI decision making together with my team, and also to provide advice sometimes in relation to public interest immunity grounds, which may be relevant to orders for production. Obviously, the FOI decision-making process is governed by the FOI legislation and the regulations around those issues. And that is quite, as you've said, separate and distinct from the process in the Parliament.
So you agree it is separate and distinct from the order of production, the order for the production of documents mechanism of the Australian Senate?
They're governed by different regimes, yes.
So on what basis did you decide to provide advice to Ms Croker, and why did Ms Croker decide that you had it within your authority to override a decision of the Senate? These are separate. You have used a defence, the freedom of information mechanism, as a defence or justification, which is not appropriate. And there is an alternative approach you could have employed, and that was to release Volume 1 with all the necessary redactions. And if every page had to be redacted, then that is still an alternative approach to the one that you've decided to employ, which is to not release Volume 1 at all?
To the extent that your question is directed to me, we provided advice on the application of the FOI Act in relation to the incoming government brief, and the order for production of documents was dealt with as a separate issue. I'll let my colleague talk to her decision-making in that respect, but I suspect she was considering what was appropriately already in the public domain.
No, that's not a consideration. The Senate made an order. So, Ms Croker, why did you think you could use the FOI mechanism as a justification or for a defence for not complying with that order in full, which was explicit in the OPD 100, all volumes of the intergovernmental brief?
Maybe just before you
incoming government brief.
I would say they are completely different regimes, but they do, at their heart, they each have public interest aspects available to them.
So why is the public interest immunity claim not detailed by the Minister or Senator Ayres in his letter to the President of the Senate?
I think my colleague has already referred to the fact that she didn't make a public interest immunity claim with respect to the OPD. There was no public interest immunity claim made by the Minister on that.
So then there's no defence for not making the document fully available.
So what has been provided in the orders for production are, again, referring to the freedom of information reference about the documents that have been
Ms Croker,
released.
it is clear for the world to see what documents have been made available. What has not been complied with is an order of the Senate to release all the volumes, including Volume 1. I'm right to assume there is a Volume 1 because this is Volume 2.
That's correct.
Am I right to assume there's a Volume 3 or there is no Volume 3?
There is no Volume 3.
So there is Volume 1.
Yes, that's
correct. And the
correct.
Senate has ordered that both volumes be released, and somehow in the department, Ms Lee, as the Deputy Secretary responsible for this section, a decision has been taken not to comply with an order of the Senate, 39 senators plus.
Yeah, that was the decision that was made.
By Ms Croker?
Ms Croker.
Independently of yourself?
I wasn't, it might have been... I wasn't part of the decision making, but that was because I wasn't in the role at the time.
Mr Kaiser, were you involved in the decision making not to comply with an order of the Senate? You're an experienced public servant. I concede that Queensland doesn't have an upper house. Were you involved in the decision making?
No, I was not, Senator. Look, can I suggest that we take this on notice and come back to you quite quickly?
What are we taking on notice?
Your question as to why Volume 1 was, effectively redacted in its entirety. Is that the question you're asking?
No, it hasn't been released at all.
No, well, that's...
What I'd like to ask instead of the Minister playing with his phone there, why doesn't the Minister answer the question
Senator
instead
Hanson,
of the bureaucrats?
you do not have the call in this chair.
I'm following up on the question here. I want to know why the Minister is playing with his phone and not answering the question.
Well, Senator Hanson, once again, please, you do not have the call. We are endeavouring to move through the questions. If you would like the call, we can come to you. But no, this is not how we're running this. Senator Smith has the call and he has questions to ask and they will be answered.
Why have we got a Minister?
Senator Smith.
Ms Lee, were Volume 1 and Volume 2 of the incoming government brief provided to the Minister's office?
Sorry, so you're directing that question to me, Ms Croker?
Yes.
Yep. So the incoming briefs were provided to the Minister's office.
Volume 1 and number 2 and
Volume
2.
1 and Volume 2 were provided to the incoming government briefs. So they were provided shortly after the May 2025 election.
And can you provide that date on notice if it's not known to you, or is it in your notes there?
Sorry, I don't have it here, but I will provide that to you on notice.
Shortly after the 22nd of May?
I'll just have to double check with you.
How many drafts were prepared of the incoming government brief? Were you in your role there at the time, Ms Lee?
It's an iterative drafting process that was undertaken across the caretaker period. So I don't know that we ever, so that's a final, like a draft 1 or draft 2, like it's the way we worked in our organisation is that different areas prepare different parts of the document and then they all come together.
And they come together to who first?
Michelle, do you want to go into more detail on the...
So, I mean, drafting our incoming government briefs, as I said, is an iterative process, as every drafting of documents
But
is.
you get to a
department.
stage, Ms Croker, where you're at a final draft. Yes.
Yes, we do get to a stage where we've got a final draft, but it's still not a final document.
Oh, agreed, because it's got a final draft.
Senator Smith, sorry, if I might interrupt you for a moment. I've let you have about 11 minutes. Yep. There are other senators who wish to have the call, so of course. If we can make this the last question.
Just on notice, Ms Croker, Ms Lee, if you could identify on what date was the final draft provided to Ms Lee to review? I'm assuming Ms Lee reviews it. She's your senior manager. And on what date the final draft or final document was provided to Mr Kaiser?
So it was Mr Fredericks at the time. But
yes, Mr Fredericks, of course, you're quite right, yep. And on what date was the document provided to the Minister? And, Ms Croker, can you provide me on notice a written justification for why you decided to engage the FOI mechanism as a defence or justification for not complying with the order of the Senate made on 3 separate occasions, made on the 29th of July, made on the 26th of August and made on the 2nd of September. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Duniam.
Oh yes, will you table a copy of Volume 1 for the committee now?
I don't have sorry, no, I'm not going to table a copy of Volume 1. As I said, that it has been exempted in full under the FOI Act.
Okay, so this is a Senate committee operating, as Senator Smith has already outlined, under the rules of the Senate, not under the administration of the Freedom of Information Act, which is about public release elsewhere through a different regime. So I'm asking, will you provide to this committee a copy of Volume 1 of the incoming government brief?
I can take that on notice.
So you'll take that on notice, and if the answer is no, will you make a public interest immunity claim?
I can't answer that question now, but I will take that question on notice about whether or not we will table it.
Minister, just noting the government has made quite a virtue of transparency. You've heard an interchange here about this committee, the Senate as well, wanting access to this information as other committees have been provided with, or indeed the entire Senate with regard to other departments. We've asked for a copy of Volume 1 of the incoming government brief, which you've had the benefit of being able to digest in full. The officer, Ms Croker, has taken on notice whether or not that document can be provided to this committee. Just in the interest of transparency, is it something you're willing to commit to, providing to the Senate, to this committee, a copy of that Volume 1?
Well, I would want to go back and have a look at what exactly has been provided by way of the FOI request, what redactions occurred, so I'm not in a position to give a commitment today. I want to go back and have a look at those documents.
To save you time, Volume 1 was completely held back under the FOI Act. A different approach to other departments, and indeed in response to OPDs and FOIs, full briefing packs have been provided to the Senate. So it is just Volume 2 that's been received, I believe, with redactions, I presume.
Sorry, I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was Volume 1 had been released and not Volume 2.
No, Volume 1's the one that's MIA. So I think, again, just noting that you're a minister in this government, a government that's talked about transparency, Is it something you will commit to providing in the interest of transparency?
I'm not going to give that commitment here without having looked at those documents, but if you want to do this by way of me taking something on notice, I will take on notice the request that be provided, and we will respond with an answer to that question once I've had an opportunity to look at those documents.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Mr. Kaiser, what's in the document that the government doesn't want revealed?
I think what you've heard from our officer is that she took a decision based on criteria, so it's not, the suggestion in your question is inaccurate. So we took a decision not to release material based on the criteria that our officers discussed.
But, Mr. Kaiser, Volume 1 can be released redacted in full, the cover page. Pages and pages of redacted
Well, earlier I offered to take on notice that proposition, that we would go and have a look at Volume 1 and consider the criteria again. But our officers explained the basis on which she's made that decision.
You obviously...
You met Volume 1? As the new secretary?
I think I have, yes.
Yes, okay. So to that question that Senator Smith, there are a range of issues identified by Ms Croker as a reason not to allow the Australian public to see this information. What is it that we're hiding from?
I don't think we're hiding anything. I think...
Well, we're not giving them
I think Ms Croker has explained that there are certain criteria that she's depended upon to make the independent decision that she's made.
Mr. Can I just...
sorry, before we come to you, Senator Henderson, Senator Dunham, have you concluded your...
on that issue, there are a couple of other minor ones, but yes.
Okay, then Senator Henderson.
Just if I could just ask a couple of questions. Minister, the rules of the Senate are that you and the department are required to provide this committee with all documents unless there's a public interest in not doing so. What is your reason for not handing over this document?
Well, I'm happy to take that on notice, and I say that because I would need to go back and see what reason was given at the time. I don't recall what reason was given.
Have you read this document?
The incoming government briefs?
Yes.
Yes. I received them when I became the minister.
Isn't it the case that this is full of politically sensitive information, which is why hang on, if I can just finish, which is why this government is refusing to hand over this document, Minister?
No.
So there's no politically sensitive reason or no reason that you wouldn't want to hand it over?
Your question to me was, isn't it the case that these briefs are full of politically sensitive material that the government doesn't want to hand over, or something to that effect? And my answer to that is no.
All right, well, if you know that answer, then do you know why the brief has not been handed over? Because this is a very important document which provides not just this committee but the Australian people with information as to the handover of this department, setting out the agenda of the department. So if you know that it's not for the reason of political sensitivity, what is the reason?
I've already said to you that I don't recall the reason that was provided for why the documents were not released, but I've taken on notice that matter on notice so that I can respond and explain that.
Mr Watt, as a senior senator and a minister, you would know the orders of the Senate must be complied with. Do you understand that?
Yep.
So why hasn't the order of the Senate been complied with in this case?
Well, if I answer that question, it'll be the third time I've done so.
No, I'm asking you a different question.
Well, that's the fourth.
Because this is an unacceptable
for the fourth time
situation.
I do not recall the reason that those documents were not handed over to the Senate, and I have undertaken to provide an answer as to why once I can go back and review the documents.
I just want to quickly go to Ms Croker. Ms Croker, I'm actually quite concerned about your determination under freedom of information. You've suggested it's because there's a legal professional privilege in the document.
In part, yes.
And for what other reason can you not disclose any part of this document under FOI?
Because there's deliberative matter, the disclosure of which would be contrary to the public interest, and information, the release of which would involve the unreasonable disclosure of personal information.
Ms Croker, I would suggest to you that that is very hard to believe in relation to personal information, because if there are personal names or addresses in the document, they can be redacted. And I would also put it to you that it's very hard to believe that there is matters concerning legal professional privilege on every single page of this document. Are you telling this committee that there is?
I have told the committee, on the basis of what I have made my decision, is that the incoming government brief contained those 3 elements of information, and that is why it was not released and exempted in full.
Can I please ask the advice, Ms Laylaw, that you referred to? Could we please have that advice tabled and provided to the committee?
That advice is subject to legal professional privilege.
Is there any part of your advice that's not subject to legal professional privilege?
No, because my role is Chief Counsel to give legal advice to
I understand that,
decision-makers.
but I'm checking whether...
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, it's not.
Is there a copy of that document here in the building at the moment?
I don't have a copy of that document here.
No, I didn't ask the question. Is there a copy, to your knowledge, of the document here in the building?
I don't know an answer. I don't have an answer to that question. I don't know.
Well, just my last question. I just want to express on behalf of this committee our dismay that this document has not been handed over.
So respectfully, Senator Henderson, on behalf of yourself, not this committee.
Yeah, that's fair enough, Chair. You've made, on behalf of the coalition, we are very concerned that this order has not been complied with. Minister, if it's possible, could you revert back to the committee today in relation to this document?
I'll try, but I'm going to be in this committee all day. So
well, you've got lots.
And I've already said
you've got lots of staff. Lots of departmental.
I've already said that I will need to review the documents. If I can do that today, then I'll come back to you today. If I can't do that today, I'll answer the question on notice in the usual timeframes.
Thanks very much, Minister. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Dunaniam, you have a couple of questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I could just go to the matters that Senator Roberts was asking about with regard to your appointment, Secretary. So your appointment was part of a proper recruitment process, I presume?
Certainly felt that way to me, Senator.
Okay, it felt that way, right. So what, there was an advertisement somewhere or you were approached by a recruiter and you responded? How did it work?
I was invited into the process by the head of the APSC.
By the head commissioner at
yes,
APSC? Okay, all right. And that,
can I just say, Senator,
sure.
we'll obviously be as helpful as we can. The matters, depending on the question, that may need to go to Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Indeed.
Estimates.
Understood.
Given they run the
APSC
process.
Yeah. Okay. And when did that process commence with you, Secretary?
Oh.
Given you were appointed on I think the announcement was made on the 8th of July. Is that right?
Yeah. In total was approximately about 6 weeks.
Sure. Okay. Okay. And was there a selection panel that oversaw the process?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, I'll probably have to go to the APSC on that one, who was on the panel. Was the whole process run by the APSC? Is that how it works, or is it...?
The Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet has involvement in these processes as well, but I made a written application and appeared before a panel of departmental secretaries and was interviewed.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, all right. With regard to then recruitment processes, is that a cost borne by this department or is it something that's run elsewhere?
For the Secretary?
Yes.
No, no cost. The department has nothing to do with the recruitment processes for the Secretary.
Yeah.
When we get told he's our Secretary, then we put in place our processes.
Flows from there. Okay. Have you got, noting that isn't part of what I'm about to ask, a tally up of the recruitment costs incurred by the department?
Overall?
Yes, over the last, or in the calendar year, or to the last financial year, whatever.
Mr Spackman may have those details.
Thank you, Senator. Tim Spackman, Chief People Officer. Can I just seek some clarification? Are you asking about the costs of the Secretary's recruitment?
I've just been told that's not part of the cost borne by the department, but...
So overall costs?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay,
we should be able to get that to you today.
Break it down by position recruitment was undertaken for, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
And what would you provide that in, financial year or calendar year?
It would be financial year, Senator.
Okay, and could you do calendar year to date as well?
Most probably, yes. We'll take that on notice.
All right then. If I can then go IT support to the Minister, please. If that is a different person indeed. Okay. Just wondering what costs have been incurred to assist our good friend, the Minister, to be able to correspond with his friends in the department.
Senator Dale Norton, Chief Information Officer. Senator, if I can get that on notice, I should be able to get that today of the specific costs.
Thank you. All right, yes, that would be helpful. And there is only the one minister. There's not an assistant minister, is there? It's just you. Solo.
There's no assistant minister for me, but this department services Minister Bowen.
Yeah, that's right.
And Assistant Minister Wilson.
Yes, that's it.
And the Special Envoy Thwaites.
Yes, okay. So there is support provided to the Special Envoy as well.
That's why I was hesitating. I don't know exactly what support is provided to her.
Okay.
Yes, there
But
is.
take it on notice. That's all right. Okay, and just then on Special Envoy, in the interest of time, so Special Envoy Thwaites, what is she Special Envoy for?
I've forgotten her exact title, but...
Does anyone know?
As I say, she works with Minister Bowen.
Okay,
so
it's in
I'm
that
sure if
side.
Minister Bowen was sitting at the table, he would know.
That's fine.
But
Can we take on notice Ms Thwaites' title, please? That'd be great. Yeah, oh, Ms Munro, okay.
Sorry. So the Special Envoy's title is the Special Envoy for Climate Change, Adaptation and Resilience.
Okay.
And what?
And resilience.
And we used to have a Special Envoy for the Great Barrier Reef, but we don't anymore. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what was the rationale behind the decision to scrap that role, given the importance of the reef?
Again, you probably would need... The decision about special envoys is made by the Prime Minister of the day. So...
What about that special envoy for drought?
Sorry,
there was one back in the day.
You know,
Senator Hanson-Young, sorry,
reports
Senator Hanson-Young,
via
I've
text
applied the
message or
same
something?
rule to everyone.
Under a
which
former
is
government.
We won't have people interrupting other senators' questions, please. Senator Dunham, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Okay, so has the work of the Special Envoy for the Great Barrier Reef ceased then? Is that now...
No, I guess I have taken on that role. I have sole responsibility for matters involving the Great Barrier Reef at a ministerial level. Obviously, in the last term, there was a Special Envoy who shared that role with Minister Plibersek.
And the Special Envoy, I think, completed a report in the term on the state of the reef, I believe. Is that something you're going to do in this term, given we don't have a Special Envoy?
Well, I will be performing all ministerial responsibilities in relation to the Great Barrier Reef.
Okay, all right. The only other question I have here, just in terms of priorities, we've talked a lot about work outside of the PBC Act. Is there work on foot relating to Indigenous cultural heritage?
Yes.
Okay.
And again,
we'll pick that up at 1.4
outcome
2,
probably? Yep.
Yep, okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just asking if the General Counsel could come back to the table, please. And I just want to go back to the questions that I raised in relation to Volume 1 of the incoming government brief and our concern that this has not been handed to the committee and provided to the Senate. And I refer to the rules for estimates published in September 2025, General Counsel, quoting Odgers, page 667 to 670. I needed to check this. The grounds outlined below have not been accepted in the past for refusing to hand over a document. A freedom of information request has been or could be refused. Legal professional privilege is no ground not to hand over a document. Advice to government is no ground. And secrecy provisions in statutes are no grounds. I'm reading from page 11. So on that basis, could you please table your advice in relation to Volume 1 of the incoming government brief?
What I would say is that the provision of legal advice to the Senate, there's been a long-standing practice of government.
No, I'm sorry. We're not in a court of law, Ms Laylow. We are in the Senate, and I will read this to you. It has never been accepted in the Senate, nor in any comparable representative assembly, that legal professional privilege provides a ground for refusal of information in a parliamentary forum. It must be established that there is some particular harm to the public interest if the information was disclosed. So could you please table that advice?
I can take it on notice and come back to you.
Do you have a copy of the advice?
No, I don't.
So what's the reason for taking on notice? You don't have the document, or you're not willing to provide the document?
I'll need to take it away to have a look at the document and to
come up with another excuse.
No,
Yeah,
no, it is legal advice, and arguably it's not in the public interest to hand out to make publicly available legal advice, which is to assist the Commonwealth.
It's to make it available to the Senate committee.
So Ms Lawler, you're not in a court. You are in Senate estimates. There are very specific rules. Legal professional privilege does not exempt you from providing this document. And this is a very serious matter. This is something we take very seriously when there is an express refusal to provide a document.
Chair,
so,
can I just make a point? I can recall many occasions.
Doesn't make it right.
When the coalition was in government, where they refused to release documents on the basis of legal professional privilege.
Well, as I mentioned, Minister, as I mentioned, it needs to be established that there is a particular harm to the public interest, and that's what I'm asking. Again, I would reiterate the importance of this. This is an important document we are seeking. It's potentially in contempt if this document is not provided. There's been no...
I think that's going a bit far.
Well, that is my view. And there's been no...
Then there were various coalition ministers who were in contempt of the Senate.
Can you just let me finish?
Sorry, before we get too much further down this, ultimately the determination of an ultimate claim of PII is a matter for the Senate, not for this committee at this point in time. So I just want to put that there.
So, Chair, just to be very clear though, there is no claim of public interest immunity, which exposes the government for a start. So again, Minister, thank you, would ask that you come back to us as soon as possible on what we regard as a very serious matter. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now have the opportunity to move on from this outcome and to outcome 2, and specifically outcome 2.1. That is, so I would call officers from the department in relation to outcome 2.1. 2 is conserve and protect sustainably manage Australia's environment through a nature positive approach. 2.1, conserve and protect sustainably manage Australia's environment. Sorry, that's not it. Through a nature positive approach, including the Office of the Threatened Species Commissioner. While the officials are coming to the table, I take this opportunity to note that we are now running more than an hour behind time, and that will have consequences at the back end of the day unless we are able to catch up.
Thank you. Thanks. Yes.
I'm going there, yeah. Yes. And you've got questions on this outcome. Okay, for clarity, we're now within item 2.1 and we will make a start, and I hand the first call to Senator Hanson-Young. I'll give you a 1 minute warning.
Thank you. I want to ask about where the EPBC reforms are up to. So we heard earlier today that legislation is being worked on. Is it the view? Is it correct, Minister, that this legislative package will include the full suite of Samuel review recommendations?
Broadly speaking, I mean, I've said since coming into this role that we want to deliver reforms that are in the spirit of Graham Samuel's recommendations. I wouldn't suggest that every single recommendation will be picked up in these reforms, but I guess the point I've been trying to make is that, as you'll recall, previously the government broke those reforms into 3 stages. The first stage was completed in the last term. The second stage was attempted by the bill.
To be fair, there was a bit of retrofitting of history there, but yes. I don't think it was the government's initial intention to have stage 1, 2 and 3.
Okay, well, we can argue about who came up with 3 stages, 2 stages, but so stage 1 delivered, stage 2 was commenced and was obviously the subject of the bill that was introduced before the election and didn't pass. The intention was always to come back in this term and deliver stage 3 of the reforms, the standards, the changes to approval processes, and what I've decided to do is to effectively combine stages 2 and 3 into one bill.
So this will include the standards by which Graham Samuels had proposed.
So what will be in the bill is a new power for the Minister of the Day to make national environmental standards. As you'll recall, Senator Graham Samuel recommended the need for a number of different standards, matters of national environmental significance, offsets, data. What we're seeking to do is be in a position that when I introduce the bill before the end of the year, that we will be able to also present for consultation at least, most likely, 2 draft standards. We are obviously working to a much more accelerated timeframe than was originally envisaged, and what that means is that we probably won't be able to draft every single standard that will be required under the Act, but I think that's okay because those standards are regulations and were always intended to come after the bill was passed anyway, but I've recognised the feedback from stakeholders that there's a lot of interest in seeing the content of some of those standards, and so it's our intention to present...
What will those 2 draft standards be?
The matters of national environmental significance and offsets. What my experience has been in dealing with the full range of stakeholders, that those 2 standards in particular are of great interest. There's certainly interest in a range of other standards, but it's those 2 in particular that stakeholders are most keen to see, and they're the ones we've prioritised. I should make clear, though, that where we'll get to, as I say, my intention is to present 2 of those standards, draft standards. They will require extensive consultation before they're made, so that may be several months later that the standards are actually finalised. But as I say, that's the way it was always intended, was that you amend the bill, give the Minister of the Day the power to make the standards come second, will come next.
What about the no-go zones?
Yep.
Will this legislation include no-go zones?
Why don't I kick off the answers and then ask the officials to elaborate. And you will have seen the media coverage of the speech I gave a couple of weeks ago at the Smart Energy Council's conference flagging this. And you'll remember that one of Graham, technically whether it was a recommendation I can't remember, but one of the things that Graham Samuel said was that one important way that we could deliver faster assessments and approvals while maintaining strong environmental standards was to improve the system that exists under the current legislation for regional planning. And the way I guess I've explained that in the public domain is that by the federal government working closely with state governments, local governments, communities and industry, that it's possible within a particular region to define areas that have very high environmental value and shouldn't be developed, and areas that have either no or minimal environmental implications and therefore could be prioritised for development. And so the way that I've summarised that in the public domain is go zones and no-go zones, where industry, communities, environmental groups know at the very beginning that particular parts of a region are of such environmental value that development cannot occur, and then also flagging areas where it could. But if you'd like more detail on that, the officials could elaborate.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is what will be in the legislation that determines what is of high environmental value and what is of little environmental value.
I'm happy for the officials to...
I can go to that, Minister. I think you've put me at a disadvantage because you did such a good job explaining regional planning. So essentially, Senator, what...
I don't need the explanation for regional planning. We've been around this block a few times. I want to know what's in the legislation that goes to this.
Well, before Mr Gaddy's answers, can I just... I'm very happy for him to tell you what he knows and what he can. Just bear in mind, we are still drafting this legislation. That. We don't have a draft bill, but we can certainly give you the concepts that sit behind it.
So that's quite a short answer, Senator. We will create the head of power for the Minister to create a regulatory regional planning scheme, which will set out exactly the elements that the Minister walked through there.
So therefore, the establishment of go zones and no-go zones will be through regulation?
Through the regional planning parts of the Act, which enables the government or the Minister to make regional plans.
And will the regional plans be in the form of regulation or legislative instrument?
I can't answer that right now, Minister, Senator, sorry, because we haven't finished drafting legislation. So
but is that the intention, that they're at that level?
The intention would be they would be at a comparable level to either a ministerial decision or a regulation. That decision is yet to be taken by government.
Okay, so Minister, you haven't made a decision yet as to whether it's just in your purview or whether it could be...
The drafting of this bill is ongoing, and so there are a range of decisions that have not yet been made and we're still consulting on.
And do you have is there a map being worked on that identifies these high value areas versus low value areas?
No, I think the short answer is no.
So I don't really want to correct the Minister. Maybe if we get Mr Manning to the table, because there are a number of regional planning exercises underway across the country, which are mapping out just these areas, which would then potentially be turned into regulatory regional plans. So all of the information and all the data that you need to working with states and territories to figure out where the environmental assets are is currently being done for 8 trials. Those then, if they reach the right standard, could then be turned into regulatory regional plans if the states and territories.
I'd also add, Senator Regent Perry, Deputy Secretary, there's also the intersection as well around protected matters of Environment Information Australia. They will be providing, again, that kind of level of data and information for proponents. And as well, sorry, I'm just going to finish. Also the unacceptable impact criteria as well, which again is another layer that it will be contained in the prospective bill, which will go to the matters that you're addressing.
The Minister's made quite a thing over on trying to articulate go zones and non-go zones. And what I think the public deserve to know is where these go zones and no-go zones are.
And they will. When I said, is there a map? My answer was no, and that's because that work is occurring now, as Mr Gaddy's has explained. You might remember prior to the election, the government announced, was it 8 pilots of regional plans to occur around the country, and part of that work is to determine within a specific region where are the go zones and where are the no-go zones, to really get good information about where environmental impacts would be high and low.
What constitutes a low environmental, an area of low environmental value?
An area that does not have a significant impact on a matter of national environmental significance. So under which the Act regulates for.
So, for example...
Under the existing Act?
That's right, but the government has committed to doing an amended EPBC Act. So the 9 matters of national environmental significance are still the relevant matters, which the Act and the updated Act and the new Act will regulate.
So to give you an example, Senator, and it is just an example, you may have seen recently we've been able to approve a number of solar farms in very short amounts of time, and that as in 2 to 3 weeks in some cases, because the particular sites involved cleared land, under transmission lines, very little, if any, environmental impacts. I would speculate that that would be the kind of area that would be seen as a go zone under any future regional plans.
Go zone for coal and gas?
Sorry, Senator Young. Senator Hanson,
well, there'd have to be coal and gas there to begin with.
Question.
Pardon?
There'd have to be coal and gas there to begin with. But you know, obviously there are some regions with mineral resources and some regions that aren't. I don't think we're going to be seeing, you know, coal and gas mines in the middle of Adelaide.
What about the Beetaloo Basin? Is that a low or a high environmental value area?
You'd have to look at the basin as a whole, and also, I'm not even sure that we're doing a pilot in that area.
So, Senator, if I can...
Could I... Well, we will come back. I'd like... You've noted that there's 8 pilot areas. When it comes back, I want to know what those 8 pilot areas are.
Thank you. Now, Senator Duniam, you have the call.
Thank you,
10 minutes.
Well, we'll stick with this issue. With the drafting that's ongoing at the moment, is it the intention that you, Minister, will retain decision-making powers completely? It won't be delegated out?
That, again, is one of the matters we're still finalising and still consulting with stakeholders on. I don't think it's any surprise to know that it's an issue where there are different views amongst the stakeholders, and so we haven't reached a final decision on that yet.
Okay. And so government doesn't have an intention, it is a case of being guided by stakeholders around what the final...
Yeah, I think it's best to say that we're still consulting on that.
Okay.
But that will obviously be clear in the bill that we introduce.
Sure. So the bill as it arrives, I presume in the Senate, given your...
Well, again, we haven't decided that yet, whether it is introduced in the Senate or the House.
So it could pass the House before we get
potentially
a chance to have a look at it in the Senate committee. Okay. All right, and the final version will spell out exactly who has responsibility for decision making.
I would expect so, yeah.
You or a delegate, or right? Okay.
No, I would expect so, yeah.
Okay. Just in terms of timeframes, something that was talked about a lot in the last term for assessment and approval processes, is that contemplated in any meaningful way in the bill thus far, as in limitations on time it takes for certain elements of the process to occur?
I would say it hasn't been a massive issue in the stakeholder consultation that we've done. It's possible it's been raised, but I wouldn't say it's been a massive issue. Certainly, you know, we are making attempts, even under the current legislation, to speed up the approvals. You may have seen the story in the media today about the progress we've made with housing approvals. But Ms. Parrott.
Senator, in terms of timeframes, so the statutory timeframes are still being envisaged in the Act. However, what an amended EPBC Act is, the intent is trying to do is to create faster pathways, faster approval processes by making it much clearer to proponents their requirements upfront. And that's done through either information provided through data being provided through Environment Information Australia, standards that will lay out very transparently the kind of criteria a proponent would need to meet, the different guidelines that proponents can have access to. So what we know on regulating under the current Act is that about 70% of the time is spent with the proponent in terms of the duration of working their way through a regulatory process. What we're trying to do is make sure that proponents have that clarity of information where they understand where they're likely to touch or not touch the regulatory walls by being explicit about where go and no-go zones are, by working much more at a regional level, by working more closely with the states under bilateral assessments. So all of those are different ways that we are examining in which to reduce timeframes to ensure that projects go through smoother and faster.
Okay. Just in terms, will there be a climate trigger in this legislation as presented to the Parliament?
I would say it is unlikely. Again, we haven't reached a final position on that, but you will have seen that many times in the media I've made the point that the government is leaning more towards what Graham Samuel recommended when it comes to the emissions of projects, which was essentially that proponents would need to disclose their Scope 1 and 2 emissions and present an abatement plan. We are leaning more towards that than a climate trigger, which some groups have been putting forward.
Okay, because that is a difference of approach from the last term where the government said that emissions are dealt with in separate legislation, safeguard, etc.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's a departure from that, because when I explain that we're leaning more towards what Graham Samuel recommended, what I usually go on to say is what you've just said, which is the reason we are not leaning towards a climate trigger is that, as you say, matters involving emissions reductions for projects and overall are dealt with through a whole range of climate programs and legislation, including the safeguard mechanism.
So, to be clear, the scope of what we're talking about here, the reforms as finally introduced into the Parliament, may well include some reference to assessments around Scope 1 and 2 emissions, but not a climate trigger.
Yeah, I wouldn't even use the word assessment. I would say we are leaning towards following Graham Samuel's recommendation, which is that proponents should disclose the Scope 1 and 2 emissions of their proposed project, and they should present an abatement plan, so what they're going to do to reduce those emissions, but that we're not leaning towards going beyond that.
And so just on that, is there no other requirement anywhere else in federal legislation to have proponents who disclose emissions to abate those emissions? This is going to be this is the first time we'll be doing it as a government.
It's sort of straying outside my direct responsibilities, but I know there are some other like provisions.
Senator, that might be a question that might be asked of our climate colleagues later on in the day, but there is a direct linkage between the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act and the safeguard mechanism. So currently the department, when a new large emitting project is approved under the Act, the department is required to provide advice to the Secretary around the implications for the safeguard mechanism, and that then flows on to advice to the Climate and Energy Minister. So there is a linkage between the EPBC Act and the NGAS Act.
Follow that same pathway, in effect, the abatement response to anything that is disclosed, will it be administered outside of what we're...
The way I would describe it is that the EPBC Act approval comes some years before the data starts to flow through the safeguard mechanism. So sure. The environmental approval comes, then there'll be some years before the project is developed and those emissions start to flow through the NGAS Act. So it is designed to work at the start of the process, and then when they get through the NGAS Act, they will then go and report their emissions, and they'll have their compliance under the safeguard mechanism after the first full year of operation.
So new features will include disclosure of emissions, Scope 1 and 2.
Likely. I mean, we're still drafting the bill, but likely, yes.
And you haven't ruled out a climate trigger. You're
leaning
away from it.
I think it's very unlikely. I think I said it's very unlikely, and that remains my view.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, Senator Hanson-Young. Sorry, we'll come back to you in the appropriate juncture.
It's a matter for if the Greens want to lock legislation like they did for the last term, that's up to you.
Let's not engage at this. The call is with Senator Duniam.
Okay, so as I understand it, there is abandonment of this nature-positive approach, or the concept of nature. That is the case, is it? We've walked away from that?
What I've said before is that we won't be using the words nature positive in the name of the bill. The reason is that, frankly, I think that the average person on the street has no idea what we mean by the term nature positive, and I think it's always best to use terminology that the average person on the street can understand. However, it was very clear in Graham Samuel's report, and I think there may have even been a specific recommendation on this, that firstly, that strengthening our environmental protections had to be a part of this package. He makes the observation that the current laws aren't working for the environment or for business, and that we need to do both. We need to deliver for better environmental outcomes, and we need to deliver better business outcomes. And for Graham Samuel, and I think he's right on this, ensuring that the laws provide a net gain to the environment is an important principle. We don't want to be just managing the decline of the environment. We actually want to be restoring the environment and making it better. And so that concept, I would expect, will remain part of the bill, but I don't think it's useful to use the term nature positive if you're trying to explain what you're doing to the Australian public.
So it is literally just a change of words, same principle.
No, I wouldn't. Well, I wouldn't say it's a change of I wouldn't say it's a change of word, but what I'm saying, and I've said this earlier, we've always said that we want to deliver reforms in the spirit of Graham Samuel's review, and he was very clear in the review that he presented to the former Environment Minister, Ms Lee, who attempted to pass reforms based on his review. It was very clear in his review that he thought we needed to deliver environmental outcomes that produced a net gain for the environment. So we're trying to stay true to what he said.
They'd be the reforms the Labor Party opposed at that point in time.
Well, I think you'll find
That's a 1 minute.
Anyway.
why. I think you'll find that. It's a point worth making. I think you'll find that one of the reasons the reforms didn't pass when Ms Lee was the Environment Minister was that the coalition government at the time cherry-picked Graham Samuel's review, were very keen on delivering the faster business approvals, didn't really worry too much about strengthening the environment. And what I've said is that we want to do both. And that's the best way, I think, of getting support from the Parliament, is to deliver an outcome that benefits both the environment and business, not one or the other.
So are you adopting all of...
Sorry, Senator Hanson-Young, we will come to you.
Are you adopting all of Professor Samuel's recommendations?
I think what I said earlier is that we wouldn't be necessarily adopting every single one.
So you cherry-pick. Okay.
Well, no, there are... If you have a look at his recommendations, there are some that are pretty marginal, and I think even he would admit that.
Have I got one more?
What we want to do is have a bill that delivers the key environmental measures that he recommended and the key measures to speed up approvals.
Okay, so and I know you'll have to share the call, so I'll just finish on this for now. With the EPA, Professor Samuel recommended that the EPA not be a decision-making entity. That is a recommendation you will pursue in terms of what you present to the Parliament.
I'm trying to remember what he said on that, because he actually didn't recommend an EPA. He recommended, I think he called it an Environment Assurance Commissioner.
Yes. So
I'm just trying to remember what he recommended.
Which infers no decision-making capability.
Yeah, I'd actually need to go back and have a look at what he recommended on that point.
Minister, if I might be able to assist. So it's Jennifer Kay Branch, Head Environmental Law Reform Task Force. So the Samuel Review did not specifically recommend the establishment of a national EPA, but it was aligned to a couple of the recommendations in his review. So recommendation 23 proposed establishing an Environment Assurance Commissioner to audit decision-making by the Commonwealth, and recommendation 30B proposed the consolidation of compliance functions into an Office of Compliance and Enforcement within the department.
So assurance and compliance, not decision-making. Okay, all right, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator Hanson-Young, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Back on these go zones and no-go zones, what are the 8 trial sites or project areas, pilot areas?
Senator Dean Knutson, Deputy Secretary. There are indeed 8. They're spread over 4 jurisdictions: Queensland, South Australia, New South Wales and Victoria. Mr. Manning will walk through the details if that's helpful, but I would point out those are focused on 3 sectors: housing, renewables and critical minerals development. Those are being done in collaboration with the states. And indeed, some of the states are already at the point of consultation. To your point about will there be maps and information put out in the community, that is absolutely happening. The other piece that I would flag is that a state could choose to stop short of making a regulatory instrument and have that inform project-by-project decisions, or they can proceed to the final stage, which is where you were going, which was a regional plan made under the EPBC Act and similar state legislation. So that's going to vary according to each jurisdiction, but if there are specifics that you would like on all 8, we certainly can provide that.
Mr. Manning, where are these 8 pilot sites?
Yeah, thanks. Greg Manning, Division Head, Environment Policy, Regions and Markets Division. So in Queensland, we have 3 regional planning pilots running at the current point in time. They're in southeast Queensland, the north and northwest Queensland, and as Mr. Knudsen said, focused on those 3 particular areas.
And maybe just to specifically, my understanding is that the one in southeast Queensland is focused on urban development. The one in the Collinsville area in North Queensland is focused on wind farm development, and the one in northwest Queensland is focused on critical minerals.
And could we have, assumably you've got the actual areas rather than just saying Southeast Queensland?
Yeah, I don't have that with me, but I can take that on notice and come back to you. We're working with the Queensland government on that. So yeah,
yes, I'd like to know which, local council area or, some way to identify
we can come
where
back on
this
that.
is.
Yep, no problem. Yep.
Thank you. Yep. So 3 in Queensland.
2 in South Australia.
Yeah, where are they in South Australia?
The Upper Spencer Gulf and the Gawler Ranges, and the second's the Braemar Province.
And what's the focus of them?
They're on both critical minerals and renewable energies projects in those 2 regions. In New South Wales, we're working on one pilot there, which is in the Central Coast and Lake Macquarie regions, focused around urban development. And then Victoria's been working on a preliminary work, sort of ahead of a formal regional planning process. So they've done environmental values mapping and the like on 2 regions, but those regions have not been finalised. Victoria hasn't finalised and settled them just yet.
So there'll be 2 in Victoria?
Possibly, if Victoria
so that brings you to the 8.
chooses to go on with it, that's correct.
So again, if we could have the details of the actual areas, the towns or the local council area and the focus of these go zones, please. Where are the pilot areas?
Sorry, Senator, just to clarify that they're, as Mr Knudsen was saying, they're not at the stage of go, no-go zones yet. We're working through the pilots on those. Most of these pilots to date have gone into environment, like values mapping, if you will, over different degrees.
But they're for go zones.
Well, but when we get through the planning process and it's finally made as a regional plan under law, so that process is not yet complete in these. So these are the regions in which we are piloting the process and working through it with the states. But it's not yet in the form of go and no-go zones, is what I'm saying. Okay,
but there are 8 pilot areas which are foreseen to be go zones.
No,
that's... Well, they're not no-go zones. If you try urban development, wind farms. I mean, they're not go zones, are they? They're not no-go zones.
I have noticed, Senator, that in all of your public statements about this, you like to talk about the go zones and you don't mention the no-go zones, even though my speech flagged both.
I'm coming to that.
The point of assessing the environmental values of particular regions is to then identify what might be called go zones or no-go zones.
So where are the no-go zones?
And the reason the no-go zones matter is twofold. Of course, firstly, it protects the environment in particularly sensitive places, but it also gives business an early indication about where they're going to get a quick no, and they shouldn't even bother putting something up.
So
it might be useful to mention the no-go zones as well as the go zones.
This is exactly where my next question was going to go, Minister. Where are the 8 pilot areas for no-going?
No. There are eight pilots in particular regions, and they will ultimately have within them go zones and no-go zones. It's not 8 pilots to develop go zones. It's 8 pilots to develop within Southeast Queensland. Where can you build urban development and where can you not? In North Queensland, where can you do wind farms and where can you not?
Got it. So is there going to be is there going to be no go zones in Tasmania?
From my perspective, that there may be if Tasmania came forward to work with the Commonwealth, with ourselves, to develop a regional plan in a particular area, then what we're developing is the capacity to undertake that regional planning process. So that's a maybe.
In order to get a no-go zone, do you have to have a go zone?
So, Senator, that's not the approach, right? The approach is that we've been working with the states to identify areas that are highly prospective from a development standpoint, or there's significant pressure with respect to housing, et cetera, to work through with the states and territories what matters most from the environment perspective, and therefore also what matters in terms of development, try to provide as much certainty as possible so proponents and the environment doesn't have any uncertainty over what will be protected and what will be developed, and do so in a very sophisticated way. I would say that in our original documents that we put out on regional planning during the last term, which outlined the approach, we were proposing basically no-go zones, go zones, and then to be determined, further work required. The Queensland government, for example, has actually said, no, listen, we want to go much more granular than that. They have 10 different hierarchies. All that methodology has been peer-reviewed that Queensland has developed. They've been working closely with the Victorians, who have been leaders in this area for a number of years. That also has been peer-reviewed. So we have all the jurisdictions learning from each other, and hopefully if Tasmania does want to come and explore this, they'll have a really good basis to go from to develop their own regional plans.
Is there a list of...
Sorry, I have to pass the call now, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Whitten, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge this is my first time, so in the spirit of first times, please be gentle with me.
Welcome.
Minister, I refer to my letter dated to you on the 1st of July 2025, to which I still haven't received a reply. The letter is about the referral decision of not a controlled action for the marine survey of the Bunbury Continental Shelf. I have the letter here to be tabled if necessary. Thank you.
If that's the case, I apologise that we haven't replied to you yet, or that I haven't replied to you yet.
That's okay. So in the letter, I asked you to review whether it's not a controlled action. Do you agree my letter dated the 1st of July was within the time frame for requesting a review?
I'll need to get some assistance from the officials on that, Senator.
Senator Kylie Calhoun, Branch Head for Environmental Regulation Division. Can you please repeat the question?
Sorry. Do you agree my letter dated the 1st of July is within the time frame for requesting a review?
Senator, it might be helpful if you repeat what project assessment process you're referring to again for my officers.
Okay, so it was the referral decision of whether it's not a controlled action for the marine survey of the Bunbury Continental Shelf.
Yeah, so that was not a controlled action decision.
Yes.
It was referred and determined that there was no impact and therefore not a controlled action based on the action that are undertaken.
So my question was, did you receive my letter within the time frame for requesting a review?
I am not aware of that letter. I don't recall seeing it, but I can...
Sorry, my office is trying to track down that letter now, and whether in fact we have replied or not. I remember you had an OPD in the Senate on this point. I remember.
Yep.
But so what you're asking, I think, is that you were effectively seeking a review of the decision that it was not a controlled action.
Yes.
And you're asking whether that was your request was made in time to be considered.
Correct.
Okay.
So, Senator Bruce Edwards, Head of Division, Environment Regulation Division. We will look into that letter. I'm not familiar with it as such, but just to clarify, there is open to people at any time to request a reconsideration, so there's no statutory time limit on that. So we'll give it due consideration once we identify.
I understand there was a time limit, but anyway, we'll move on. So I see Ms Calhoun's here. Thank you for being here. On the 9th of July, I submitted the Freedom of Information request for the referral decision brief. The FOI request was refused by yourself on the 8th of August. Ms Calhoun, do you believe there was a conflict of interest in you refusing my FOI application for the referral decision, considering that it was you that made the referral decision as the Minister's delegate?
No, I can consider the matters before me based on the evidence and the legislation under which it's taken, and I don't believe, but yeah.
Okay. So fortunately, after I requested the internal review of the FOI, the refusal decision made by the department, the decision was varied on the 9th of September by Mr Declan O'Connor-Cox, and please pass on my regards to Mr O'Connor-Cox for recognising the need for transparency in the matter of public interest for West Australians. The 1,790 pages released show clear evidence of many significant failings in the decision assessment process and multiple breaches of statutory duties. The application is clearly a misrepresentation and that makes repeated reference to non-invasive survey techniques, which are in fact known to be invasive to marine species. So, Minister, I believe the documentation shows clearly that the not controlled action is unlawful.
Senator, I might be able to speak to this. So I believe Thursday, Friday last week there was a legal representation making the claims that you've just provided to us. We are currently reviewing that documentation, so we've only freshly received that, but we will pay due attention to it.
Is that the letter from... sorry.
I don't have it to hand, unfortunately, Senator, but do remember it coming in late last week from a legal.
Okay, so you've received that.
We did.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, there it is. There. The notice of breach was emailed by Rainforest Reserves Australia. Yep.
That's correct.
Okay. Chair, I'd like to table document 36 from the Freedom of Information, LEX 80629. That's okay.
Thank you. We'll run over that very quickly, Senator Whitten. You've probably got about 10 or 15 seconds left. May I move the call on and then come back to you?
That's fine.
Thank you. Senator Pocock, 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your time today. I've got some questions about the carp virus. I don't know who,
The which, sorry?
Carp virus.
Carp virus.
European carp. Was it HV3 carp virus?
We'll do what we can here.
Yeah, sure.
It may be that we need to come back in outcome 4 on water, because I'm presuming you're going to the Murray-Darling Basin, or the rivers that run through there and the potential use of it.
Not really.
Okay.
More just the virus itself. I'm just interested, since the 2022 consultation on the carp virus, what joint work DQ have done with DAF on the release of the virus and sort of getting some sort of roadmap or pathway to that happening.
Thank you, Senator. Fiona Fraser, Acting Division Head of Biodiversity Division. So our department doesn't lead on the development of the carp biocontrol virus, as I think you've just stated through your question, but we do liaise closely with DAF on control of invasive species more generally, including getting regular updates on those. So most recently we had an update from DAF probably about 2 weeks ago on the development of the biocontrol virus and the pipeline and the time frame that's expected to achieve that. That is probably best put to our agriculture, possibly our Chief Environmental Water Holder Officer may have some more information, but I suspect that's probably best put to our agriculture colleagues.
Thank you. So apart from the update 2 weeks ago, what's this look like? Has there been more meaningful engagement from DAF on the virus?
I would say DAF are very focused on the carp biocontrol virus, but it does take, and I just can't find my notes in front of me, so it is best to put those details to them. It does take many years to develop a biocontrol virus. That work hasn't paused at all. That is work that's well underway. But because of the potential impacts for the natural environment, there are many checks and balances and risks which need to be managed through the development of that virus.
And I guess that's why I'm asking DQ, like, what's that look like? 2022 is years ago now. Like, what work has happened?
Senator, a lot of work has happened towards the development of the carp biocontrol virus. I think the pipeline for development of these viruses is usually more about 10 to 15 years to ensure that they can be safely deployed into the environment.
So what specific work have DQ done on this, though? That's my question.
DQ aren't engaged in specific work on this virus. It's led by the Department of Agriculture, but we kept in the loop in that work because, of course, we're interested in those outcomes for the environment.
Thank you. That's clear. So
I'm sorry, I did not mean to. Yeah,
they're just keeping you in the loop is kind of since 2022?
From the Biodiversity Division, yes. Other colleagues in the department may have more to add to that and may be more involved.
Has DQ contributed to interdepartmental planning for environmental impact management and carcass cleanup in the event of the virus being released, or has that not happened yet?
I think you would need to put that to our water divisions, not from the biodiversity division, to my knowledge.
So, Senator, at the risk of being a bit dated on this as well, there's a likelihood that there would need to be a referral under the EPBC Act, and those sort of questions would need to be assessed, not only the impact on carp, other species, and also the ecosystems affected. So that would be drawn out through that assessment. But again, that's me speculating that would be the requirement.
Has DQ provided advice to ministers or the National Carp Control Plan proponents since that 2022 consultation, or not?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm unaware, but I wouldn't necessarily expect to be aware of that either.
Sure. And how long would you think that an EPBC assessment for the release of the carp virus would take?
So that's probably one for me. It really is hypothetical, so it's hard to answer. As Mr. Knudsen sort of mentioned, then obviously the proponent, and I think in this case it would be, sounds like a DAF Agriculture Department lead, would have to do necessary impact assessment work for our matters. So it would really be about them getting to a point where they had a plan for implementation. I'm not sure they're at that point by the sounds of it yet. Doing the research in terms of potential environmental impacts and establishing a plan to refer to us. So it's very hard to say that at this point we don't have a proposal in front of us.
Just 1 minute, sure. Minister, can I maybe ask you on the politics of this? We have this virus which has huge potential upside, and yet I don't think we've seen any sort of political will since the 2022 election to actually move that along. We've got Victoria, other states, interested parties like urging the federal government to get cracking. Can you give us any indication of what's happening?
Again, it's probably best for the officials in DAF to answer this, but I remember being asked a bit about this issue, possibly by yourself, when I was the Agriculture Minister, and unless something has changed, my recollection is that there certainly were advocates for using this virus, but there was also opposition to it. So I'm not sure that it's quite as one way as...
Sounds like a lot of those people are actually in the department. Like most people I speak to, stakeholders, are super keen.
Well,
the cost of inaction is actually huge.
I remember, as I say, I think DAF will be able to give you a good explanation about where consideration of this has got to. I've obviously been out of that space for 12, 18 months. But I do remember, I'm not sure who you're speaking to in terms of stakeholders, but there were certainly some who were pretty opposed to it as well. But I recognise there were very big fans of that approach. But I think DAF's probably in a better position to tell you about where things are up to.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge that Mr Edwards had received the notice of breach. I'd just like to table that if I can, Chair. I'm just curious, Minister, are you aware of receiving the breach?
No, I don't think I normally would. I don't think that would normally come to a minister's attention. Yeah.
So just to clarify, I think I received it was emailed to the Secretary, so the Secretary's office forwarded it to me. And just to, I suppose, to clarify, that's not a notice under legislation, it's a claim of a breach occurring.
So referring to document 36 that was obtained in the FOI, I've spoken to the Senate about it in the manner in which the department handled the community consultation for the project. And it was pretty disappointing to see in the FOI that this has continued with 40 to 70 of the submissions to the referral being disregarded in the referral process. Now, I believe this is a significant failure of procedural fairness. Ms Colquhoun, can you please tell me how many submissions were recorded as for in time in the for and against column at the end of the page?
Senator, just before Ms Colquhoun answers that, I'm not sure she's got that detail. It wouldn't surprise you to know that most proposals that come to us, most people are against. People really get enlivened when they're not keen on a project. So I would say off the bat, more than 90% of submissions we receive for any project are in opposition to that project. We weigh up all submissions, but we look at their merits in terms of our legislative responsibilities. So being for or against, that's people's rights to do so, but they need to provide substantive evidence that relates to our decision-making responsibilities. I'll just see if Ms Calhoun has that answer for you.
So just to put it on the record, out of the 100-odd submissions, there was 8 people for it. Now, 40 to 70 of the submissions were disregarded on the basis that they were not about action, yet document 51, signed by yourself, Ms Calhoun, reads as follows. And what I'm getting to is a lot of the submissions were knocked out and disregarded because they were talking about a wind farm, a wind project in Geograph Bay. Your reason for removing them was that. So the department recommends the grounds for a fee waiver under section 5.21 of the EPBC regulations do not apply for the following reasons. The primary objective of the referral to collect baseline data to inform the placement of offshore wind turbines is not to protect the environment nor to protect and conserve heritage. So on one hand you're saying you're disregarding the submissions because they're not it's not about wind turbines, it's about the scanning of the sonar scanning. Yet here you're saying it is about wind turbines. So can you reconcile the disregarding of the submissions?
I don't have all that evidence in front of me. I'll just have to take that on notice. I also don't have the numbers at the moment in front of me, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
So you'll take that on notice?
Yep.
Because it's a fairly big thing, I would have thought. Yep. Okay. So as outlined on page 9 of the referral decision brief, 34, the potential impacts from the proposed action include elevated underwater noise increasing the risk of displacement, adverse behavioural and physiological changes to threatened and migratory species. Keeping that in mind, I would like to table another document, if that's okay, Chair. All right, so Ms Colleen, can you tell me why every entry on this list has no recorded in the significant impact column?
So, Senator, perhaps it's useful if I step back a little bit in terms of what our assessment covers. So, at the referral stage, we're essentially doing a screening assessment to determine whether something will have a significant impact, and if it has a significant impact, then it goes through what's called a controlled action, potential, for significant impact, and then we'll do a full assessment. So in a referral document, what you'll see is we're looking at all potential significant impacts, and then we're reaching a view on the evidence and our expert knowledge and regulatory experience to determine whether a significant impact is likely.
That's the whole point of my question, is it's a whale superhighway, it's a whale birthing and nursery zone. There's all these different species that are endangered there, yet every single item was put as it's not a significant, no recorded as a significant impact.
So
how can that be possible?
No, I'm happy to explain. So it doesn't mean there's not potential for an impact. What we're saying, we regulate at a degree where there's a significant impact occurring. You'll find marine exploration activities are quite standardised. They have a bunch of protocols around how they deploy technology, what they use, how they minimise and how they mitigate impacts, and that would have all been considered. And then you reach a view based on the information you have in front of you about overall whether you think it's likely to have a significant impact. And what that documentation is saying is the view you reach is that it was unlikely to have a significant impact.
So you stand by the assessment, there will be no significant impact?
It's a legal...
Every case for every endangered species?
No, so Ms Calhoun's considered the matter put to her, and again the documentation put to us we assess against the tests of the Act, again I understand there's been objections to it. We'll look at those documents and respond accordingly.
Okay, look, I'd just like to raise with that list, if you can please take it on notice, if you can find where the pygmy blue whale is on there, which is an endangered species. But one last question I've been told. So based on all this, do you still believe the decision is not a controlled action?
So, Senator, just to be clear, so there has been a legislative decision made. Ms Calhoun's made that. We're confident that that decision reflects the requirements of the Act. You mentioned pygmy blue whales as a threatened species. We only regulate threatened species, so we've investigated and found that we don't need to undertake a full assessment on the impacts on all the matters that we regulate.
So, given Geograph Bay is a particularly sensitive environmental area, should it be a no-go zone? I'll leave you with that one.
Thank you, Senator Whitton. Senator Duniam, I'm coming to you for 5 minutes.
Look, if I can just come back, Minister, on an issue we were discussing before. So on the 16th of September last year, the Prime Minister ruled out a climate trigger being a part of the nature positive reforms. Your language is softer than that. Can you rule out a climate trigger being a part of what is presented to Parliament?
Well, the only reason I haven't gone that far is that we haven't finalised drafting the bill, but I've said very clearly that I think I said very unlikely that we will have a climate trigger. I cannot see the government agreeing to a climate trigger.
So to that end...
And I've made that point to Senator Hanson-Young. I've made that point to every environment group in the country.
So you just can't rule it out, though?
Sorry.
Well, that's a good question, given you often call for one.
Well, the Prime Minister introduced legislation for one when
If you're ruling it out or ruling it in,
Senator
I'd like to know what
Hanson-Young
it
and Minister, please resist the urge. Senator Duniam has the call and is in charge of running these questions.
You can't rule it out today?
I'm happy to rule it out.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That is helpful.
But I am amused by the Greens environment spokesperson asking what a climate trigger is.
Well, what you think it is.
That's what the Greens Party have been calling for.
What do you think it is?
I think it was a rhetorical...
I think what it is adding something regarding the impact of climate change as a matter of national environmental significance.
So that's what
do you think it is?
Given your that's what you're ruling out.
Given you're calling for.
Minister, Senator Hanson-Young, please. We're going to try and run this in as orderly a way as we can.
It's usually good to know what you're asking for.
Senator Duniam, the call is with Senator Duniam. Let's stay there.
Many thanks. If I can then move to forestry and how changes envisioned in this bill, when it arrives, might apply to native forestry in particular.
Yep. Oh, well, I mean, we've said many times that, going back into the last term of office, that we intend to apply the national environmental standards to RFAs, and again, that was a recommendation from Graham Samuel's review. That remains our position. But in terms of how that will be done,
yes,
that is what we are currently working on that, and there is consultation occurring around that.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just trying to, and I know that we won't be able to get too deep into it because the work is ongoing, but so at the moment an RFA exempts native forestry practices that are accredited through an RFA from assessments under the EPBC Act. How will those stand? Is it just lifting a standard, for example, or what?
This is exactly what we are working on at the moment, so I probably am not in a position to tell you today. Sure. But the principle remains the same, which is that we intend to follow Professor Samuel's recommendation to apply the standards to RFAs, and we're working out exactly how best to do that.
And you're consulting with industry, obviously, on how that would work, and of course ENGOs.
And it's where you'd remember, Senator, that certainly the Australian Forest Products Association, on behalf of the industry, has previously, welcomed might be going too far, but recognised that that's the government's intention and have raised no concern about that.
Yeah, no, I think it's more an information gathering exercise to understand exactly what's proposed here. Then you've talked about offsets, the regime that you will put in place to deal with offsets. What are we...
Sorry, would you mind
You talked earlier in response to questions from Senator Hanson-Young about offsets.
Yep.
What?
A standard.
Yeah, standard for offsets.
Yeah.
So are we talking about, because we have had in the last Parliament legislation around some of this stuff.
Yep.
What are we looking at with that?
So again, why don't I kick off and then ask the officials to fill in the gaps. There will be matters within the legislation itself to do with offsets, but most of the detail as to what requirements there would be on proponents around offsets would be set out in a standard. That again is something we're working on at the moment, and very soon we expect to be consulting on early drafts or early ideas about that. I mean, there have been some discussions with stakeholders about that, so I'll get the officials to chime in now.
Thank you, Minister. I didn't introduce myself earlier. Shane Gaddis, I'm the head of the Environment Law Reform Task Force, Senator. So we're looking at a range of options. As I said earlier, the Minister's more comfortable giving commitments. It's a bit more challenging for me to do so, but I can tell you what we're talking and with the discussions and consultations we're having with people are around moving offsets are currently in a policy. They're not a legal requirement, so there's a degree of discretion associated with offsets as they're currently applied under the Act. Lifting those up into a standard, the standard would then mean that a decision maker couldn't be inconsistent with the contents in the standard. So it would be lifted from policy up to a more regulatory basis. You spoke a little bit earlier about the concept of net gain. So the current offset policy is no net loss. That would be moved potentially to net gain in the offsets policy. There were a range of other features in the Samuel review recommending whether or not there could be a financial restoration contribution rather than a physical offset. So government is looking at whether or not that's a feasible option where proponents can pay into a restoration fund.
No, that's what the Greens call it.
Senator Hanson, Minister, Senator Hanson-Young.
Well, can I just make the point that ENGOs, environmental non-government organisations, for those following at home, support the idea of a restoration fund that Senator Hanson-Young just criticised, just as they support regional planning, which Senator Hanson-Young seems to have a concern about as well.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Let's keep it with the person who has the call for this purpose so we can maintain order here. Senator Duniam, you have a minute.
So I think we were talking...
For the interruptions.
Okay, all right. So there is a fund. Just in terms of what will be brought to Parliament at the point in time it is, noting this wasn't one of the first two standards, was it? It was.
Yes.
So will that specify whatever is brought? I think it was going to be a regulation. Is that correct?
It will be a regulation. It's called a
disallowable instrument. Yes. So that will contain a form for any such fund, will it? How that will be structured?
We most likely need to establish the restoration fund via an Act of Parliament rather than a regulation.
Oh, so that'll be a separate thing altogether.
Yep.
Okay.
That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct, Minister. And there would then need to be a standard cost recovery impact statement and all those sorts of things that we'd need to go through and determine the fee associated with the...
Okay, and just back to the go zones and no-go zones.
Last question in this one, Senator.
Yes, I'm sure I'll certainly do. So they will be established, if I missed it, by regulation, by disallowable instrument, is that correct? No-go zones.
So the evidence I provided earlier, Senator, was there's not yet been a decision taken about whether or not it would be a decision of the Minister or a statutory instrument, which would be a disallowable instrument. That decision's not yet been taken, the form of the regional plan.
And when you say a decision by the Minister, that is some declaration or...
So, for example, a strategic assessment is a decision under Part 10, I believe. It's a decision of the Minister. Other statutory instruments are disallowable, so there are different forms within the Act about different hierarchies of the legal instrument.
Okay, and the other one is challengeable by court, the Minister's legal process.
Judicial review, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator Anundarajah.
Hi, folks. My question relates to resourcing for environmental approvals. And I'm interested in understanding, if you want to get organised. Interested in understanding what dedicated funding was the department provided to progress environmental approval applications in 2018-19 and in the 2019-2020 budgets, please?
Senator, can you just repeat
Sure.
that question, please?
So interested in understanding what dedicated funding was provided to the department to advance environmental approvals in the 2018-19 budget as well as the 2019-2020 budgets.
I don't know that we'll have those years at hand, Senator, for 18, going back to 18, 19.
Senator Hanson-Young, please.
Senator, we can certainly walk you through current budget measures related to environmental approvals.
Yeah,
as well as
I think I'm
staffing
interested in
measures.
understanding, doing a bit of a compare-contrast, right, between the years of the coalition government versus now. So do you happen to have any data from the that era?
So
the last, say, 5 years?
I might start, my colleague might have some data here, but maybe I start with resourcing in terms of the human resourcing, because that reflects...
Dedicated funding.
Reflects the majority of our budget. So sorry, Senator, you just want funding figures?
If you've got funding, yep.
So for my division, my budget is in the vicinity of $82 million per annum. That's for the environmental assessment function. We manage post-approvals as part of that as well. We also manage the underlying systems, processes, training, online website and so on that supports that entire function. The reason it's difficult to give an exact figure, that's quite an increase where we would have been, but is that there's other line areas in the department that also contribute to my function as the environmental regulator. So we'll have species areas, for example, the environmental water holder gives us comments on the heritage area, and also legal resources as well. So I don't have that blanket thing, but that's...
Understand. So does your department resource environmental approvals? Is that what you're saying?
So yeah, my division does the decision making for environmental assessments. That's right.
All right. Well, maybe come back to us on that. And so, what are your current funding? What have we provided in terms of dedicated funding currently for environmental approvals to speed these up?
Senator Tim Wyndham, Branch Head, Environment Regulation Division. So maybe I'll step through a set of measures. And I should say up front, these are over and above the general appropriation that the department receives for delivering the different programs and outcomes. And so I'll start start with a measure called Sustaining Timely Environment Approvals, which is a measure from the October 2022 budget. It was initially for 3 years, extended through MyEFO 25 to 4 years for a total of $182 million. The second measure I'll highlight is Nuclear Powered Submarines Program. That's for 3 years commencing 23-24 for a total of $10.6 million. The third measure I'll highlight, Accelerating Renewable Industry Environment Approvals. That's a measure for 4 years commencing 23-24 for a total of $19.9 million.
And do you happen to have the figures for 2018-19 and 2019-20?
Senator, I don't have the figures for the General Department appropriation, but I understand there weren't any measures targeted specifically to environment approvals announced in that budget, but that's not to say that the department didn't have funding. That was part of the normal appropriation for the outcome.
And so just to clarify, the budget, the $182 million that you just cited for 2022, was that specifically directed towards environmental approvals?
Yes, Senator, but
there wasn't such a line item in the previous budget from the coalition era.
Not from 2018-19, but if I can run through the years since then. So in 2019-20, there was a 2-year measure called congestion busting for a total of $25 million.
So $25 million, 2018-19 versus $182 million in the 22 budget, which is when the Albanese government came in. Is that right?
As I said, that's the figure specifically targeted at approvals for that were announced, or for measures announced in that year. There were measures announced in in subsequent
And what
years.
has that done to your metrics with respect to approvals?
So, Senator, I might better talk about that. There's probably two really good metrics that give you a better sense of the business, and the reason we're having a little bit of trouble unpacking those specific
I guess what I'm getting at is, has the funding had an impact on increasing your approval speed?
Yeah, and so happy to give you that.
Yeah.
But I need to probably give it to you in two different ways, I
Sure.
think. So one of we have improved our speed of average approvals. So for the last financial year, our total was 88% of approvals were on time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not sure I've got it in my background, but I believe in 2021, from memory, we were in about 40%.
And
there was
prior to that?
Sorry?
And prior to that?
Prior to that, there was one point where we unfortunately had 0%, but I would have to take that on notice.
When was that? 0% environmental approvals?
I don't have that with me, but it was prior to 2022. So it was in those preceding years, there was a point where we did not meet statutory timeframes.
It would be worth us understanding when that was.
Sure.
And what the commensurate funding was during that era.
Yeah.
So we've gone from 0% sometime during the coalition government for environmental approvals within the statutory timeframe to now 88% within the statutory timeframe. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. So I can come back on notice with that detail. The one thing I wanted to give you that will maybe help yourself in the committee trying to think about our investment in our system. So back in 2023, we had around about 300 staff in the assessments division. Around about a third of those were non-ongoing casual staff, so it was not particularly secure in terms of making sure we're efficiently investing in people and getting things through the system. We've got now 382 FTE, so that's about a 27% increase, and we have something like less than 10 contractors. So we've not just grown, but we've tried to confirm, because really what you need is skilled regulators with experience that can follow a project all the way through.
So does it follow that
Sorry, Senator, and then Roger, last question.
Does it follow that the funding that we have provided has enabled you to now develop a workforce that is skilled in this area and more stable? And hence it's leading to faster approvals.
It's absolutely an objective across the department. We've certainly moved away from non-ongoing to more permanent ongoing roles.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could just respond to Senator Hanson's question from earlier on. I think you had asked what was the corresponding number for this time last year, and so I can report that in October 2024, that number was 366 as compared to the 382 that Minister Edwards has just advised.
That's in terms of, sorry, just to start, those numbers are applications that have been processed?
No, that's staff.
That's staff. That is the staff
for in Mr Edwards' division for assessments.
So it's increased since it was last year.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishwilson.
Thanks, Chair. The Morgan Skate listing advice is due October 30th, 2025, following an extension. Have you received that already, Minister?
Let me check. I don't claim to remember every piece of advice I'm given.
Okay, it's a pretty important one. It's one of the most endangered species on the planet.
It is. I get given lots of important pieces of advice.
Indeed. Could someone else provide that, please? Yep.
Head of the International Environment, Reef and Ocean Division. No, that advice has not yet been provided to the Minister, but it is due by 30 October.
Correct. And can you confirm the Minister then has 90 business days in which he has to make a decision? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could I ask in relation to the Conservation Action Plan that came from the original conservation advice in 2023, a big component of that was the oxygenation trials in Macquarie Harbour. I understand they're due to be completed on November 22nd. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you just Belinda Jago, Branch Head for Ocean and Wildlife within International Environment, Reef and Ocean Division. Can you just repeat that? Sorry, Senator.
Sorry, is it the bells?
I just missed the date.
They do your head in after a while. The oxygenation trials in Macquarie Harbour were part of the Conservation Action Plan. They're due to finish on November the 22nd. Can you confirm that that is the case?
So the what's called the MHOP trial, so the mechanical oxygenation trial of Macquarie Harbour. That's a project that was done through the FRDC, and so that was an initial step that was taken under the conservation actions.
I'm aware of that,
then,
so I don't have much time. Can you confirm it's due to finish on the 22nd of November?
The trial itself
Yes.
has concluded. However, since then, the government, through its funding provided last year, there's a new part of our program, an oxygenation program of Macquarie Harbour, so a different program that then extends the trial, the
Has that
MHOP trial.
started?
Has already.
So you've already committed more taxpayer funds to this?
So it's to keep the oxygenation continuing as needed over that period whilst the reporting of the MHOP trial informs the next steps.
So I'm confused here. So I've got a detailed case, the outline of this project from FRDC, and I've asked multiple questions about this. There was two components to the trial. There was a do no harm component, and then there was does this work, and that was roughly $7.305 million committed to that first pilot project. That went for 2 years, due to completion on November the 22nd, before any extra money was committed. And that's the response we got from the last estimates, that that money was there for a contingency should the trial prove effective. So is it finished? You're saying it is. And has it been released? When do we get to see the details of this trial?
So, Senator, my understanding is the report is due, the date that you have just referenced, but whether it's on time or not would be a question to ask the FRDC.
Right, but this is a significant part of the Conservation Action Plan, which you're overseeing. So why don't we know this? This is over $7 million of taxpayers' money, with I think up to another 28 committed as an election commitment from the government. Where's the detail?
So, as my colleague has outlined, the MHOP project, the delivery of oxygenation has finished, but the report, the final report, is due, I think, as you said, around the end of November. And then in the meantime, through the government's additional funding, the up to $18 million, which is to continue oxygenation, that for a period will run in parallel with the program reporting, and that oxygenation has commenced to ensure there was no gap in delivery of oxygenation between the two projects.
This is very curious, and you said the same thing, Ms Jago. This was a trial with one barge burning diesel out on a World Heritage Harbour to look at whether micro-ox increased oxygen levels will reduce nitrogen levels and whether it had an effect. Why would we be paying for that to continue when it really was just a small scientific trial? Apparently they need, 5 or 6 of these barges to provide the oxygen across the harbour? Where's the information to inform all this taxpayer money going to some of the wealthiest companies on the planet who are polluting a harbour and pushing a species to extinction?
So, Senator, I think what evidence I gave at the last estimates was that we were confident that the technology can deliver what was intended and that it would need to be scaled up. And so since the oxygenation through that FRDC project ceased, we have continued the oxygenation at the same level. And there is currently an expression of interest process underway, and then a request for quote process that FRDC will be managing for us to scale up that oxygenation, and that will draw on the report that gets delivered under MHOP.
Why were you confident?
Just your 1 minute warning.
Why were you confident? Was the trial had proven that this
Yes,
worked?
so through conversations with the FRDC and the scientists involved and the industry involved in that project, they were confident as they were monitoring throughout the project that the oxygen was being delivered in the way it was intended, and that there were no negative impacts occurring.
Right. So you established there was no negative impacts, and the oxygen is intended for what? To protect the skate or to enhance productivity of salmon farms? What's it intended to do?
The oxygenation is intended to improve replace the oxygen demand from salmon farming that is important for Maugean skate.
Right. Well, when will that be available, the details of that trial? Presumably you're overseeing it, so...
Of the original trial, the MHOP?
The one that is due to finish on the 22nd of November.
I would have to check with FRDC what date that final report will be available.
Senator Wishwilson, I'll just pass the call, but I can come back to you if you've got more questions. Thank you. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
I just want to discuss issues, ask some questions regarding renewables energy operator Acciona Energia. One of their proposed Queensland projects in the Herries Range wind farm near Carrara, which is approximately 50 kilometres west of Warwick. So I've had correspondence from a Queensland property owner who will be affected by the proposed project. Now, they were first advised of this project in writing on the 26th of August 2025. The same correspondence noted that earlier correspondence and fact sheets had been sent on the 27th of May 2025, so in other words 91 days earlier. The property owner has checked their emails and scans their emails prolifically and has said that there's no such correspondence or fact sheets were ever received on the 27th of May. So 26th of August was their first awareness of the project. So there appears to have been a failure in terms of notifying the owner, and that has obviously prevented them of initiating any sort of action against the project at an earlier stage. So the owner is concerned about environmental impacts of the proposed wind farm, but especially given that it's placed in prime cattle country as well. So you probably don't have the answers, or you may have the answers, but if you don't, I would like to be able to have for the committee proof of any correspondence dated May 27, including proof of postage or delivery to all affected landowners. And if you could also, if the department could provide the committee with any impact statements or assessments that were done as to the effects of farmland and the local cattle industry and environmental approvals, if they could please be provided.
So, Senator, happy, I think you're right, we've got a lot on hand on that project, so happy to take them on notice. I don't know that we would, so we don't write to landholders, usually the proponent's actually engaging, but we'll take that piece on notice. I've got your point about impact assessments, so we'll take that down. You noted the cattle industry, we're unlikely to have much on cattle, but we will have things generally on environmental impact, so more than happy we'll take some fuller information away and come back to you. Yeah, a little bit. Sorry, I'll just see if my colleague's got something.
Declan O'Connor-Cox, Branch Head, Queensland Assessments Branch. So, Senator, I am aware of that proposal. That's the Herries Range wind farm that you're referring to. So that is in our system. That has been referred and it has been declared a controlled action. So we would have put on our website the referral and called for public submissions on the referral. There is now a process to prepare assessment documentation with regards that proposal that's being undertaken by the proponent. And when they have finished preparing their assessment documentation, there'll be a call for public comments again on that assessment documentation. People can register on our website to receive notifications about when that will be ready, or they can check our website. But that is another opportunity for people to make those comments at that stage. But as Mr Edwards was saying, the main responsibility is for the proponent to liaise with relevant landholders.
In that case, can you tell me when information was first made available by the department through your website or through any other means to those who may be affected by this project?
Senator, that was referred on the 3rd of July 2024, according to my notes. So it would have been around about that time where it was available. That's the initial referral from the proponent that would have been available for the public to see.
Were submissions called for at that stage as well, or was that just information provided?
No, that's part of our standard process, that people can make submission at that stage.
Were there any other forms of information made available, or just purely through the website?
That's the only information that we would have provided at that time, but you can also look at our website and see what stage the proposal is up to in our system. So we would also have notified on our website that a controlled action decision was made, which would signify that it needs further assessment and approval before it can progress. So that information would have been there as well. And also the proponent themselves would have been providing information as part of their work as well.
So why doesn't the department also provide direct information to affected landholders, and why is it purely left to the proponent to do so?
So the way we communicate with the public is through our website. That's a publicly available website, and the proponent is responsible on top of that for undertaking their own consultations as well. So
if landowners and affected persons don't ever visit your website, the only other way they may know about any such project is via the proponent or through media, or what other way?
Well, there's some of the ways, but certainly it's up to the proponent themselves to make sure that they undertake proper consultation. And as I was saying earlier, Senator, people with an interest in those types of developments can register, and they'll be notified of any changes or the availability of public consultation with regards projects that they register an interest in through our website.
Senator Nabatjeva Price, a 1 minute warning.
No problem. Are you able to derive from the proponent when they first went out to make communication to affected landholders?
They may have that type of information in their referral, but that's not something that we necessarily hold details about in terms of when they first go out.
Can you compel them to provide that information for the benefit of the committee?
I think we'd have to take that on notice, Senator. We will take that on notice. We can provide the information about how to register for information, if that's helpful as well. And I just wanted to assure you that there's multiple consultation stages. There is that one that Mr O'Connor-Cox talked about at referral, so people get to comment then. Also, once people have done an environmental impact assessment, so they've got the full information you talked about, then there's a full public consultation process that the proponent engages in. They are required to then tell us how they've addressed any comments they've received before we get to a statutory decision. And the other component I wanted to mention is that people can write directly to the department about any proposal, and we'll also take that into account through our decision making as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nabatjeva Price. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I ask in relation, once again, the skate and Macquarie Harbour, I couldn't find any information from the recovery team in terms of when they've had meetings and whether they put out any statements. Are you aware of whether the recovery team has met? And could you on notice provide me the dates of those?
Absolutely, can provide the dates, Senator. And there's also been a range of documents that the Tasmanian Government, as chair of the recovery team, have recently put on their website.
Okay, so just back to oxygenation quickly. So it sounds like you're confident that the full $18 million that was provided for the government is going to be used to expand the project. Is that correct?
Senator, the funding was provided with up to $18.3 million. Throughout the program, there'll be monitoring of the effectiveness and delivery and impacts. Is that provided for under the $18.3 million? Yes, it is. So right. It will be adapted as we go, and the amount of oxygen required will be monitored. So the amount of oxygen required will be what? And will that be about the skate, and who determines that? It will be influenced by the level of feed and production, and how much oxygen is being demanded by the salmon farms. Will determine one of the determinants of how much oxygen needs to be put in. So the salmon farms could now expand their production, and it's going to be offset by this oxygenation. Is that correct? There are other measures in place through the Tasmanian EPA, the conditions that require the level of feed that is
But
provided.
I'm very familiar with the Tasmanian EPA, let me assure you. I'm interested in what you just said then, Ms Maguire, because it sounds to me like salmon companies can now go ahead and increase stocking levels because any negative externality is going to be offset by a taxpayer-funded scheme to reduce nitrogen or enhance oxygen in the harbour. Will this factor into stocking levels, for example?
So, Senator, the Tasmanian EPA sets the conditions under how much feed, nutrients are able to go in, and so that will determine how much, inform how much oxygen is required to go in. It's not a, we're putting oxygen in and so you can increase.
But you can't assure me right now that a federally funded oxygenation program is going to be used by the salmon companies to expand their production in Macquarie Harbour.
There's no suggestion of that beyond what you're speculating, Senator.
I want an assurance, Minister.
The oxygenation program is one of this government's activities to protect the skate, along with the captive breeding program and a range of other things as well. So it's not about assisting the salmon companies to expand production.
Okay. If it works, Minister, to reduce nitrogen or increase oxygen in the harbour and protect the skate, why the bloody hell are the taxpayers paying for this?
Because we think it's a good idea to protect the skate.
And the profits of multinational salmon companies?
We're focusing...
Surely they're ruining the harbour, Minister, putting the skate at risk. They should pay for it.
I'm aware that the salmon companies themselves are investing significant amounts of money in these sorts of activities as well, but the government has an interest in protecting the skate, and I would have thought you'd support that.
I'd support protecting the skate, which means removing your own conservation advice said to remove salmon farming from Macquarie Harbour was the best way to do that. But you wouldn't do that because you wanted to win Braddon, Minister.
I'm not sure that it did say that.
You wanted to win a seat in Braddon. That's what this is all about. Look, with my limited time left, Chair, could I, which you did successfully, by the way, could I ask around just more broadly with the EPBC reform around continuous use exemption? You're aware, Minister, I've written to you about something I've been campaigning on for years, which is state-controlled shark net programs and drumlines. You've seen the very distressing imagery every day now of whales and their calves, humpback calves, and dolphins and their babies getting killed and caught in shark nets. How will the continuous use exemption factor into the new laws? Will these barbaric kind of weapons of mass destruction be, for example, reviewed as to why this exemption should continue?
I am aware that this is something you've campaigned on for a long time, Senator. And as you would be aware, there are very strong views on both sides of this debate in the Australian community. There are those who want shark nets taken out. There are obviously others who see them as necessary for human protection. But at this point in time, we're not proposing to make any change to the existing provisions.
Right, but so they're not even going to be reviewed, like across the board?
At this point in time, there's no plan to make any change.
But you could choose to.
Well, governments can do anything at future points if they choose to. Okay. But at this point in time, we're not proposing to make any change.
So I understand New South Wales considering a trial to remove shark nets. Sadly, surfers are getting killed inside shark nets, as are other ocean goers. They don't make beaches safe. There's plenty of evidence to show that's the case. Why?
My recollection is that the New South Wales government has also paused some of its planned removals of those nets as well.
It has. But
in response to the recent shark attack.
Which, sadly, once again, very, very traumatic for the community, but it occurred in an area that had shark nets and drumlines. The last fatality on a surfer was at Snapper Rocks in Queensland, inside shark nets. Like, they don't protect you from sharks, but they do kill lots of marine life, especially federally protected marine life.
Yep.
But just to be clear, you do have the power to say to the states, these should at least be reviewed or removed.
I'm not sure. Actually, it's not something I've sought advice on.
I don't think that is the case under the current exemption, Senator.
Under the current exemption, but under the review of the EPBC Act or
that would be a matter for
environment
Parliament
laws.
to decide if it wanted to remove that exemption. It's not something that I could do as Minister. It's written into the current Act.
Right, but in your review, in your environment law review, you're not going to review any continued use exemptions?
At this
for
point
like
in
land
time,
clearing
we're not
and
planning
other...
to do that. At this point in time, we're not planning to deal with the issue you're talking about. And I have to say, I don't recall it being raised by a single stakeholder in all the consultations I've had. I recognise you've raised it.
Consultations you've had, but I can tell you it has been raised by stakeholders.
Yeah, well, not in any of the meetings that I've been in.
Right. Senator McKim, can I ask you to come to your last question if you have one before I move the call? Sorry, Senator Whish-Wilson. I was looking at Senator McKim.
Yeah, if you could, you could go to Senator McKim now if you want.
I was actually I'm going to go to the coalition and then come back.
Okay.
Senator Dunham.
Actually, before Ms Parry goes, just one question for you. We touched on it before, the Indigenous Cultural Heritage legislation. Where are we at with the works that were underway last term?
We have a full half an hour dedicated to that outcome right after this one.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll deal with that then. We'll go nature repair market and we'll see you soon. Do we need to wait for anyone or we can just go? All right, we'll go. In the interests of time. Yeah, I'm sure they'll come. All right, so I was trying to find out when the nature repair market went live and I couldn't find an exact date. What date did we kick off with that?
So the nature repair market commenced operation on 1st of July 2025.
Okay.
1st of March. I can't read my own notes.
1st of July 2025?
1st of March, sorry,
1st
Senator.
of March, beg your pardon? Right. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and to date, have any projects been registered?
Yes, Senator, and we can walk through that if that's helpful.
Yes, if we go to the number, that'd be great.
Hi, Laura Higgins. I lead the Nature, Finance and Markets branch. There's been one project that's been registered under the market. That was registered in August. The CER could probably answer some more questions for you on some specifics of applications they've got in the works.
Sure.
There are also about 800 registered users and planners, so people that are planning nature repair projects. And that seems to be growing, including as we approach the right season for considering those things.
Sure, okay. So I'll talk to the CER about others on the way through the system. So are you able to tell me anything about the one project we do have registered?
So the one project is...
Sorry, ma'am. Are you able to put up your nameplate just so we are able to have that for Hansard?
Sorry, I didn't...
It will come. That's
yes,
right.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes, there's one. It's in northeast New South Wales. It's on a cattle property where they are also stacking that project with an ACCU project. And so the landholder is optimising the use of that land for several outcomes.
Okay. And do you have any detail around the nature of specifically what biodiversity they've been certified for? So
they're planting a number of species.
Okay.
So it is addressing the requirements under the first method, which is a replanting method, and it's being stacked with the ACCU method, which is a replanting method.
Sure. Okay. And what's the quantum? The area?
So I think it is 438 hectares.
438 hectares so far in the market. And do we know what is there a value attributed to this particular project?
So a value as in?
Monetary value.
But a value for, say, the certificate that it will generate over time. So it'll be a number of years before the certificate will be generated. And the fact that the planting is happening in an ACCU project, the proponent will be able to generate ACCUs in about 3 years' time. And I think that the proponent has indicated that they expect that those ACCUs will be well received in the market, as planting ACCUs are. So with regards to the actual value of the certificate, I think it's too early to tell around that. But we can see that there is, proponents are telling us there's value in undertaking those projects, whether it's for their land or how they're attached to other things they're doing, agriculture or ACCU.
And how long did the process take for this particular project? When did they commence seeking to have this certified or
So application opened on the 1st of March. They would have started their ACCU project first. You need to, in a stacked method, register your ACCU project first, and then immediately after you can register your application for a nature repair market project. So opened in March, they registered mid-August.
they registered mid-August. So the process at your end is very short. So the pardon my inability to keep up with the lingo, but so the ACCU stacking, or that's done by the Clean Energy Regulator, or is that done through?
They do. No, the Clean Energy Regulator regulates both markets, so they accept applications for both the ACCU scheme and the Nature Repair Market scheme, which makes it easier for the proponent.
And so then in terms of the role that your organisation, or the role you fulfil, that is a very light touch end of it. You take what's the proponent or the applicant comes with and register it. Is that right?
So all of the regulator does all of the applications and the process. We do the policy and the legislation. We also lead method development.
Sure, okay. So it's managed separately to you. You do the policy. Okay, all right. And is information on that particular project available publicly?
The biodiversity, there's a register that the CER hosts, so there's quite a bit of information available publicly about the project.
Okay, all right. And just, I know I will need to speak to the CER about the projects coming through the pipeline. Do you have any visibility of what you do expect? Is there any sort of planning?
So we have some sense from the regulator, but it is their role, and there's a bit of independence there around the details.
Okay.
Senator, I think the key fact that Ms. Higgins pointed out is there's 800 individuals, corporations, et cetera, that have registered interest in this, so it gives a sense that there will be more. But as is mentioned, this is the first project. It's important that we get these up and demystify what it means to actually participate in both the climate market but also in the biodiversity market, and that'll happen.
Well, just on that, the 800 entities that have registered are people that are interested in attaining a certificate or investing in.
So one of the tools we have to support people to participate in the market is something called Planner. It's an online tool, and there are 800 people registered that are planning on their land. Like, they are drawing their polygons, they are looking at the costs associated with that. So they've registered on the planning tool and are looking at designing projects. That's the first step, I suppose, in them registering a project with the CER.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. I'm now going, as he resumed, very briefly to Senator Whish-Wilson and then to Senator McKim. Yes.
It's probably a question to take on notice, but in relation to the Queensland Shark Control Program, they're going through a significant expansion. Could the department take on notice if they've reached out to you as to whether that needs to go through a process around continuing use exemption? My understanding legally is they do. They do need to go to you, so could you just confirm if that's been the case and what the framework is around that?
Senator, I confirm we've had conversations with Queensland counterparts around that program, so we have just stepped through and made sure they understand their potential obligations with changes. The initial feedback from those colleagues is that while that plan's in place, there's no substantive changes underway, and we actually left them with...
What about they're expanding it significantly?
But in terms of implementing any changes, our understanding from them is that they haven't implemented any significant changes at this point, so we've asked them to consider, obviously, their obligations and to keep in touch with us. So we don't have a lot of detail beyond that, but we wanted to make sure they were thinking.
So that's great that you've met with them, but just for my clarity then, but they will, if they do go ahead with their planned expansion, will they need to go through a process with your department?
It's sort of unclear. I think we'd have to then decide whether that's a significant change or not in what they're proposing. So again, sorry to be a bit vague, but it wasn't super clear to us at the time, so we wanted to meet with them and at least say...
I'll put some questions on those to you. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, folks. I've just got a few questions around the development of, or the further development of the native forest management in multiple use public forests methodology. In regards
that may need to come later.
I'm not sure about that. I was advised that this is the appropriate place, but if you want me to ask it later, I'm happy to ask it later.
Is it a methodology related to an ACCU?
Yes.
Yeah, that will have to be this
afternoon. All right. Okay, no worries.
Outcome 1.
1.1. I'll be back for that anyway, Minister, so we can address that there. Okay, so just got some questions on your approval for the Robbins Island wind farm.
I didn't expect to get any questions from the Greens after insiders on that project, but
I've got no problems asking questions on this, Minister, and I'm very confident you'll have no problems answering them. Given you've approved a project that's pretty much the worst place in the country to put a wind farm for impacts on nature and biodiversity.
That's your opinion.
That is absolutely my opinion.
Doesn't seem to be Senator Waters' opinion.
No, Minister, if I could just ask you to disengage from your rampant politicisation of this issue and focus on your ministerial responsibilities,
I'm sure you won't do any rampant
which is to protect the environment, Minister.
Minister,
Sorry,
I'm loath to interrupt you, Senator McKim, but we have managed to keep this on track and focused on questions, so let's keep it in that vein as well.
I'm looking forward to questions without any rampant politicisation from Senator McKim.
Minister, this is a two-way street on this occasion, so
I agree.
Let's focus on the questions and the answers and leave the sledging out. Thank you very much.
All right, Minister, you'd be aware that the EPA in Tasmania said that given the potential for significant impact to the population, the orange-bellied parrot population that may result from a collision, it is considered the only measure available to reduce the risk of collision during migration is the shutdown of all turbines during specific migratory periods. Why did you not impose that condition?
Well, for starters, you have omitted to mention that that decision of the Tasmanian EPA was overturned on appeal and was removed by, I think it was the Tasmanian Civil and Administrative Tribunal. You'll see in the conditions that I did impose, I think there were over 80 conditions imposed on this project, that one of the requirements is to prepare a bat and bird management plan, which will require the proponent to take a range of steps to avoid impacts on migratory birds. I'm sure the officials could take you through in more detail the likely content of that management plan, but I flagged at the time I made this announcement that it's possible that there would be a short temporary shutdown of some of the wind turbines under that plan. But as I say, the Tasmanian court and judicial system overturned that condition that was imposed by the Tasmanian EPA.
It was open to you to impose that condition, though, wasn't it, Minister?
It was, but my view was that what I had to do in making this decision was determine whether this project would have a significant impact on matters of national environmental significance, including the migratory species. I determined that we could avoid those significant impacts if we imposed those over 80 conditions, including the requirement to prepare a bat and bird management plan that may deal with temporary shutdowns of the type that you're talking about.
Were you advised to impose, by the department, to impose any kind of a periodic shutdown on the turbines?
I'm not sure whether we've published the statement of reasons on this decision yet.
That's been finalised, Minister.
Okay, so that will go.
Did you say it is being finalised?
It is being finalised at the moment, so it hasn't been put to the Minister.
Sorry, it has been put to the Minister?
Sorry, we are drafting the statement of reasons, and then once we're drafted, we'll provide it to the Minister for consideration. Then it'll be.
Will you release those, Minister?
Yeah, and that's a very normal process for a statement of reasons to follow a ministerial decision a period of time afterwards.
All right.
So I only mention that because I'm sure that the statement of reasons will go to that. I might just get the department to respond in terms of the advice that was provided.
Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. So we obviously gave the Minister full advice about impacts. That journey travelled as well. So as the Minister said, there'd been a state recommendation. The local council, who's the actual decision maker in this case, made a decision to authorise that program originally with some shutdown conditions. The tribunal overturned that with additional evidence being provided. When we briefed the Minister, we obviously collected all evidence from not just from the time the EPA reached a view, but the evidence that came through those different processes as well. So our evidence includes the most contemporary research and evidence around impacts on all matters.
Yes, but the fact that you've had to require further research seems to indicate that you're not confident in the research as it currently stands. That's a fair comment, isn't it?
That's fairly standard condition for us to require wind farms to do ongoing surveys. So we do reach a view that we found with those conditions the Minister could form up his view that it is acceptable, but we also make sure we put precautionary measures in place, which means that you need to keep measuring, seeing what's there, adjust any plans as needed.
Thank you. But back to the question I asked the Minister, did the department advise the Minister to implement any kind of a shutdown of turbines during specific periods in regards to orange-bellied parrots or any other flying creatures?
So the conditions of approval as published are the conditions that we put to the Minister?
They were the ones you put?
Yep.
All right. So the department effectively advised the Minister not to impose shutdowns during the orange-bellied parrot migration periods.
I don't know. I don't know if it'd be fair to characterise it that way.
Well, I think it would.
No, because
it would.
Well, you haven't seen the advice, so how would you?
No, but there are no shutdowns imposed in the conditions. Therefore, the department has advised you not to impose them.
No, I'm picking up on the way that you characterise the department's advice. My decision was based fully in line with the advice I received from the department, which included those 80-odd conditions, and their advice was that the project could proceed without having unacceptable impacts on those matters of national environmental significance if those 80-odd conditions were imposed, and they included the requirement to prepare a bird management plan, bat management plan. It included, as I recall, a requirement for the proponent to invest in repopulating various species. There were a range of conditions, and I accepted the advice from the department.
Well, it's fair to say, though, isn't it, that the department did not advise you to impose any kind of a shutdown as one of the conditions. That's reasonable. That's
correct. I think that's a different way of expressing it to what you did before.
Does the Commonwealth...
Just 1 minute.
All right, thank you, Chair. Does the Commonwealth have visibility of natural resources and environment Tasmania data relating to the 40 receivers on Robbins Island that are used to monitor fauna and birds?
So we might have to take that on notice. We've got access to all relevant information from Tasmanian Government. We've got other researcher information that's been provided to us, so we've got a pretty comprehensive set, but I might just have to take a notice that specific set you've
thank you. Well, just if I could finish that question, Chair, while you're taking that on notice, could you also please respond to this? It's my understanding that the department has not yet asked for the latest data, and I would like you to confirm whether that is the case, and if it is the case that you haven't asked for the latest data, could you please explain why you haven't asked for the latest data? Because I'm concerned that there is a scenario where the data might show that there are orange-bellied parrots on the island for longer periods of time than first thought, in higher numbers than first thought, and yet the department doesn't appear to have asked for that data.
Rachel Short, Branch Head Environment
Thanks,
Regulation Division. The recommendation provided to the Minister included all the data that we had received at that point in time from Tas NRE, which included orange-bellied parrot migration data.
I understand that. I'm asking about the latest data. So perhaps on notice, could you provide the committee with the dates of the most recent data that you had prior to providing that advice to the Minister, and also respond to the matters I've just raised in regards to whether you've asked for the most recent data or not, and if you have got any data subsequent to your advice to the Minister, could you please provide that to the committee on notice? Thanks. I've just got a couple more. I'm just on this particular topic, Chair. I'm just in your hands. I mean, you can hand the call over.
How much longer do you have in time?
Well, just on this topic, just 2 or 3 more questions. Then I have some other topics that I want to ask these good folks about.
Okay, in which case we might move the call and come back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Anandaraja.
Thank you, Chair. Just switching from one priority, which is obviously energy, to another, which is housing. Since May of 22, when we were elected, how many housing projects have been approved? And can you outline for us how many homes that actually equates to? Thanks.
Senator, I don't think I've got the full date range since, did you say since May 2022? I'd have to take that on notice. I can tell you what we've achieved in the last couple of months with the additional efforts that we've made. So in the last 2 months, the government's done a range of things to support us to progress housing developments at a quicker rate. So we've established a housing strike team and we're doing a bunch of things across my division. As a result, we've cleared through 8 approvals just in 2 months, and that's by itself provided up to 4,500 homes for Australians.
Wow. And what's in the strike team? What comprises the strike team?
Yeah, so what we've done with the strike team is pull together a focal point within the division to work across a group of about 60 regulators. They've analysed our caseload. They've looked through the caseload to understand whether there's barriers or blockages with certain projects. They're working with those regulators themselves to problem solve, working on advice for proponents, also targeting our efforts where we think there's a particularly important project that has been a little bit stuck and we think we can make a difference. They're helping to direct effort to doing that. So it's really about that and being able to report to and demonstrate, I think, importantly to the public that we're making good progress on this area.
And did the strike team predate the roundtable, the economic roundtable, or did it come after?
No, so we established that after the roundtable. We had
was that a recommendation of the roundtable?
Yeah, it was, Senator.
And what were some of the other recommendations?
So the roundtable for us is a range, but for us they also suggested that we look at the potential use of AI, artificial intelligence, in housing, and I can come to that, and also rapid assessment pathways under the current Act. So just to talk about both of those briefly, the idea around the rapid assessment pathway and the announcement was the Minister would do some work to progress some guidelines to explain to people how to access the most rapid assessment pathway under the Act. So there are some ways that people can do that, and we see it as a regulator. We see some projects come forward and they're really well positioned and others kind of encounter some problems. So we're currently drafting that guidance. It could take you to 2 things. One is a not controlled action if you put forward a really good proposal in a low impact area, and we're increasingly channeling more of those through to people. The other point in that is then the next step, I suppose, is your controlled action, but we've got one that has quite a low, quite efficient regulatory assessment involved and no further information, which is one of the things that does catch people up. So if we can help people through that guidance to know how to basically line their ducks up in the best possible way, then we can get more people in the rapid assessment pathway. So that's the first point.
And is the guidance published?
We will publish it, so we haven't put it to the Minister yet for consideration. We worked, I think, in a more ad hoc way with people to explain this at the moment, but the idea is to make it clear to everyone what the ingredients, if you like, for rapid assessment look like. So,
and the strike team, is that just positioned in your department or is it interdepartmental?
In our department, within my division, that's right.
Okay, and do you want to just elaborate on the AI tool?
Yeah, so for AI, again, I think every part of the economy, people are looking at how AI can increase efficiency. What we've started doing is we've commissioned a little bit of work to look at how we could deploy, in the first instance, AI to help the user experience, if I put it that way. So the regulated community comes to us, they have to deal with a whole bunch of laws and rules and documents, and it actually takes a lot of time. And so we've got a bit of work underway to sort of see if we can scope tools to help those proponents in a similar way to the tax system. If you think about how well that does, it's serving up the material for others on the outside. The work we've got underway will do some proof of concepts. We hope to pilot something early next year. We're already talking to some helpful proponents to sort of see if we can pilot that technology. And as a further stage in the future, then we'll turn to, can we deploy some of that AI in our own internal processes to save some of the very high labour elements of the work that we do.
So cutting red tape and white tape.
Correct.
Yeah, that sounds, just keep us posted on that. And so would it be accurate to say that since August you've approved 2 housing projects encompassing about 4,500 homes? Is that right?
Sorry, 8. 8 projects from when we spoke before. And yeah, around 4,500 homes between those 8.
Okay, that's fantastic.
And that, just FYI, that's about 3 times the number that were approved in the same period last year.
Incredible. 3 times.
About 3 times the number of homes in the same period.
Okay. So, Minister, what is the timely consideration of housing developments under federal? Why is it important under the federal environmental law? And what are some of the alternative approaches? If you could please elaborate.
So, I think it's well understood that the process currently under our EPBC laws for housing approvals can be improved, to put it mildly. There is a lot of duplication in the system between state and federal processes that doesn't actually deliver a better environmental outcome, that actually slows project approvals down rather than speeds them up. So what we've been working on is ways that we can reduce that duplication between state and federal processes as part of the reforms. But in the meantime, the department's done a really great job of responding to the government's announcement about a housing strike team, and as you can see, it's starting to bear fruit with those numbers.
Senator, sorry, a colleague just handed me potentially the answer to one of your early questions. I wasn't sure we had it on hand, but housing approvals since May 2022, the number we have is 63. So to the Minister's point, 8 and 2 months is a fair clip.
63 projects.
63, yep.
63 projects, and how many homes is that, or dwellings?
49,200 dwellings in that period. So again, we're trying to escalate 8 and 2 months compared to that 63 figure over a much longer period.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And do I have time for one more? One more. I am Victorian. I'm interested in the Queen Vic development. Can you just tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So the Queen Victoria market development was approved subject to conditions. The aspect of our approval was very much focused on the heritage values of the market, and there's not currently a statement of reasons, so I'll go in a little bit more to explain to your point. You'll know the markets well. They've been there for a couple of hundred years, so they've been there for a long time. You've got the main building towards the other end of the precinct, what they call the stalls of the Queen Victoria markets. They also have heritage values. There's 3 towers that or the Minister's approved to proceed down that end of the development. With working with proponent Lend-Lease, what was ultimately put forward was design that sort of maintains the characteristics, the heritage characteristics of that important area, but permits housing in that area. And I think from memory there's about 2,200 dwellings in that one alone, so that's quite a big contribution to the Victorian housing market.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Anand. Senator McKim, I'm coming back to you.
Thank you. Just back on to Robbins Island, please, and the data that the department has in its possession. Can I ask specifically around the data for the collision risk model and whether that data's been updated recently, or is the data being relied on by the collision risk model now over 5 years old?
So I don't think we've had that detail, Senator.
Could you take that on notice,
take that on notice?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks. Could you also take on notice then, according to the data, how many birds are at risk of collision on Robbins Island, and how many of those birds are orange-bellied parrots and wedge-tailed eagles, or any other species breakdown that you have available, and whether or not you're in possession of any data that is yet to be updated to the collision risk model. If you could take that on notice, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just also on Robbins Island, but on a different topic, there are many countries around the world that are actively working to protect global flyways for migratory birds. I'm sure you're aware that Robbins Island is a critical habitat for the East Asian, Australasian flyway. I want to ask whether approving what will certainly be a massive bird blender in the middle or in critical habitat for the East Asian Australasian flyway, will that be in breach of any of our international bilateral migratory bird agreements like the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species or the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership?
No, Senator. So again, in providing recommendations to the Minister, we ensure that those recommendations are consistent with the obligations of the Act and the Australian Government's other obligations. So we're certainly confident that they're not in breach of those obligations.
All right, thanks. On to, well, perhaps before I leave that, I mean, what's led you to be confident that you're not in breach of those? Did you take legal advice on that?
So, Senator, I think if we step back, the overall assessment is about acceptability of impacts on protected matters, and us reaching a view on acceptability and making sure they're below significant is the thing that contributes to us meeting those international obligations. So we wouldn't have sought, I think, specific individual advice in the same way that the Act enlivens a whole bunch of conventions. If we maintain and put forward decisions that we believe meet the obligations of the Act, then we meet and reflect those obligations.
Yes, but you've said you're confident that you're not in breach of any obligations under those instruments. Is that a conclusion? I mean, have you arrived at that conclusion, Mr. Edwards, or the department collectively, given that it doesn't seem as if you did take legal advice on that?
So I think what I said is that in recommending decisions to the Minister, we make sure they meet the requirements of the BC Act, and in doing so, then they meet the requirements of international and other obligations.
So you're saying you're confident that your advice met the requirements of the EPBC Act, not you're confident that it met the requirements of those international obligations?
Well, I'm actually not splitting those things apart. By default, if we provide acceptable decisions that meet the requirements of the Act, then we are maintaining and delivering on the requirements of the international.
All right, well, in that case, but you didn't seek legal advice, did you?
That on any other convention, to be frank, because again, it's about the Act enlivening and delivering on those international obligations.
All right, thanks. Just on to Tasmanian Devils, obviously Robbins Island's one of the last DFTD-free strongholds anywhere in the world. You've put in place some of the conditions relate to Tasmanian Devils, obviously. Physical barriers have been notoriously unsuccessful in preventing the spread of DFTD in Tasmania in the past. I'm sure you're aware of that. Well, I hope you're aware of that. What gives you confidence that putting in place a notional physical barrier is actually going to stop, considering a causeway is being proposed to be built from mainland Tasmania to Robbins Island as part of this proposal? What gives you confidence that this notional physical barrier is actually going to work to prevent the spread of DFTD to one of the last remaining disease-free strongholds?
So, Senator, I think you're in the territory now of the Minister's statement of reasons. So I think we'd take that on notice. I would say that I'm not familiar with the claims that barriers are ineffective. So obviously in this case the Tasmanian Government recommended barriers. We've endorsed those conditions. There's also speculation I'd point to during this process that devils may in fact enter the island currently at low tide, so there's always a risk there. We've taken practical measures in recommending something to the Minister, and the statement of reasons would be able to give you better detail than I'd like to provide here. Again, that the Minister's decision...
Can I just ask a point of clarification there, Nick? When you say the Tasmanian Government recommended that, do you mean the EPA?
I believe that was part of their recommendation. It was certainly adopted by the council, who was the...
You're happy to accept that recommendation, but not the one about orange-bellied parrots and shutting down the turbines for 6 months?
Well, that was overturned.
Well, it remained...
Not on scientific grounds, it wasn't.
Not
on substantive grounds.
And also, it does remain the view of the Tasmanian EPA, by the way, that shutdowns are the only way to protect. And somehow the federal department's come to a different position on that, which is a matter of concern to the Greens. Can I ask, one of your conditions in relation to Tasmanian Devils requires an enclosure or a segregation of part of the island? Is that right?
An offset requirement.
An offset? And is that offset going to be on island or off island?
On island.
An on-island offset.
That's right. The proponent's required to secure 1,164 hectares offset on the island to compensate for loss of habitat by construction of the project.
Okay, so that's an offset in regards to loss of habitat, but it doesn't relate to DFTD, is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct. All right, thanks.
Could I ask just a point of clarity? So this area that they're going to offset is already Tasmanian devils in it? So it's already got Tasmania. How can it be an offset?
How's that an offset?
Last time we asked, I think the department suggested that a zoo breeding program might be a suitable offset.
So Senator, there will likely be devils there, but it's about maintaining, protecting and enhancing that habitat. So a large part of the island is degraded farmland, and there's opportunities there for the proponent to actually offset, literally, offset their impacts of clearing to make sure there's good quality habitat there for devils.
Mr Edwards, I know you've been on this for a long time. We've been asking questions about this project for many, many years, and we know there was advice we received, internal communications in the department many years ago, wondering how this could actually be done. It seems it's quite miraculous now that the proponents just got to put aside a bit of the island and call it an offset. After nearly a third of their habitat's going to be bulldozed for these wind farms. Like, why has it taken so long to get to this?
That's not the only condition that's been applied to protect Tasmanian devils. It's one of the conditions amongst 80-odd conditions overall.
Could I also point out, we're just talking about the island here. I have witnessed this community scraping over 200 Tassie devils off the frickin' highway and road around that area. We've campaigned to get the speed limits changed to try and protect them. There was a population of 500 was what was estimated. We feel like we've lost at least half of them because of milk trucks going in the area. We've had pollution go into the bay, into the pass from dairy farmers we've had to work on to get cracked down. You're just going to open this whole area up to be further industrialised, one of the biggest wind farms in the world. You couldn't have picked a worse spot, honestly.
Well, that's
Minister, I've been on the ground here and worked with this community for 8 years. I support the clean energy transition. I think if we don't have it, we're absolutely stuffed. You don't realise what a bad decision this is in terms of undermining the rest of that transition. This is not going to go away. It's only going to get more difficult.
Well, that's your view, and you're entitled to your view. The decision that I had to make and did make was whether this project would significantly impact on matters of national environmental significance, and the decision I made was that it would not, provided the 80-odd conditions that we imposed are followed.
And the OBP, orange-bellied parrot, sorry, the breeding program, what evidence is there around breeding?
Well,
are you going to be able to breed them fast enough to replace ones that might be lost in the wind farm?
The department, I'm happy for them to give you an answer to that specific question, but my understanding is that the population of the orange-bellied parrot is actually increasing. It's still not as high as we would like to see it, but it actually is increasing.
What are we talking about here? How many parrots are we talking about here, Minister?
It is a critically endangered species. No one is debating that. But my understanding is that the National Recovery Plan estimated the wild population at approximately 50 in 2016. The more recent estimates confirmed 92 birds returning to Tasmania from mainland migration in December 2024. So that's nearly doubled in that period of time. I'm not pretending...
Sorry, Senator McKim, please allow the Minister to answer.
The number we would all like to see, but it is on the way up. But Senator Whish-Wilson's question went to captive breeding programs.
So just briefly on the captive breeding, it has been effective. There's been, as the Minister said, a good recording of successful migrations for the orange-bellied parrot and some increase in population. The contribution the proponents making today is recognised there's still a great deal of uncertainty around the impacts. There's the data, whether the parrot will be below turbines, whether it will go through there at all, whether it will have any impacts is still, to be honest, unclear. But they're taking additional steps such as contributing to that program to make sure the broader population continues to increase.
The EPBC, the use of the precautionary principle as it's defined under EPBC is that you need to avoid any permanent or irreversible damage. We're talking about a population of a few parrots left, and this is on its flight path. It's also the most sensitive shorebird breeding habitat in Tasmania. 30 years ago, the Commonwealth Government tried to get this Ramsar listed, And the state government didn't go ahead with it because 3 people put their hand up to block that, including the farmer who's going to have the wind farms on his property. Like, this is a really bad area to stick a wind farm. And that's why you've got... how many conditions do you normally have on wind farms? Is this exceptional that you've got 82, 86, 88 conditions? Is that normal for a wind farm approval?
So it's likely slightly higher. To your point about the caution principle, Senator, that will be documented how that was considered and enlivened as part of the statement of reasons. So we absolutely address that as part of the consideration for the Minister.
All right, we'll look forward to reading that.
Will you release that in full?
I think I already have.
Oh, I just asked you would you release it. I'm just asking will you release it in full without redactions?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the normal process.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Senators. I'm conscious of the time. We will suspend now until 1:45. Before we do suspend, I just put on note that we are a long way behind schedule, and so, Senators, when we come back, we will hopefully find a new spirit of efficiency post-lunch. Thank you very much.
And lucky we're back to...
Thank you very much. Broadcasting, we will make a start. We are still in outcome 2.1 and we welcome back those officials. I would once again implore senators to take note of the program and let's try and keep this moving forward as quickly as possible. But on that note, and for the first call, Senator McKim.
Thanks very much. I've just got some questions on where we're at in regards to advice to the Minister on the tailings dam, the MMG tailings dam that's proposed in the Tarkine region of Tasmania. Can you just give us an update? Has the Minister received advice from the department on whether or not to approve that proposal?
Not at this stage,
No.
Senator. So you'll recall this one was put aside by the court. We're remaking or remake a decision. We've been engaged with the proponent. They, I think at some stage last year, also got an extension to their existing tailings dams. So some of their urgency, I think, is reduced somewhat.
Some of their what, sorry?
Some of the urgency that they did have has reduced somewhat. And at the moment, we've just been working through with them what potential elements of a future decision. So we're just engaging around, if we were to make a decision, what elements that we might consider as part of that. So it's kind of an informal part of the decision process.
An informal
Informal,
part.
sorry.
Yep. And what are the issues that have been raised by the proponent with you?
I don't know if there's any specific issues in there, but I'll just see if Ms Short has any further detail.
No, I don't have any specifics. And just to confirm, we're talking about the design and assessment works referral for the tailings facility, not the tailings facility itself.
Yeah, that's right. But you haven't put anything up to the Minister. The Minister told the Tasmanian media on August the 14th that he hadn't had a single briefing on this proposal. Has the Minister now been briefed on this proposal in any form?
No, so we've been progressing that as the department at this stage. So again, just been that process of considering a new decision, and at the right time we'd brief the Minister in his office.
And what sort of time? I should say, Senator McKim, since that time my office sought advice from the department about where this process was up to, and that's been provided to me. But there's been no formal briefing provided to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. So where is this process up to in terms of potential timeframes then?
So again, so fairly recently we've provided some, the basis of a proposed decision, a new referral decision to that proponent, and now we're engaging and talking through those components. So there's no timeframe, there's no statutory process there.
So you've provided the proponent with a proposed decision. Is that what you just said, Mr Edwards?
Yeah, it's components of what a future decision might make. And so what I think you'd understand because you're familiar with the Act, we generally have a proposed decision point. This is a referral decision, so it's a bit extraordinary in the sense that it was put aside and now we're turning our mind to a new decision. The proponent did a lot more work, there was additional consultation, and now we've done a lot of our analysis, so we're now re-engaging with the proponent to sort of say these are the elements that we start thinking feature in a decision going forward.
Have you put a proposed new decision to the proponent?
Yes.
You have?
Yep.
And when did that happen?
On the 15th of August.
15th of August. And has the proponent responded to you?
There's been several meetings and the proponent has provided some feedback back to the department. We're also meeting at officials level today,
at what level,
earlier today.
At an officials level?
Sorry, at officer level.
Today?
Today.
With MMG?
Yes.
Okay. And have they raised any concerns around the proposed decision?
I'm not privy to that information at this stage.
Have you had some meetings with them, Ms Short?
No.
No? Your officers have had meetings with them?
Correct,
and
the assessment team.
Could I ask you to take on notice, please, whether MMG have raised concerns with any element of the proposed decision?
Can take on notice.
Thank you. In the normal...
And Senator McKim,
yes.
You probably know this, but I've found there's a lot of confusion as to what decision is required, and it might just be helpful just to very quickly step that out. My understanding, and feel free to correct me, my understanding is that MMG are proposing to undertake exploratory work and preparatory steps around, I think it's an extension of an existing tailings dam.
So they're looking to build a new
tailings dam. So they're proposing to undertake exploratory work for a new tailings dam, and the decision the department needs to make initially is whether that proposal is a controlled action and would therefore require further assessment. Is that correct, what I've just said?
Minister.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think a lot of people, it's a step before building a tailings dam. Yeah.
Thanks, Minister. And did the proposed decision that you put to the proponent, was that it is a controlled action or that it isn't a controlled action?
Senator, I think we'd have to take that on notice. So again,
you must know that.
We're in a deliberative process. I'll just have to double check to see if we can share that information.
All right. I'd say it's in the public interest that you do so, that you do share that information, or you do provide that to the committee. Has the department provided any further information to you as a result of the process that you're currently engaged in?
Sorry, what was the question?
Has the proponent provided any further information to you as a result of the process that you're engaged in?
You mean the proposed decision that we're engaged with, that part of it?
My understanding from the evidence is you've provided a proposed decision to the proponent.
Yep.
And I'm asking you, has the proponent come back with any further information, or have they raised any concerns about your proposed decision?
So at this stage, the conversations have been with officers, so I haven't been privy to that information, but yes, I believe MMG have provided some additional information to the assessment officers.
All right. A much bigger dam than the one being proposed by MMG is being built outside the Tarkine region by the nearby Bluestone Mines Renison Bell tin mine. That dam could take all of MMG's waste, therefore avoiding significant environmental impact from the proposed new dam that we've just been discussing. And Renison Bell is prepared to accept that waste, but MMG have knocked that suggestion back. Is it within the Minister's powers under the EPBC Act to instruct the proponent, MMG, to either put its waste somewhere else, like for example the Renison Bell Dam, or to adopt an alternative solution, like for example a paste-filled plant, to avoid significant impact on endangered species?
So I don't think that would be within the Minister's gift. So what's provided is, the requirement is for the Minister or for us to consider the matter as proposed to the Minister. So not able to sort of say, well, could you consider doing a project in another location, because we're assessing the impacts of the proposed referral. So I don't think so, Senator. I think that's sort of outside of what the Minister can require.
Okay, thank you. If these works are has the department turned its mind to how the proponent would be able to proceed without impacting on masked owls, which was one of the primary matters that the federal court case was decided over? Obviously, the relevant justice found that Minister Lay did not comply with the obligation to take account of the precautionary principle. So, I guess how could Minister Watt have confidence that the proposal wouldn't impact the masked owl under the precautionary principle?
So in terms of the investigative works, the MMG did provide additional information relating to the Tasmanian masked owl, also the swift parrot and Tasmanian forests and woodlands dominated by black gum or Brooker's gum, which were then included in the consultation process as part of that new referral decision.
Was that information provided after you provided MMG with the proposed decision?
No. So what Ms Short was referencing there is in 2023, so following the decision being put aside, they put some more information to the department.
All right, thank you. I've just got some questions on the Halls Island proposal.
Senator McKim, before you begin this topic, I note that you've used up about 8.5 minutes.
Okay, I'll just try and race through my last couple of issues. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the heads up. So regarding, this is the Lake Malbina proposal, has the proponent provided the department with any additional materials related to the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Assessment report since August 2024. I note that those materials were requested by the Minister on 13th of November 2023. So has anything been provided subsequent to August last year?
Yes, Senator. Yes. The proponent has provided some additional information.
Okay. Can you provide that information to the committee?
I think we can, or we have to do it on notice. We wouldn't obviously have that here, so we'd have to see what the material is and seek to provide it to you.
Take that on notice, please. Has the department responded to the proponent in regards to those materials?
Yes, Senator.
And what was that response?
Essentially that we didn't consider the information provided to be sufficient for the request that we'd asked he provide back in August.
Okay. Have you asked for the proponent to provide further information?
Yes, Senator.
And when did that happen? If you could just give the dates of when the proponent provided the information and also the date that you asked that you informed the proponent that it wasn't sufficient and asked for further information.
Mm-hmm. I wrote to the proponent on the 10th of September advising that we didn't consider the information to be sufficient to satisfy the request for further information we'd provided.
Yep.
I don't have the specific date, but he responded in October.
Okay.
And October last year, 2024. Sorry, let me just start with the dates again. Sorry. So the department requested the RFI in August, the request for further information. The proponent responded in August, and then again in October 2024. I wrote on the 10th of September this year, advising that the information received to date is still not sufficient. He provided a response to that in October, and the department responded as recently as...
In October this year?
Yes.
So within the last couple of weeks?
Yes.
Yep.
And we've responded again on Friday last week, advising that the information is still not sufficient.
So the proponents responded twice, and on both occasions you've determined that the information provided is not sufficient. So we wait, do we? Is there anything else going on in regards to this proposal apart from those matters?
So Senator, that's the primary information we've sought. I think what we'll be doing as a regulator now is considering whether there's a pathway forward with or without that information. So we've certainly had some internal discussions recently about, can we progress without that information? And we've made the proponent aware of that obviously if we don't have the information, it may mean a different approval approach, maybe conditioning, may not be approvable. We'll have to work through that.
So you're considering at the moment whether, are you assuming you will receive nothing further from the proponent, given they've had two tries already?
I think that's where we're landing, yes.
That's where you're landing. And so on that basis, you're considering whether or not there's a pathway to approval, given those circumstances?
Yeah, so we'll regroup and think about what those options look like.
All right, thank you. I'm going to leave it there, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator Kim. Senator Hanson-Young.
Sorry, Senator, just to briefly, you might remember earlier Senator Whitten asked a question about a letter he had written to me with concerns about a particular project. We've established that letter was referred to the department for reply, and the department did reply to Senator Whitten. We have a copy if it is useful to table it. It's dated the 31st of July 2025.
If you're seeking to table it, that's absolutely fine.
Doesn't hurt to table it, yeah. Sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I'm interested as to... We were having a discussion about the go zones and the no-go zones and these 8 pilot areas. How many go zone, no-go zone areas will there be under the new reforms?
Well, Senator, I think as we said, the different pilots are at different stages of development.
Yeah.
They're collating the biological or biodiversity values in each of those regions.
Yeah.
That will then inform what structure the regulatory instrument takes, i.e. the regional plan made under law.
Yeah.
That is, we're premature on that, Senator, so I can't answer that with any clarity at this point, but it's the information base that you need to be able to inform what matters with the greatest level of endangerment, et cetera, in those regions and have that identified. So that's the stage where we're at.
So there's 8 identified regions.
Correct.
Is there an intention to have more than 8?
Again, like we were saying earlier on, if different jurisdictions come to us and say that they would like to engage in a regional plan, then we're happy to do so with them. And they'll be able to learn from those other jurisdictions that have already started this. And like I was saying, have had their methodologies peer reviewed, et cetera.
And can I also just add, Senator, that the regional plans are not the only mechanism by which to establish go or no-go zones?
Ms. Parry, I know you just want to be helpful, but I've got specific questions, and I think we'll just if I need that, I'll come back to you.
I just want to make sure that you're aware that that's not the only avenue.
No, I understand that, but the go zones and the no-go zones is something that Minister Watt has specifically talked about, and I'm trying to understand what this means in a functional sense of what parts of the environment will be looked after and what parts of the environment will be, allowed to be developed. The assessment based on high-value environmental assets versus so if there's somewhere that is of high environmental value, then you assume, I'm assuming that means it's a no-go zone.
Not necessarily, Senator. What it's saying is that there are ecological values that need to be protected. You can still have, I'll give an example of cattle grazing. Often you can have species coexist with cattle grazing with very little impact on the species. So it depends on what the nature of the action in that particular area that's proposed. So there's still, I guess this is my point.
What about
still
koala habitat?
Again, Senator, it really depends.
Like, is that a high value? Is that high, a critical koala habitat? Is that a high environmental value area?
So I'm going to turn to my colleague, Mr. Manning, just to walk through how Queensland is approaching this question with respect to the methodology that they put in place, et cetera, to try and map the ecological values. But in essence, you want to take a look at what species exist and what habitat in a region that helps identify those biodiversity values.
Yeah, so in a process sense, that's right. So step 1 with regional planning, you would identify the region in which you're operating, and we've outlined what those are. The second basic step is to do the work to understand what values exist in that region, and that would be both the environmental values, and as we've said, some jurisdictions are doing that over a very granular level, some at a more basic, that's been trialled. And obviously you would also look at, relevant to whatever the development proposal or proposals are in that area, where those needs or opportunities exist within that region. So that's the beginning process of gathering the information in relation to that. So
there's environmental value and then there's developmental value.
Yeah, so a regional plan is intended to be a tool or a mechanism to help find pathways to get better environmental outcomes whilst at the same time streamlining business opportunities. Where would koala habitat fit in that? Is that developmental value or high environmental value? If koala habitat existed, that would be noted as part of the process of documenting what the values of that region as koala habitat, as as for any protected matter, where it exists. That would be that's part of this first stage that I'm outlining.
The Bowen Basin, is that one of these 8 projects?
No, it isn't, Senator.
Could it be?
If the state or territorial, in this case, state government came to us and said that they wanted to do so, then it would be a question for the minister as to whether we would enter into a regional plan for that that initiative. That being
Well,
said,
that decision hasn't been made yet.
nor have we received any proposal to that effect. I would just point out, again, as I said earlier on, there are 3 sectors that we're focused on: critical minerals, renewable energy, and housing.
And where does coal or gas fit in that critical mineral?
It does not.
It does not. So you wouldn't be looking at an area that has an application for a coal mine that would be in a go zone?
We are not currently at all.
Mm-hmm. Do go zones, that criteria of urban development, so what were the 3 criteria? Urban development?
Urban development, critical minerals, and renewable energy.
And renewable energy. Is that set by government policy? Is that what those priorities are? Or is that something that will be in some regulatory form?
No, sorry. I missed the beginning part of that question.
Well, is that just a government priority and government policy versus will those 3 elements be set out in regulation?
No, Senator, it was a policy choice by the government in its first term, and it also reflected the proposals that were coming to us from state jurisdictions as to where they wanted to focus. But effectively, the policy choice was to focus on those sectors where there is a need for development and greater certainty, as well as a need for facilitating the transition to renewable energy.
Can I ask the government, Minister, will you rule out using go zones for coal and gas?
I have not given it a moment's thought, so I'm not going to rule things in or out that we haven't even given consideration to.
Mm.
But you've already heard that the priorities for the government, and this was done in the previous term, were those 3 sectors. If you have a look at some of the media comments that I've made since being in the role, they're the 3 sectors that I've talked about being priorities for us in terms of quicker approvals more generally.
Yeah.
So I think that gives you a pretty good intention of explanation of the government's intentions.
I mean, I don't see why you just wouldn't rule it out then.
Because I'm not in the habit of
surely this whole environmental reform process is not to fast track coal and gas.
The whole environmental reform process is to have stronger environmental protections, faster approvals for projects of national priority, and greater environmental transparency.
Mm.
That's what the reforms are about.
Could I ask about the reforms and how the structure is going to work? Because you've said earlier today that taking the a kind of wholesome view of the Samuels recommendations. How many is this going to come in different pieces of legislation, or is it going to be one bill?
It's likely that a small number of bills will be required as part of this overall package. My recollection is that the bills that went to the Parliament in the last term had a number of bills within that package, and similarly, that's likely to be required here as well.
Yeah, so a package of legislation. And is your intention to introduce them all together?
Yes.
Okay. And do we know how many pieces of legislation, how many elements there are to this package yet?
Senator, we're still drafting, so we won't be able to determine how many consequential bills and others will be required until the full package is drafted. Yeah.
But we know there's at least 2, because we know there'll be amendments needed for the EPBC Act itself, and then there's this restoration fund. Have I got the name right on that?
My recollection is that the last package included a separate bill to establish an EPA.
Yeah. So there will be a separate. So you still do that as well?
Yep.
So the last one had there was an EIA head of the EIA. There was the EPA bill, and there was a consequential amendments bill. So there was 3 last time. So there'll be more than 3 this time.
Yep. Okay. And you're busy working on that now.
Very busy, Senator.
I can assure you, these people are very, very, very busy.
Okay. Could I ask you about some specific projects that I'm a bit concerned about? I I want to know about the Gemini coal mine. So if someone needs to come up to the table for that. Mr. Edwards, where is the Gemini coal mine application up to?
I actually don't have any information about that project in front of me.
Is that because they haven't put in an application?
My understanding is there have been some allegations made against that mine. And I don't know if we've got a compliance team here, but I think there were some claims being made that were being looked into.
Well, I mean, back in June, it was discovered that they'd already started clearing koala habitat for a coal mine. Surely the department knows about this.
Senator, we're just having our compliance branch head join us now.
This is the Gemini coal mine. That's a greenfield coal mine proposed by Magnetic South, owned by the Queensland billionaire and property developer Sam Chong. You're familiar with this?
Senator Danny McQuillan, branch head for compliance and enforcement. Yes, we are. We've got an active investigation going on this matter as we speak. So,
and what are you investigating?
That there's been activity undertaken without a referral. So, that's
sorry, can you repeat that again?
It's alleged that the action has been taken without approval and is having a significant impact on matters of national environmental significance.
Koalas.
Correct.
So this mining billionaire has come in and bulldozed koala habitat without getting any approval to build a coal mine.
Correct.
Senator, that's what's
How long's the investigation been going for?
Just bear with me. We've had that. We did an inspection on August 5th of 2025, but I believe that may have been longer. I might have to take that on notice when we actually got the allegation, Senator.
I'd like to know when you were first aware of the allegation and a bit of a time frame. So you're saying there was an inspection on August the 5th?
Correct.
And did that inspection show that indeed area koala habitat had been bulldozed?
I'd have to take
or
that
logged?
I believe so, but I would have to take just to confirm the detail in that.
Senator, I think this is an active investigation. We can take some of the details on notice, release what's appropriate during an active investigation, but it is currently undergoing.
Yeah, but here's a problem. It's 7th of October, and if they've been clearing koala habitat without approval already, like how much is left?
So it's an allegation.
Well, no. Either the trees still exist that the koalas are living in, or they don't.
So,
they've either been knocked down or they're still up.
It's currently an allegation. Mr. McQuillan has indicated that there's an active investigation. We will take on notice the details of that investigation.
Which part, Mr. McQuillan, is the allegation? That the trees have been knocked down or they haven't?
I'd have to get the exact allegation in front of me to take that on notice.
Isn't the allegation that they've acted, they've destroyed this area without having been given approval?
So that's what we would be investigating, Senator. We don't know whether or not, A, it's an allegation, or B, whether or not that impact has been significant, and C, whether or not they are in breach. That's what a current investigation is trying to determine.
Well, have they been given an approval or not?
Senator, just to that point, so my colleague just pointed out there is an existing NCA PM, and so that's another element that our compliance folks need to unpack. Was it part of what was previously authorised? Is it significant impact on protected matters? Is it a new action?
How long is this investigation going to take, Mr. McQuillan?
I can't give you a time frame on the exact timing because we've got to gather evidence and that takes time, and we have to look at expert witnesses and time that they're available, so I can't give you an exact time on the completion of the investigation.
And is there activity currently underway from this coal mining company while you're doing this investigation?
I believe so, but I'd have to take that on notice to confirm 100%.
So again, Senator, they have authorisation to undertake some activities. The question that my colleague will be looking into
give them an inch and they take a mile.
Were they part of the authorised activity or not is the question being looked at.
Has there been any request, Minister, from you to this company to stop their activities while this investigation is underway?
No, and I think you would find that the department normally go about its compliance activities without me interfering in what they do.
Okay. Has the department asked the company to stop while you're investigating?
The department doesn't have the authority to. There are no current provisions under our compliance and enforcement obligations to compel a company to stop. That is part of the consideration of the EPBC reform process.
You do have powers under Section 70 though, don't you?
Senator,
yes or no?
Well, let him answer the question.
I assume he's referring to injunctive processes, so I don't have that section in front of me.
You've got powers under Section 70 for the Minister to call in this activity.
So Senator, there's an investigation ongoing, so you actually need to work through the investigation before you deploy any particular
Why
action.
haven't you asked for an injunction?
Sorry?
Why haven't you asked for an injunction?
Because again, there's an investigation, underway. It may be that they're completing completely authorised actions and a court would not think favourably on an injunction until an investigation has been completed.
Have you briefed the Minister about this issue?
I'd need to go back and have a look. I'm pretty sure that my office has obtained information from the department about this topic. I certainly remember it being reported in the media. But I'd need to have a look and happy to take that on notice.
This isn't the first example like this in Queensland in recent years, is it? Where a coal mine has come and cleared koala habitat without getting approval.
So again, Senator, that's their allegations at the moment and that's been investigated.
Has there been any other examples like this, Mr Edwards?
I'd have to look to my colleague.
No, you and I have talked about them. We've talked about other examples in Queensland about almost identical.
So I think, again, there's been allegations. I deal with the approval and assessment. I don't deal with compliance investigation elements, so I can't speak for whether those things were proven. I am aware that, yes, there's been past accusations, not just about those types of developments, but it does occur to other developments.
If this company is to apply for approval for this new coal mine, the Gemini coal mine that they want to create in this koala habitat, this pre-activity, does that mark against them? Is that a mark against their application or?
So it would become, if proven...
Too bad, so sad.
It would become, if proven, part of their environmental history and that is considered in decision making.
What happened to the Vitronite coal mine when they did this? Remember that case, Mr Edwards?
I do remember Vitronite, and I think, Senator, you'll recall there's been a few accusations around that mine. One was made, and I believe the investigation is still ongoing while it was under active consideration.
Do you know when I first asked you about this particular, and members of your department, I can't recall, Mr McQuillan, whether you were lucky enough to be at the table at this time. I don't think you were. But I asked about this illegal clearing of koala habitat by this coal mine, Vitronite, back in November 2024, so nearly 12 months ago. You're telling me the investigation's still going?
That's correct, yes, Senator.
How much koala habitat do you think's left?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, Senator. I bet you do. Yep. There are powers that the Minister has, the government has, to force injunctions for rogue operators like this, and you haven't used them. Senator, in 12 months, you haven't used them.
Senator, we would be using the powers under the Act if we felt that they were appropriate to be using. You've heard today from our officers that there are various allegations, there are investigations.
With all due respect,
and you've also heard,
Young, please allow the official to answer.
Evidence from Mr. Edwards that we would not be going down an injunction pathway unless we felt that there were solid grounds to do so. I would also note that this is part of the reform process, that we are looking at stop work orders to give our compliance and enforcement officers higher penalties and powers, and stop work orders under a revised EPBC Act, give them more teeth. But right now, what you are hearing is that these investigations are A, allegations, and B, ongoing.
With all due respect, we now have two clear examples, one which I asked the department about 12 months ago and the investigation is still going, and now a new one, and you seriously want us to believe that this situation is okay, that you don't need to either get an injunction or get the minister to use his call-in powers?
So, Senator, we use a thorough and methodical and legal, under the EPBC Act, methodology around our compliance and enforcement activities. I don't know how more clearly we can state it, that these are allegations. We are investigating. How
long do they need to be allegations for before you act?
We are acting. I think you've just heard Mr. McQuillan say today these are active investigations. We need to determine whether or not the proponent has a valid approval, what the allegations are.
The company is refusing to put forward an application. They're refusing to ask for an assessment. You have the power to force them to do that, and you're not using it.
No, I think you're conflating two issues here, Senator. We've got an active investigation for one matter, and I think you're conflating that with an active referral process, of which, as you heard Mr. Edwards say today, if the allegation was proven and there was a compliance or any type of enforcement undertaking, that would become part of the environmental history of the applicant, and that would be considered in a future assessment.
The fact that you're still investigating the vitronite incident is just astounding to me. And now you expect us to believe that you're doing everything you can for this new one. I mean, these coal mine companies clearly, they see straight through you. Clear first, ask later. Who cares about the koalas? I mean, it's just outrageous. It's outrageous. And if that's all you can give me after 12 months that you're still investigating, I have no faith that you're going to be doing the right thing on this new case either.
Oh, I can assure you, Senator, we are absolutely doing the right thing under the law as it currently exists.
Well, you could have called for an injunction to stop the work on vitronite, and you didn't.
And I think we've just explained why we haven't.
Because you're weak.
Because we're not
because you're weak.
They are allegations.
You should withdraw
Senator.
that. You should withdraw that.
Because the department is not doing its job.
Senator, I object to that. Our officers are doing their jobs. They do their jobs with pride. They do their jobs by their obligations under the law as it currently exists.
But you're not using all the powers you've got, Ms. Perry,
Senator,
and that's my concern.
The powers that we have, and we use them at every opportunity we can. If we thought there was a power we could invoke, we would use it.
But you're not.
We are.
Senator Hanson-Young, sorry. Before we move on for one moment, Senator Hanson-Young,
I did withdraw.
No, I appreciate that. I'm not re-agitating that. I'm just noting that you've had the call now for about 23 or 24 minutes. I appreciate you have questions, but conscious of where the timing's at, I'm just making that timing point. And then I would also just note that we are in a position now to release the Threatened Species Scientific Committee and the Australian Institute of Marine Science from appearance before the hearing today. So for those agencies, thank you for your attendance, and it is appreciated, but you are now released. Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. In relation to the vitronite Vulcan South project, the project, this is the same company that you're still investigating for illegal clearing of koala habitat, yet the Vitronite Vulcan South project was approved on the 20th of December, just before Christmas. So you've already rewarded this company once. Are you going to reward them again?
Senator, so again, we have to act on the information we have at hand at the time of an approval. So while there's an ongoing investigation, we could not defer for an indefinite period of time at the potential outcome of an investigation. So
why were they given approval?
They were given approval based on the information we had at hand at that point. And
but you knew at that stage that there was an investigation underway as to how they behave next door?
That the investigation that may well find that they have done nothing wrong, and even if they had done something wrong, it would not necessarily mean that the approval may not be able to be managed through conditions. So we can't, I think, give
was the koala habitat destroyed or wasn't it?
It's under investigation.
It's under investigation.
But then you've approved the mine to go ahead next door.
That's
the same
project.
Company.
It's a separate project by the sound.
Oh, I know. And this is what is ridiculous about this.
But Mr Edwards has already explained that under the current law, the environmental record of a proponent is considered in deciding whether to approve a project or not. I can only presume that that was considered, not having been in the role at the time.
There's plenty of cases, Minister, where approvals are not given in that timely manner, in any timely manner, and when further information can be sought. And the fact that this approval was given on the 20th of December when you knew and you're investigating allegations of inappropriate activity, I find it extraordinary. It's a very convenient picking of this rule versus that rule.
So, Senator, there's a statement of reasons that was published with that decision online in April.
Yes, I know. I've read it.
It explains all the considerations for that
rubbish.
decision.
Well, I don't think that's very respectful towards the public servants who worked on that statement.
Well, how on earth you reward a company by giving them approval for a coal mine when just next door they are blatantly disrespecting the process?
Senator,
no wonder these companies just pick and choose and do what they want.
Senator, I think you've heard the evidence from the officers of the department that there's been an allegation made. That allegation is being investigated. Until such time as there's a finding, it's not really open to us to make judgments about a company based on an allegation.
My concern is that while you're still investigating, which seems to be taking longer than it's at least longer than a year so far, that you're still giving approvals to the same company. It doesn't pass the pub test. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. On that note, we will now move from outcome...
Yes, I've just got one set of questions.
On 2.1 or 2.3, Senator Whish-Wilson?
No, 2.1.
Okay, sorry, I'd misunderstood you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. Just two distinct lines of questioning, but I just wanted to know about preparations for the release of the 2026 State of the Environment report. I understand that DQ, as the commissioning agency, is proposing to adopt a new process for putting together the 2026 State of the Environment report, and that the intention is to have DQ staff prepare the text internally with minimal involvement of external independent researchers and authors. Could you just verify if that is the case?
Maya Stewart-Fox, Environment Information Australia. Senator, that's not correct. So we did have a review in 2023 of the 2021 State of the Environment report. And that made a number of, there were a number of findings from that and a number of recommendations. And as a result of that, we are moving towards a more data-driven approach, but we will continue to have assessments that will be undertaken independently as part of the new State of the Environment report.
Okay, thanks. Well, that's answered that. Yeah. Could I just, Senator Hanson-Young was asking earlier about the algal bloom in South Australia and the impacts we're seeing there from largely related to a marine heat wave. I'm not sure who the correct person would be to raise this, but I just want to know if the department was doing anything to monitor or to have a national seabird or beach monitoring program for marine heat waves. I understand, or if you could get the right people forward. Thank you.
Thanks for your patience, Senator.
Sorry?
Thanks for your patience just with the turnover.
Thank you.
I missed the first part.
Okay, marine heat waves, impacts on seabirds. You may be familiar with Drift Lab and Dr. Jen Lavers and the work her volunteers do across the country, over 300 of them, from Hobart to Victoria right up to Brisbane. They monitor mostly short-tailed sailed shearwaters, but there are other birds that they monitor as well, like the fairy prions. But there's been enormous numbers of dead seabirds washing up associated with marine heat waves over the years. I think the technical word is wreck events or mass mortalities. Jen sent me information that last summer, November 23 through to May 2024, they estimated over 600,000 short-tailed shearwaters died in that marine heat wave event, which would be equivalent to the 2019 Black Summer riots. Are you familiar with this? And is there any monitoring program that you're aware of? Does the department have any kind of input into that?
Sorry, Senator, neither of us are aware of it. What's the location of the mortalities? I'm wondering if it's the Antarctic Division might be aware.
All the way from Hobart all the way to Brisbane. Basically, they have 300 volunteers across the country who are registered and trained, and they provide the data. I think that as far as I'm aware, they're the only group that's actually looking at mortalities of seabirds, and there's been I think 6 or 7 media stories on it in the last couple of years. But obviously, while we're talking about the algal bloom and the impacts of marine heat waves, and the minister's taken an interest in marine heat waves and put funding into modelling and forecasting and those kind of things, I'm just wondering why this has slipped the net. Like whether there's any, is it because they may not be protected per se under EPBC or endangered species,
Senator,
and they wash up on state beaches, but
I have to take it on notice. There could be people in our department who are well across that information, but I'll need to take it on notice.
Yeah, if you could, because there's been a number of other events that you'll see reported on around mortalities, and normally you would see a couple of thousand of these birds based on their time series data. They've been doing this for a number of years, but they've just noticed that there was a mortality event in 2021. They estimated nearly 200,000 shearwaters were killed. And this year they're estimating, and I've done a speech on this in Parliament, 612,000. Yeah, last minute. 612,000 shearwaters washed up dead, which is obviously extraordinary. And I'm just wondering why we don't have a national monitoring program, or whether that's something that the department might consider now that we're looking at marine heat waves, taking this issue very seriously, whether that might be something the department could look at putting some funds into or some resourcing into.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you, Senator. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got some questions about the Saving Australia's Bushland program.
I'm just going to get the right...
I understand we're pressed for time, so I might just ask a few and then put the rest on notice. My understanding is that this program was due to start in July this year, and I was just interested to know, is the target still, I think, 30 million hectares? And what progress is underway? Are there active negotiations or where are things up to?
Yeah, so the funding started this year. The funding was allocated for this financial year.
Yes.
So we're currently in the design phase of the project. So working through the different components we've said that we will use to work that through. We've published those on the website. In essence, we're working in discussions with the states and territories as to how we can partner with them, building upon their programs and the like. We're looking at a process by which we can partner with NGOs and the like, other land managers, to support voluntary acquisitions where that are appropriate. There's really high value stuff that we want to add to the estate. We're in the process of working to develop a protect and conserve method under the nature repair market, which will also give us another way, particularly into where landholders voluntarily want to, under the market, lean into the project. And then the fourth element is a further round of the Indigenous Protected Areas program. And so the team responsible for that is in the process of working through developing the guidelines, et cetera, et cetera. So we're well into working through all of that at the current time. Yep.
Well, thank you. That's good to know. One of the things that you didn't mention, and I'm keen to ask about, is ecological representativeness. Mm-hmm. Is that something that's factoring in, ensuring that you have a good cover of ecological communities? Yeah,
absolutely. So last year we published what we call the 30 by 30 roadmap.
Yes.
So that's up on our website. The Australian Bushland Program we see as very, very much working to implement that roadmap. Yeah. So that roadmap sets out the criteria that we're looking to add to it. So there's a few key features in there. One is the one you're talking about, is the ecological representativeness, that we're improving that across the country. Sure. Second critical element I would call out is that we're looking obviously to protect areas of particular biodiversity importance, so where they have really extraordinary values. And then the roadmap calls out some other further criteria which we would look at, for example, enhancing connectivity through the landscape where that's possible, or building resilience to climate change and the like. And
have you looked at whether or not 250 million will actually deliver that roadmap?
We think the 250 million will, we're doing everything we can to make sure we leverage that money as effectively.
I understand that.
So it's very hard to say exactly how far we will get with that at the moment.
Have you looked at whether 250 is actually adequate for the 30 million target?
I'm not sure what to say in that, other than in the first term, the government allocated additional funding for the IPA's program. That was $230 million in total, and that made a significant inroad in towards the total. So this is an amount of money of a similar magnitude, and so we would expect to make another very significant inroad into it with the money that we've got. It's very hard to say exactly how far we'll get.
I guess I'm asking, and maybe Mr. Knudsen, you want to jump in here. Like you've been asked to implement this roadmap, which I think is great, 30 by 30, 30 million hectares, and you've been given 250 mil. The experts I've heard talk about figures, you're talking billions to deliver that. And so I'm interested, why haven't you actually looked at, can we deliver this with 250, or are we going to get to 2030 and go, well, we tried, but just didn't have enough cash?
So, Senator, I think it's important to think about when the 2022 election happened after that. Since then, with the IPA program in particular, but other initiatives as well, including states and territories, have taken us from 22.5% of the country in the National Reserve System up to around 20, just short of 26, I believe is the figure. So 3.5%. And that was effectively the funding at that time, as Mr. Manning referred to, was $225 million. Got another 250. Mathematically, we're going to be within a shot. The other piece that's really important in this, though, is that's obviously being done with First Nations. But Mr. Manning talked about states and territories. We've already had a number of conversations with states where they've got existing areas which they are looking to move into the protected estate and do that with us. So there's going to be contributions from other levels of government. The other thing that Mr. Manning referred to is that connection in with the nature repair market, which we've been talking about for a while now. But the methods underneath that market, combined with the carbon market, are creating positive incentives for landholders, private individuals, to also make contributions like was talked about earlier in the session. So that it's not only Commonwealth money, but it is state and territory contributions as well as private sector. That's why we can't define to an absolute limit what we're going to get. But we think, based upon what happened in the first term of government, that there's a good chance that we'll be very close to it, if not exceeding it, in the second term of government.
So I guess what I hear is that you potentially haven't done a deep dive into the sufficiency, but you're looking at the IPAs and what happened there. And I guess my response to the department would be, I have real concerns about the ecological representativeness of that, because sure, you can spend money on vast tracts in Central Australia and other places. That does not translate for box gum woodlands, temperate grasslands, all of those sorts of...
We're very aware of that. In terms of how we use the funding for this program, because you're absolutely right. The roadmap calls out that we're looking for that balance. It's not just about hitting the area at the expense of getting the, we're looking at how this maximises the contribution towards conservation overall, and that very much does mean that tension that you're pointing to, we're very conscious of that in the design of the program and how we pick that up and make sure that's reflected in those different mechanisms that I was talking about.
Thank you. And I'm conscious of time, just finally, how many methodologies have been approved under the nature repair market?
There's one method in place currently. There's 2 further methods currently in development.
What's the one that's been approved?
The one that's approved is it's a replanting forests and woodlands method is the one that's already in place. As we mentioned here, we're working on a protect and conserve method, which is related to this piece of work. And then the other method in development at the current point in time is called what we call an enhanced remnant vegetation method.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator Pocock.
Happy to take it.
On that note, we are now moving from outcome 2.1 to outcome 2.2, and so I would call officers from the department in relation to 2.2, protecting Australia's cultural, historic and First Nations heritage. Okay, thank you to the officials who've made their way to the table. I will now go to Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Chair. Touched on it earlier, Indigenous cultural heritage reforms, where are we at?
Yes, definitely. Thanks for the question. So we've made significant progress on the reforms. What we've been doing is working through all the information that we gathered last year. We ran over 60 consultations, and we've used that information to kind of come up with the approach. And the main real focus that we're finding is with an Act from 1984, we want to focus on modernising and streamlining the Act. So a lot of our thinking has been around that. It's very clear in terms of the process happens too late, and we find this with that SIPA right now. With that SIPA, with our current practice, we're actually working that when we spend time with applicants and proponents early on in the piece, that we can actually avoid an application. So what the reforms will look at is really starting that right at the front, so before a proponent even thinks about all the other aspects of a plan, to have those conversations with the right people. So another key feature of the reforms is definitely around who best to speak to. And so our work with the Alliance, because we're doing this work in partnership with the First Nations Cultural Heritage Protection Alliance. They represent over 70 organisations across the country, so they go back and talk to their membership as well. So as well as those 60 organisations, they talk to their membership. Yep. And they have worked quite thoroughly around a process of a traditional owner representative institution model, so that then proponents are speaking to the right people. So there's that aspect as well. Yes. So we've made, I've just run through a couple of the key features. So we're at the point where now we're starting to test again, because what we did was we used the information we got from all those consultations to come up with the approach, and we're testing that again to just make sure that we're on the right track.
Okay, well, that is encouraging. Just in terms of timeframes then to potential introduction into Parliament of revised laws. What's the plan?
So I think the government has committed that the cultural heritage reforms will happen this term of government.
This term, any advances on that?
I couldn't probably be more specific than that. I mean, clearly we have indicated that the very highest priority reform-wise is EPBC, and we'd be keen to get to this after EPBC.
Okay, all right. And that's me done,
But
Chair.
as you can see, there's work happening to position us to do so.
I'm delighted by, and also won my bet with Senator Pocock, who said I wouldn't be done in under 2 minutes. So he now has to find a hat and eat it. Chair, I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Duniam. I go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Very impressive. I'm not going to beat you, I don't think. I have some questions for you, Minister, in relation to the proposed second tower to be built in South Australia, right next door to Parliament House. I don't know whether you've ever eaten lunch in the parliamentary dining room in South Australia. I know you've been hanging out there a little bit lately, but if you look straight out the window to the north from Parliament House, a 38-storey building is planned for that site. Of course, Parliament House is zoned as a heritage listed building, and of course it's on the parklands, which is also a heritage listed property. Many people who live in South Australia are very concerned about this building, which is right next door to the 28-storey building that was recently built by the same company, Walker Development, and it has it's got Deloitte's name on the top of it, the one next door overlooking. You'll know the one. So it's public land. It's underway without full approval. They have poured a lot of cement into the foundations. It's proceeding in lieu of the previously agreed 3-storey maximum height development. It's now zoned for 38 storeys. I wrote to you on the 8th of September expressing my concern, and I'm aware, and you may be aware, that many South Australians, 130-odd prominent South Australians, recently wrote and expressed their very public opposition, architects, past Labor premiers, church figures, trade unionists and so on. So my first question is, has the mandatory privately commissioned heritage impact assessment been completed as yet?
I might need to get some assistance from the officials on that one, Senator.
I don't have that information in front of me. I'll have to take that on notice.
I did write to you a month ago. This would have been a very predictable question for me.
Earlier on, there was a different senator who asked about a letter that he'd written to me. It turned out the department had replied to him. Why don't I try and find out where we're at with a reply to that? But more generally, I'm not sure whether there's anyone here today. I'm not even sure whether this necessarily triggers federal law, EPBC. Not every heritage matter necessarily involves the EPBC. So,
Can I take that on notice, Senator? I think it might have, if it's gone anywhere in the department, it would likely be under an EPBC referral. It wouldn't necessarily go to our heritage team. So we can try and get that information for you today.
So that was my first question. Today would be great. Has the corporation formally referred the development as a controlled action to the Australian Heritage Council or to the department as required under the EPBC Act?
I'll have to take that matter on notice.
So, Mr. Edwards, if you've got some information, I'm surprised you're still lurking. I thought you would have bolted.
He's running.
Try not to lurk, and it's not very exciting information other than I can confirm that we have a referral, so we're not actively assessing that.
Sorry, you do have a referral or you don't?
We don't have a referral.
And why wouldn't you have a referral?
So again, it depends on the development and its impact on protected matters, and then the developer would need to self-assess to determine whether they're having a significant impact on any protected matters, and then if they decide they do, then they would refer to us for assessment.
Sorry, I'm an amateur here. To walk me through that again. They have to self-assess, refer this themselves?
Yeah, so it's a requirement under the Act that people self-assess whether they might have a significant impact on a protected matter. And protected matter could be heritage.
So that's their decision. Walker Corporation sit back and have a look at a piece of public land abutting our Parliament, which is a heritage-listed building on public parklands material, and they decide that it's not worth referring to you. Is that the way that works?
That's how the Act is structured, yes, Senator.
There is capacity under the Act, though, for matters that are not referred by the proponent to then be considered. Do you mind just...
Yeah, so if we had significant evidence to suggest that a referral should have been made and a significant impact was likely, then the Minister's referring to call-in provisions. So you can call in a project and require it to be assessed. I don't have any background information about this particular project.
I'm asking this question on behalf of a large body of South Australian citizens who definitely see the case for that referral and would ask the Minister to take any action, or the Department, the action that's available to it, to ensure there is proper examination of this significant project. What was to be a 3-storey building is now 38 storeys, and it's on public land. Don Dunstan would be rolling in his grave, as would Colonel Light. This is a travesty in terms of the heritage of our city.
So understand that, Senator. So we're happy to look at that correspondence. It would relate to, we'd have to look at what the values of any heritage listing at the national level are, and determine whether that's a significant impact. We don't regulate other types of heritage, but we're happy to
Well,
look at that.
we know South Australia doesn't always figure to the forefront of people's minds in other cities in relation to algae bloom and so on, but in relation to this development, this is a very important issue, so I'm asking you, Minister, to pay attention to this. And are you aware
Understood,
that...
and of course I would dispute your characterisation of the algal bloom, especially given the over $30 million that has been contributed.
Plenty of South Australians would argue that they have not received sufficient attention. Let's leave that aside. I want to stick to my point. Thank you. Are you aware the development has commenced without any heritage consideration?
I'm not personally aware of that. I'm in the process of trying to track down what's been done about the letter that you wrote to me. But again, as Mr Edwards has said, not every heritage matter ends up being dealt with at the federal level. Some are dealt with at the state level under state legislation, just as not every environmental impact is dealt with by federal law. There are certain thresholds that need to be reached, and I think what we need to do is clarify whether this particular development reaches that threshold for federal law to apply.
And my questions are an attempt to impress upon you the significance and the view of South Australian voters and citizens on this. So you do have an intervention power.
Sorry, can I just give you a 1-minute warning?
Okay, sure. I'll get there.
Thank you.
So I'm asking you to exercise your powers to do that, Minister, and to communicate. So I look forward to hearing your response to my letter. Can this development legally proceed under South Australian state government approval without your approval?
It would depend on whether or not it triggered the EPBC Act, Senator, but I think we have Ms Calhoun, I think, has got some additional information for you.
As Mr Edwards said, it hasn't formally been referred to us, but we have written to them to inform of what their obligations are under the EPBC Act and to consider that.
If site work proceeded without federal approval, and it should have had it, and developments later deemed to have a significant impact on the National Heritage Site, which many of us would argue, are there penalties, including fines and legal injunctions for such premature action in the absence of proper approval?
So you've heard Mr Edwards indicate that the Minister does have the power to call something in if a proponent has not referred and there is significant evidence in which that activity would have a significant impact on the matters in which we regulate.
And can you fine in the event that has proceeded inappropriately?
It would depend on the situation, Senator, whether or not we work with the proponent to put them into an assessment process. It would depend on where they were.
Could you provide to me on notice any correspondence, emails, any communications between the federal government and Walker Corporation or the state government in relation to this building?
We'll take that on notice for you, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I will go to Senator Waters for a 5-minute block, and then I'm going to go to Senator Payman for a 5-minute block.
Thanks. Hi, folks. Minister, just to start off with you, your statement of reasons for the decision to approve Woodside's North West Shelf LNG facility out to 2070 shows that the federal department, disputed the WA government's findings that there was no ongoing damage to the rock art from industrial emissions, and pointed to multiple lines of evidence confirming both past and projected damage from the proposal. And your statement...
Senator, I don't mean to interrupt. We've actually moved past that outcome. Those questions related to outcome 2.1, which we just completed before you entered the room.
Well, I'm asking about the heritage values, or I will be, if you'd let me get my question out, I'll be asking about the heritage values. I believe that's in 2.2 heritage.
The decision regarding the North West Shelf falls under program 2.1, which we've completed.
Okay, well, why don't I try to ask anyway, and then do your best to respond if you could, please. I'm interested in why your statement of reasons accepts the department's advice, but then in public commentary, you repeatedly said that there was scientific evidence that any damage was historic, had nothing to do with Woodside, everything was going to be fine, the World Heritage Committee shouldn't be concerned. Why did you continue to assert that when your own department had provided multiple lines of evidence to the contrary?
Well, noting that we have completed the outcome that falls under, so I don't propose to provide extensive answers on this now, but the comments that you're referring to that I previously made, I think related to the advocacy that I and the department undertook to UNESCO to have the Murujuga cultural landscape World Heritage listed, and what we informed UNESCO of was that as I had imposed strict conditions on the project in my proposed decision, in addition to the conditions that Western Australian government had imposed, that would protect the rock art and would mean that we could avoid unacceptable impacts to the rock art, in essence. So I don't agree that my comments were inconsistent with what was in the statement of reasons.
Okay, well, I beg to differ. I've got comments on the 28th of May in The Guardian. I've got comments on the 8th of July in The Australian, also on the 8th of July in The Guardian, later on Sky News on the 14th of July, where you were asserting that any impact on the rock art was historic and was unrelated to Woodside, despite the statement of reasons that the department prepared that you signed off on, saying in fact there was an impact from Woodside.
Well,
so how do you explain that discrepancy?
Well, I think you're selectively quoting from my interviews, and what I'm saying to you is that the conditions that we imposed, of course, when I made a proposed decision, I wasn't in a position, and that was back in late May, I wasn't in a position to go into great detail about those proposed conditions because there was a consultation phase to occur, as occurs with every project, and the point I'm making is that by imposing those conditions, that is the way that we were able to protect the rock art from unacceptable impacts, and that's the decision I was required to make under the Act.
So did you give the World Heritage Committee a copy of those original conditions, and have you now given them a copy of the revised conditions, which are in fact different?
Feel free.
So, Senator, the World Heritage Committee was provided with a full dossier of information prior to their evaluation, including the ICOMOS evaluation when they came out and did an assessment of Murujuga. The World Heritage Committee was not provided with the proposed Woodside conditions. That they were only provided to the proponent. The final set of conditions are publicly available, so the World Heritage Committee has full access to them. But I just want to give you a bit of context again on what was provided to the World Heritage Committee in terms of factual corrections as part of the nomination of Murujuga. So when the draft decision came out, based on an evaluation and an evaluation report from ICOMOS, there are a number of factual errors within that report, and it is part of the process, part of the World Heritage Committee process, that as a state party in a nomination we have an opportunity to provide those factual corrections. Which we did, and the factual corrections related largely to how the impacts of emissions were being felt on the rock art, and I think that's where the Minister was on the record indicating those corrections. We took the opportunity to correct it with the World Heritage Centre. That is a statement of fact. During the nomination process and the World Heritage Committee meeting at 47 Column in Paris, we had the delegation of traditional owners as well as the lead scientist, Professor Ben Mullins from the MRAMP program, come and talk to committee members about the findings of MRAMP and giving them the scientific peer-reviewed basis of fact. And ultimately, the committee agreed with that position. There was never any doubt about their view around the outstanding universal value of Murujuga and the quality of the nomination and the quality of the inscription. But we did stridently and factually correct a number of errors that was in the draft decision that were then corrected for the final report.
And you'll see, Senator Waters, you'll see in the final decision from UNESCO where they approved World Heritage listing of Murujuga that they acknowledged as being important the regulatory conditions that were being imposed on the project, and that was the basis of
the ones that you said you didn't send to them.
No.
So there's, the actual, can I just say, in relation to the World Heritage listing, where the minister and to the minister's point, the World Heritage Committee have asked us to come back with the progress report in the future, one at the end of 2026, and then with a state of conservation report afterwards. And that's to take into account that the fact that this program is a 5-year program, and it allows then the findings and that program to run out, which is clearly with the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation as part of that process, so we will be reporting on that in the future.
Thank you.
And just a final, Senator, just point you to the World Heritage Committee final decision, which actually explicitly acknowledges the Murujuga Rock Art Program combined with the regulatory frameworks as the best means of protecting the petroglyphs.
Okay, I've got a number of questions about that. But
yes, may I come back? I'm going to share the call at this point, and then I'll come back to you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My questions are actually to do with the Murujuga Rock Art as well. And so just without repeating Senator Waters' questions, Minister, I know that when you said that you took a precautionary approach, what did you mean in practice?
Well, I think that's all set out in the statement of reasons for my decision in relation to this project, but under the EPBC Act, the decision maker, whether it be the minister or their delegate, needs to take into account the precautionary principle. So effectively, what that means is that the absence of conclusive evidence should not be used as a reason to approve a project. That's essentially what it... But Mr Edwards might know the technical terminology better than me.
Sorry, the Minister's correct. So it essentially, as the Minister described, means just because there's uncertainty doesn't mean you don't take measures to try to minimise impacts. And that was the nature of the decision. There's a number of measures in there, even though there was uncertainty that the Minister put in place to protect those matters.
And Senator, I would just draw your attention to the statement of reasons, paragraphs approximately 151 to 155 that goes through that, and the minister's reasoning behind that, including the use of the precautionary principle.
Thank you. I'm just curious to understand, is it a precautionary approach for Woodside or is it for the environment? Because when most Australians who've spoken to us, would assume that a precautionary approach means not approving a project until you're sure that it won't cause irreversible damage. So are you essentially saying, and you can guarantee that there will not be any irreversible damage to the rock art?
Sorry.
So I want to step that through for you because it is a bit complex. So in this project in the Mini, there's high uncertainty. So there's a lot of uncertainty and conflicting evidence around things. There was evidence to suggest that there's likely industrial emissions impacts somewhere. Where from, to what extent, all that sort of stuff, actually very hard to pin down. The Minister's job in that circumstance is therefore to condition to reduce the risk of a significant impact occurring, and on that basis the proposal is acceptable. So he's trying to condition to get it below that significant impact and reduce the risk of that happening.
Well, given that 3 days after the announcement was made for the expansion, the government released its National Climate Risk Assessment. Minister, did you read or receive briefings on that assessment before approving the Northwest Shelf expansion?
I'm pretty sure that I was broadly aware of the likely findings of that National Climate Risk Assessment. I don't know that I saw the documents themselves beforehand, but I'd also make the point, Senator, that there have been a lot of people in this debate about this project who have wanted to make it about the greenhouse gas emissions and potential climate change impacts of that project. Actually, what was required to be considered under the law was the potential impact of that project on the petroglyphs, being the natural heritage listed place. So it wouldn't have mattered who was the minister. The decision that needed to be made was, would this project potentially have a significant impact on the petroglyphs? It wasn't about what impact would this project have on climate change or greenhouse gas emissions. So for the range of people who've been trying to conflate those issues and make it a decision about climate change, it's actually wrong.
So can we just go back to the question of, is this a precautionary approach to Woodside or the environment?
Well, I think it's a precautionary approach for the environment. That's why we've imposed over 40 conditions on this project.
And while we're at it, are you able to table the departmental advice or any correspondence from Woodside relating to the modification or softening of these environmental conditions before approval?
Well, I'm happy to take that on notice, but I would disagree with the claim that many have made that the conditions were softened. What actually happened was that we imposed more specific conditions in the final decision than what were in the proposed decision. We also made sure that the final conditions were technically feasible when we were satisfied that a small number of the original proposed conditions were not technically feasible. So we think, and I think, that the final decision, which requires the emissions of a range of gases to be reduced by 60% by 2030 and further reductions after that, among all the other conditions, I think that is what means that the rock art is protected as required under the Act.
But you can't guarantee that there won't be any irreversible damage caused.
Well, I'm confident that the conditions that we've imposed will prevent any irreversible damage occurring. That was the basis of my decision.
And so that's a guarantee, and that's on the record?
You can use whatever words you like, but I'm confident that the decision I made will mean there will not be irreversible impacts, and that's all set out in my statement of reasons.
Because that's exactly what your own department warned of, irreversible damage, yet the project was approved anyway. So given all this...
Can I just pick you up on that? The department effectively advised that in the absence of conditions, it may have irreversible significant impacts. I can't remember the exact wording, unacceptable impacts, and that's why we imposed those conditions to prevent that unacceptable impact occurring.
Well, given that you approved this awful project that a lot of scientists have considered a carbon bomb, will you commit to an independent review in the decision-making process to ensure that political convenience did not override what's best for the environment?
Well, I think there are inbuilt review mechanisms into this decision from memory.
Yeah, so Senator, I'm not sure exactly what kind of review that you are looking at, but there are various mechanisms within the conditions around ensuring, obviously, continuous monitoring. We have built in that Woodside has to undertake audits of its data and information. They have to be very transparent about their emissions that they're releasing. And then the MRAP program itself, of which you would be familiar with, that is also within the WA set of conditions, will also be providing a feedback mechanism that Woodside has to adhere to as part of their state conditions that would indicate over time they will set those standards within the MRAP program, and Woodside's obligated to adhere to those as well.
And do we have the date for the progress report?
Senator Payman, this is the last question.
It goes for
before I
5
then
years.
share the call.
It's not end of 2026?
It's entering its third year of a 5-year program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Just coming back to a number of those threads, how many revisions were made to the proposed conditions between your original preliminary decision, Minister, on the 28th of May and the final decision on the 12th of September?
So, Senator, again, the statement of reasons actually explains what the original condition set was and explains the input received from Woodside
so the answer to the
and the
question
adjustments. I don't know that we can provide a number, so we're discussing...
You don't know how many revisions there were to the conditions?
We'd have to take that on notice. I don't know that we got to, here's the next version, here's the next version. It was an iterative conversation until we reached confidence that we had the right conditions set to put to the Minister.
Okay, well, can you provide copies of all of the alterations along the course, please?
So, Senator, I think they're clearly set out in the statement of reasons of what was in a proposed condition and what ended up in the final condition set. Those are all stepped out in the statement of reasons.
Okay, so I want to take you to the point, Minister, that you changed conditions on the basis that your original conditions, some of them weren't technically feasible. What does that mean? Does that mean it would have cost Woodside too much to not completely erode ancient rock art?
No,
technically feasible according to
assertion.
whom? That's my question.
Again, that is all set out in the statement of reasons, and if you would like to have a look at paragraph 194, subparagraph A of that statement of reasons on page 36, it goes through some of the information that had been provided by Woodside. So, in a submission on the 23rd of June 2025, the proponent has asserted that it is not technically feasible to meet the requirement of a no air emissions above the detection limit, which was the original proposed condition, because elements of the operation that produce emissions are required for safety purposes, for example, flaring. So that's an example of where it would not have been technically feasible to proceed with the proposed condition, which was to require no air emissions above the detection limit. And what that led to was discussions between the department and Woodside around how we could set conditions regarding emission levels that would protect the rock art and were technically feasible. And that's one of the reasons why we landed on conditions such as requiring a 60% reduction in nitrogen oxide levels by 2030, with further reductions beyond that. I think from memory we get to 90% reductions at some point in the future. Similarly, there were very specific conditions set about reductions in sulphur oxide and a range of other gases as well. So the proposed conditions were more generic. They were not technically feasible for reasons like what I've just given you. The final decision and final approval had much more specific conditions about particular gases and particular emission levels that were required in order to protect the rock art.
Okay, can you table for me, please? Surely you didn't just accept their word that one example of an alleged safety measure meant that an entire condition was technically not feasible.
I can confirm that we did not take their word for it, and there were extensive discussions between the department and Woodside. You might remember there were some people being critical of the amount of time that it took to reach a final decision, and that was because of the extensive discussions that were happening between the department and Woodside.
So I'd like to see documentation around that discussion. Can you please table the correspondence pertaining to the conditions negotiation?
I'll take that on notice and see what we're able to provide.
Thank you. How many times did you and or the department meet with Woodside during that period?
I'll let the department go first.
Between the proposed condition and the final condition,
That's right.
it was at least 10 times, possibly a dozen.
Okay. And how many times did you meet with traditional owners in that same period?
Well, the discussion, just to be clear, the discussion between the proposed condition set and the final condition set are held exclusively with the proponent.
So no meetings with traditional owners?
It's to deal with the conditions of their approval, but we are in constant contact with traditional owners within that region, and primarily very intensively through the listing of Murrujuga World Heritage Site.
And how many times during that same period did you meet with scientists?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. We were also, again, part of the assessment process, which Ms. Calhoun and her team undertook, was going through a lot of the scientific information, and both with scientists within the department and evidence provided outside of the department. But in terms of number of times, we'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. When were you first made aware of concerns from experts working on that MRAMP, that rock art monitoring program, about inaccuracies in the WA government's summary?
So, Senator, as has been canvassed at previous testimony and estimates, we relied on the full report, the full Murujuga Rocket Report. As we have testified previously, we received that in February of 2025. We did not rely on an executive summary. Any discussion about WA's treatment of the executive summary and scientists' interpretation of that is a matter for them, but we went straight to the full report.
Okay, and when were you made aware of those concerns from those experts?
I'd take that on notice, Senator. I think that was not something that was raised directly with us, as we were just concerned about getting the full and final report for our consideration.
Were you advised about allegations of pressure applied to downplay findings about the impacts of industrial emissions?
No, not
you weren't advised of that.
Senator, we just to clarify, we heard about most of these things through press in the same way that everyone else did. So this is a matter, I suppose, concerns around WA government processes that we're not party to. So we just really listened to those.
What did you do when you heard that?
So again, we were not just relying on the MRAMP report. We did our own analysis of the full document, not the executive summary. And the Minister's decision considered something like 70 other academic pieces and inputs of science as well. So there wasn't a lot for us to do. I think, again, the concern in the press that I've certainly been privy to is one around representations made by the WA government that we don't have a role in.
Okay. Just going back to that statement in the Statement of Reasons where the department clearly says, on the balance of probabilities, it's more likely than not that industrial air emissions are resulting in the accelerated and irreversible weathering of the rocks that the Murujuga art is etched into, and that accelerated weathering is likely to continue under the proposed action. When the Minister was out there in those media interviews that we canvassed earlier, saying that, in fact, there was no evidence that there would be impacts from industrial activity, did anyone in the department advise his office that the statement was not true?
So, Senator, again, the Minister has been quite clear in his Statement of Reasons and the thought process that has gone into the approval of Woodside and how emissions are considered. I think, again, respectfully, we're conflating issues here about factual corrections related to the World Heritage nomination of Murujuga and the matters that were in front of the Minister and he was considering in his EPBC approval. And as we've canvassed, we undertook quite an extensive factual corrections process and how those emissions were characterised in the draft World Heritage decision.
And I think in relation to the draft World Heritage decision, so the way that we worked with this particular nomination, the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation led the nomination and we supported them, as did the WA government. So, so there's when you actually look at the corrections report that's available online, that's available to the public, all the corrections were done collectively, and so anything that we put out in the public domain about the World Heritage listing is done with MAC at the lead.
Okay, so nobody advised the Minister that he was misdescribing the advice from the department.
So, Senator, I disagree with your statement. The Minister was not misdescribing it. The Minister was quite clear in his Statement of Reasons, as has been laid out very extensively, the thought process that he went through and how he arrived at his final decision, how emissions were considered, how he went from the proposed conditions to the final conditions, and we have been extremely transparent about how emissions were mischaracterised in the draft decision and of the World Heritage nomination and how we factually corrected that. So I don't agree that the Minister has mischaracterised emissions.
Okay. Is it correct that the department is investigating whether Woodside breached the EPBC Act by processing third-party gas prior to final approval? And is that investigation still underway?
I'll just ask my colleague to come up. I think I can probably provide the answer to this one as well, but give me 1 minute.
Senator Danny McQuillan, branch head for compliance and enforcement. Yes, that's correct. They're under investigation.
Okay. And when did you start that and when are you due to finish it?
We did commence that. We received further information in August 2025 and we're currently looking into that at the moment.
Can I
Okay,
just
my
clarify,
question was, when did
Senator,
you
that there was
start?
a previous allegation in April 2024 that was investigated. That investigation was closed based on information that was available at that time. So it was alleged in April 2024 that Woodside had commenced processing third-party gas prior to referral. Department initiated an investigation in April 2025. That investigation was closed. In August 2025, further information was received, and that investigation is ongoing.
Okay, so you reopened it, or it's a fresh investigation in August 2025?
It's been reopened.
Okay, right. And when, like, how long are you going to be investigating for? Do you have a time frame?
I can't give you a time frame on an investigation. It depends on the complexity of the nature of that allegation and the availability of the evidence to prove those.
Okay, so how did the fact that they were under investigation for breaches of the EPBC Act factor into the minister's decision to give them a fresh approval?
Senator,
Sorry, go ahead.
the statement of reasons actually detail that. So if you look at it's paragraph 279 to 285, it talks about the environmental history of the proponent and how all the issues were considered in the minister's decision making.
And so, for the benefit of people who aren't going to go read that, what is the answer to the question? How did that factor into the minister giving them yet another approval, even though they're under investigation for breaching the EPBC Act?
So again, our allegations of breaches.
The investigation was opened, investigated, and then closed.
And now reopened.
That's
so
right.
What impact legally does that have?
So it's currently under investigation. So it's an allegation, and we're investigating it.
Okay, so what legal impact does that have on the North West Shelf approval?
Well, the legal impact is that it's currently that there's an allegation under the EPBC Act that we are investigating. That's its legal standing.
Does it have any impact on the existing approval?
Not until there's a finding.
Okay, and at that point, if the finding is upheld, could that constitute them being not a fit and proper person to hold an EPBC Act approval? And if so, what consequences
That's a hypothetical
would flow?
question, Senator. We don't know the outcomes of the investigation.
Well, what are the
and
outcomes
it's
of an
currently.
investigation under the Act that can occur?
Sorry, say again.
What are the outcomes of an investigation under the Act that can occur? What are the options available?
There are a range of enforcement activities that we could take. Could be anywhere from between education to directive variations to civil or criminal actions from the investigation. It just depends on.
Is there any consequence of cancelling an approval held by that proponent, either a related or a different project?
Based on the findings, we would then have to make a decision, and we could refer that across to our colleagues around the conditions of the licence.
Yeah. Is that legally open to you?
It would depend on, again,
on the outcome of the investigation.
Yes. Is it an option? Is it in your toolkit of enforcement
it could
options?
be an option, yes.
Yes, is the answer.
Yes.
Okay, well, Minister, hopefully you've been listening closely to that. Why did you not wait until that investigation was completed before approving?
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm just conscious that this has been a substantial block and curious to know how much, just by way of planning.
I've just got two more short ones, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Why did you not wait? Perhaps you'll direct me back to the statement of reasons again, but I'm interested in how much weight an open investigation had that was then closed, that then had to be reopened. And in fact, I'm not across why it was reopened and whether it was new information or it was information that you'd missed the first time after 1 year of looking. I'm just interested in how you can let an approval sail through with such enormous climate consequences that I fully appreciate aren't legally required to be considered, even though that is utterly ridiculous, but with such implications on rock art. How can those two things be true at the same time?
So, Senator, I don't think again, there's been a lot of talk about this project taking too long to resolve, so it was referred in 2018, so we've considered it extensively. The reason we talked about a similar project earlier today, actually, the reason we don't necessarily wait for an accusation to be investigated, finalised, followed up, is that it can take an indeterminate period of time. So there's collection of evidence, there needs to be a case made. It may be, in fact, even if something is proven, it has no bearing on the original decision, and there's natural justice considerations in being able to progress a decision in front of the minister that we need to take versus holding a decision for a potential outcome that may or may not impact that decision. So again, that's a standard operating process. If we had something that was very close and the department was imminent, that would be considered in environmental history. We might maybe able to do something like that. But if it's an investigation midstream, a convention is not to necessarily hold and disadvantage, potentially inappropriately, disadvantage the proponent by holding off their decision.
Is there any consideration, Minister or departmental folk, about whether or not an approval should be issued on a preliminary basis subject to the findings of an investigation? If it does go to whether the proponent is a fit and proper person, does that meet the need for the natural justice issues you've outlined, with the need for actually making sure you're not giving environmental approvals to people who willfully disregard environmental law?
So it's not a provision of the Act currently, so people and the environment are looking for certainty through decisions, and that's the way the Act is structured. And I should say, again, with compliance, it doesn't matter what happens after investigation. Our primary strategy is to try to bring people into compliance, so it doesn't necessarily mean a previous decision was invalid or shouldn't have been made. The question is then, how do we make sure this person is doing the right thing to protect the environment going forward?
Well, perhaps not giving them fresh approvals where they've done the wrong thing might be a good start, but thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Waters. On that note, we'll have our opportunity to move on from outcome 2.2, and I will now call the officers from the department in relation to outcome 2.3 or program 2.3, accelerate the transition to a circular economy while safely managing pollutants and hazardous substances. Senators, I take this opportunity to just note we are now running nearly 5 hours behind the program. So I have obviously been too indulgent. Any assistance senators can give me with the efficiency of their questions would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Exactly.
The government hasn't been delaying things. I've been a very good boy. Thank you.
All right.
The chair did accuse me of still
We now have outcome 2.3. I will go to the coalition for a block of... Who am I going to?
A few quick questions, if my colleagues don't mind.
No, we don't mind.
Certainly, Senator Brockman.
And this may have been done to death in this committee. I haven't had a chance to actually participate in this committee before. Just wanted to talk about the recycling of batteries, particularly large-scale batteries, automotive batteries, household batteries. Have we got the right people at the table? Basically, I've had this raised with me by a number of constituents, and I'll give you a couple of case studies. One is someone who runs a recycling waste disposal business who currently has large-scale lithium batteries in effectively storage they have constructed themselves to effectively act as containment for those batteries. And they've got no pathway forward with those batteries at the moment, I'm being told. I've also got a constituent who owns a car out of warranty, hasn't been in an accident, battery is degraded. Replacing the battery would cost more than the car is worth, and the car is worth effectively $0. And you couldn't even literally use it as a sea anchor because then you would be polluting the environment. What is the pathway for recycling large-scale lithium batteries in Australia?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. I'm going to turn to Mr. Tagurtha in a second. But probably about a year and a half ago or so, environment ministers from across the country agreed that New South Wales was going to take the lead on this issue. They have introduced legislation which will serve as model legislation for the other jurisdictions to then replicate. They're now at the point where they are into the drafting of secondary legislative instruments, so regulation to support that legislation. That is proceeding afoot, and that is the key thing to help businesses like what you were talking about know what the requirements will be for the effective recycling of batteries, and therefore help them figure out their business model going forward. But I'll just turn to Mr. Tagurtha if there's anything to add.
James Strigertha, Division Head, Circular Economy Division. No, I've got nothing to add, Senator. That's the pathway forward on those larger batteries. I guess I should also mention, though, that there is already in place and has been for a number of years a voluntary product stewardship scheme for smaller scale batteries called B-Cycle, which is in place and operating currently. But as Mr Knudsen said at the the December 2024 meeting of Environment Ministers, as Mr Knudsen said, it was determined that the New South Wales legislation would provide the model for other jurisdictions to implement going forward. And what that will do is drive producer responsibility for end-of-life batteries.
So I guess the retail example that I've given you, where an unusable car is effectively sitting in a driveway at the moment, what are those Australians supposed to do with that vehicle?
Well, there are current ways to dispose of end-of-life vehicles, etc. They are not ideal in terms of the issues around batteries, etc. That's why we've worked as a set of jurisdictions around the country to come up with the New South Wales model of leading on this. But the answer right now would be use the existing vehicle end-of-life options that are available, but it's not a commercial option per se.
So what, they take it to a car wrecker and the car wrecker says we don't want it because it's an electric vehicle with an electric battery that we don't have a pathway to recycle yet. So what do? They leave it in their driveway or they go and dump it in the bush, which obviously they wouldn't do because that's illegal.
Well, Senator, what I would suggest is that unless Mr. Strigertha has more information on this, we can come back to you with some details about what end-of-life cycle options are available. I've got an electric vehicle myself and have never heard of that issue playing out, but I absolutely believe what you're saying.
Electric vehicles are relatively young, but this is going to become an increasingly important issue over the next few years.
No. And that's precisely why Environment Ministers focused on this with actually less than a year ago because of that emerging issue with respect to the presence of batteries in vehicles and in homes, etc., and the safe disposal of those batteries. So we're not arguing with you at all about the urgency to do this. Indeed, that's why New South Wales acted so judiciously on this, and now it's up to the other jurisdictions to back in. But we don't have a more substantive answer at this point. We're just early in battery recycling, but the country is absolutely taking steps to make sure that we've got a sustainable path going forward.
Okay, just one more question, Chair. So obviously the vast majority, if not 100% of all large batteries are coming from overseas manufacturers. Do they have any responsibility within the Australian market to provide any return service, to provide any ability to send those batteries back to their country of origin, to forcibly make sure that they do not become a burden on the Australian environment when in actual fact they shouldn't necessarily be?
Yeah, so I personally am not aware of that, but Mr.
I mean, that would be federal legislation?
Well, Senator, there would be obligations. It's not my area of expertise, but I'm presuming there would be obligations in relation to faulty equipment should it be provided, that a provider of faulty equipment would have to make that good. That's not in our portfolio's responsibilities. In relation to the issue I think you're going to in terms of the product itself, that's precisely the responsibility that you are talking about is precisely what that New South Wales model piece of legislation is intended to drive, is precisely that if you are bringing a product into the market, you also then, in terms of a large-scale battery, need to be responsible for the end-of-life resolution of that battery. My understanding of the New South Wales legislation, that would pertain to someone bringing a battery into the New South Wales market, regardless, presumably, of whether it was brought in. It would either be the exporter or the producer, depending on how it got into the market.
Okay, promise this is the last question. Have you done any work on the cost of recycling or containing large-scale EV or household batteries?
We've certainly done work on the cost of producer responsibility schemes. That's something we've done. Whether they go precisely to that question, Senator, I'll take that on notice.
Could you take that on notice?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There's notionally 3 minutes left in your block, but I'm going to... Yes, you may, Senator Cadell.
Just on this point, since the disallowance on the recycling licence fees and application fees, we're hearing that applications are happening a lot slower or not happening. Have you got a benchmark for how this was happening when there was cost recovery versus now?
We're just getting the area that does the permitting to the table. So
I have 2 minutes and 17 seconds left.
Apologies, Senator.
we may give you back a few seconds.
So, Ms Kate Elliott, I'm the Acting Division Head for Environmental Permitting and Compliance Division. So we do monitor the assessment timeframes for licences, and I'm not aware of any delays since cost recovery. We've actually had an improvement in our assessment timeframes. If you look from the 1st of January 2025 to August of this year, it's taken 6 weeks on average for a decision on a new licence to be made, and that's compared to 13 weeks if you look at a period between the 1st of May 2024 to the 31st of December 2024, and cost recovery was in place. Sorry, my nervousness is coming through. Cost recovery was actually in place in November.
One, don't worry, it's me.
Sorry, yeah, so we have actually seen an improvement in those processing timeframes.
How about variations?
For variations, in that same timeframe between January 2025 to 31st of August this year, 9 weeks on average for a decision to be made, compared to 14 weeks between the 1st of May 2024 to the 31st of December 2024, and that's due to the continuous improvement processes that we're looking at as a part of assessments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I've got some questions, which I'll promise I'll keep very brief, put the rest of them on notice. Packaging reform. The consultation paper set out a schedule for a 2026 introduction. In the meantime, as I'm sure you're aware, APCO have confirmed it won't be introducing the proposed extended producer responsibility EPR fee model in 27. I'll just read you their exact words from their own release. Industry needs government to provide certainty around reform. It urged APCO to avoid duplication and confusion and to align with a nationally consistent framework that the government has yet to fully articulate. Could you give us an update on that, and can you articulate?
Can I just really quickly kick off, and then I might hand it Mr Tregurtha to follow on. So we're certainly aware of the very strong desire in industry and the community to see packaging reform. I've obviously made clear both today and previously that the very biggest legislative priority for the government in this portfolio right now is EPBC reform, but we have nevertheless begun the work, if quietly, on what will need to be done for that legislation that you're talking about, and I might get Mr Tregurtha to give you some more detail on that.
If I could just respond to that with I suppose a question, Minister, that I understand this work's been underway for some years. The previous Environment Minister, Minister Plibersek, made similar statements to you that in goodwill said that we're going on this journey, and 4 years later it hasn't happened yet. So will 2026 be a realistic time frame in line with the consultation?
I've forgotten the exact timetable that we're working towards, but Mr Tregurtha might be able, or his colleagues might be able to go into a bit more detail on that.
Senator, I'll turn to Mr Hutchison in a second, but I think, as the Minister said, we do continue to work. You'll be aware we've put the summary of the consultation around packaging reform, which was released by the department on the back of the consultation we did last year. I think it was in September 2004, and a public consultation on a range of models. As you'd understand, some of those models, the various attributes of those models go to the complexity of what would need to be introduced at a Commonwealth level versus together with the states and together with
I'm aware of, we had a big Senate inquiry into this last Parliament. I'm aware of all the intricacies. Want to know if 2026 is a realistic time frame for a Commonwealth EPR scheme.
Well, Senator, the key thing about the introduction of something like you're talking about, if and what type of scheme is a matter for government, I think is the first point to make. But if there was to be a scheme introduced, which we are preparing work on now, as the Minister's just indicated, then in terms of the timing and whether or not that's realistic goes to both the availability and the capacity of the department to first collate and provide the advice, and then clearly a matter for government in terms of progressing that matter through the Parliament if legislative instruments were to be required.
So we're not at the point where you can provide advice to the Minister on this then?
Oh, no. So we have provided some advice to the Minister and his office. We will continue to do so as we continue to work through.
Advice?
Well, we constantly provide advice to the Minister and his office around settings and issues in relation to this matter, amongst many others. The point being, in terms of packaging and packaging more broadly, as the Minister said, we're getting on with working up a response to the consultation that we've done. The ultimate timing, you're asking me to say whether or not 2026 is realistic. What I'm saying to you is we are working as quickly as we can with this to progress those matters, but ultimately I can't sit here today, Senator, and give you a guarantee on a particular date.
What's the block apart from the fact the Minister's made it clear his intent? His priority is the environment laws, but is there any other block? Well, given Senator, the long process you've already been through?
I've sort of said we're continuing to work on working up a response in relation to the consultation and the other work that we've undertaken. I wouldn't characterise it as a block at all.
So that response will be made to the Minister. Will you make that public? When will you make that public?
Well, that would be a matter for the Minister and the Government, Senator, once the decision was taken.
Okay. In terms of soft plastics, I understand Soft Plastic Stewardship Australia has formed. It's a voluntary scheme, is that correct?
Yes, Senator. I might get Mr Hutchison to...
Thanks, Cameron Hutchison, Branch Head, Waste and Resource Recovery Policy Branch. Yes, Soft Plastic Stewardship Australia has formed a voluntary scheme and they're currently working with the ACCC on accreditation for their scheme.
And the ACCC made comments that voluntary schemes basically don't work, which is certainly my experience. Would you agree with that, Mr Hutchinson? Have you seen any voluntary schemes that have been effective?
I think what I would respond to that, Senator, certainly in the context of packaging, and when we're looking at Soft Plastic Stewardship Australia, they're focused on soft plastic, which is a considerable part of our packaging supply chain. The several reviews that you're going to be very familiar with that have been done over recent years have pointed to the fact that we do need mandatory requirements, and that's why the government's taken the decisions to pursue the reforms it wants to pursue, because I don't think a voluntary arrangement is going to work in this instance. I'm
not sure what those reforms are at this stage, after many years of asking. So my understanding is soft plastics from supermarket cover around 15% of total soft plastics, so 85% won't be covered by this scheme. Is there anything underway in relation to other soft plastics collection?
Senator, I can't speak to what Soft Plastic Stewardship might be doing, Soft Plastic Stewardship Australia might be doing to increase its coverage. What we have been doing with states and territories through the Environment Ministers' meetings from last year and before is working to improve collection pathways through the work we've done on and will continue to do through the roadmap we've got on curbside collections. As part of that, Environment Ministers wanted there to be a focus on soft plastic collection because we know that it is a problematic material. That is something we'll continue to look at. The department's been working with the supermarkets as well on kick-starting their in-store collections following the collapse of Red Cycle that occurred some years ago. So we are looking at various pathways to continue the collection of soft plastics. The government's also invested in recycling infrastructure to support hard-to-recycle plastics like soft plastics. So there are a number of interventions underway. We do see reform of packaging regulations being a key way to address both the design of these soft plastics that are hitting the market, but also creating a market for recycled soft plastic and making sure that it can then flow through the system and we do reach circularity.
So, I mean, I'll put all my questions on notice around textiles and batteries and other things I wanted to ask, but I did just want to check, so I did write to the Minister recently, and thank you for responding, Minister, on photovoltaics, which is another area we're going to see a lot of need for recycling. Could you just give us a quick update on where we're at with is there any moves underfoot for a mandatory national scheme
So, Senator, as you're probably already aware, but in August of this year, energy ministers agreed that the Commonwealth would work with states and territories to develop options for a national product stewardship scheme directly targeting solar PVs, solar photovoltaic panels, with New South Wales to concurrently work on a model regulatory income statement in the same way that they're doing their batteries laws. All parties will come back are due to come back early next year on that. So we are certainly working right now on what the shape and nature of a photovoltaic stewardship scheme could look like.
Obviously, the committee looked at Minister Sharp's regulation that she wrote and offered to all the other states, including the Commonwealth Government, I may add, if you want to adopt it. But there's different state schemes, potentially going to be more different state schemes in different areas of waste. When you say New South Wales is working on it, is that for adoption by a federal government, or is this going to be a hodgepodge of state schemes like we see with container deposits and other things?
The conversation, well, the outcome of the energy and climate ministers' consideration was that to develop options for a national product stewardship scheme for solar photovoltaics, Senator. So in which case that goes to exactly that point around having a national scheme.
Okay, could I just ask quickly on batteries then? Is there any move for a national scheme? I know the Senator was asking earlier about big lithium batteries, but vape disposal batteries, I mean, these are massive problems. And as
Mr Knudsen indicated, Senator, the pathway forward on batteries at the moment is that Environment Ministers agreed in December 24 that the New South Wales would put in place model legislation, which is that they have put in place now, as a means for other states to effectively pick that up in a way that made it consistent in terms of battery stewardship for those larger consumer batteries as opposed to the small-scale batteries, which I indicated B-Cycle were already had a voluntary stewardship program in place.
Could you just take on notice then whether there are any kind of, I suppose, constitutional issues for that being adopted nationally, that legislation that the New South Wales government worked on?
I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator.
You probably know the answer to that already, but...
I wouldn't like to venture an opinion.
Sure. Okay.
I'd prefer to take it on notice and give you correct advice.
Other questions on that?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. That is very much appreciated. We excuse the officials at the table at this point and from outcome 2.3, and we invite the officers of the Inspector General of Water Compliance to the table.
Now down to
5 hours behind.
Depends how you measure it. Do you include the lunch break? Do you not include the lunch break?
All right, if we're ready to kick off, thank you very much for attending. I welcome the Inspector General of Water Compliance and officers from your agency. If you have an opening statement, may I ask you to keep it as brief as possible or to table it rather than speaking it, since we are just running significantly behind schedule. But with that, I'll turn to you.
Senator, since I've been here since 9 a.m, I'm happy to table my opening statement.
Wonderful, thank you.
Get good questions out of your opening statement.
Thank you.
I'm also equally happy to provide it. But
yeah, thank you, Mr. Grant. I appreciate that. And if it's going to deprive Senator Cadell of questions, even better. Senator Cadell, the call's yours.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Grant, focusing on 3 things for me: compliance, awareness, and education in the Darling. At the Murray-Darling Association last week, I say without certainty, some numbers you provided, I think, given there about some survey work about the lack of knowledge. Was it 72% of people don't recognise they're in the basin, but even more scary, 27% of licence holders don't know they're part of the basin. Can you give me how that came apart and what we're doing to try and address that?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Troy Grant, Inspector General of Water Compliance. As part of our role, we are charged with the responsibility of restoring trust and confidence in the Murray-Darling Basin Plan by providing regulatory oversight in inquiry functions. In order to do that, part of our work is to canvass and survey community sentiment, knowledge and understanding, so we know best how to communicate with the Australian public. So we commission independent research through a company called Orima, which we've been doing for a number of years, that we do a large audit biannually, and each year we do shoulder audits when we attend field days and when we have public engagements through our field operations team. As a result of the last Orima sentiment survey, we gathered those statistics that you referred to in your question. An important part of our surveying also, and particularly for the interest of new committee members, is that we ask questions about ourselves, because if we're holding other agencies and others to account, then we should be held to the same high account or even a higher level of account. So contained in those survey results, which are all published on our website, is those statistics. So concerning, yes, probably more than the 70%, is the 27% of water licence holders who operate in the Murray-Darling Basin without an awareness that they are in the Murray-Darling Basin.
When you talk about that thing, trust and confidence, something keeps coming through in my consultations out there in the new is the lack of accountability or responsibility that people find. You're the Inspector General out there, famously quoted that you'd have to be a moron to be caught by the legislation as it stood 3 years ago. When we see things like the ACT Minister releasing 360 megalitres for a Netflix waterfall, where does that fall? Where does the accountability fall for that in the system?
Can you
the
give me that example,
ACT
sorry?
Water Minister
yes.
is reported as saying that, not our Minister, a release of 360 megalitres so that a waterfall would be flowing for a shoot of a Netflix show. Where is the accountability in that? If we're talking about trust and confidence, when people are scratching for water for the environment, for productive use, for these sorts of things, what ability do you have to look into that? What compliance can you have? Are you looking into that? What happens there?
I'm not aware of that particular example being examined by our office at this stage, but I'm certainly happy to follow up. But each water licence holder, and sometimes they a government entity like the Commonwealth Environment Water Holder is a water licence holder, for example. They have an allocation that's determined not by the Commonwealth but by each of the jurisdictions, and their use of that allocation of water is within a catchment's, what they call a sustainable diversion limit, that runs through a year, which is a water year, which is accounted for the same as a financial year, and it's the enforcement of any over-extraction of that SDL that we police. Their water management practices, if there's complaints or issues, then falls into our oversight functions, potentially. But each one of those issues has to be assessed to ensure there's an evidence base for us to utilise the functions we're given under the Water Act of 2007, and whether it's appropriate for us and or a basin jurisdiction to take a lead in any investigation, audit or any work that's needed.
Okay. You spoke about SDL compliance. Your report has just come out recently. At the time of the assessment, your statement says New South Wales data could not be assessed due to water resource plan status. Your report indicates approximately 6,000 gigalitres cannot be accounted for. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What effect does that have on the entire system? What's that, 12 Sydney harbours of water?
It's a significant quantum of water. So I recently spoke with the CEO of the MDBA and a senior official from his office in relation to some of my concerns about SDL compliance. So the actual SDL compliance is done by the MDBA, and if there's any non-compliance, that's the enforcement role that we then take on under the Act. However, some of the reporting, I see there's opportunities for significant improvement about transparency and about accountability with that transparency. And I've made those views known to the CEO. He's been very receptive to that. He's a good operator and he understands where my concerns are. And my concerns are the concerns that the community have. I'm a representative of ensuring they can see what they need to see to have that trust and confidence, and they've got surety and assurance that I'm there to hold people to account if there's any non-compliance. The number one value set of our office is to ensure it's lawful. The second is to ensure everything's transparent. If we identify there's issues, can we make it better? And if necessary, with any of the powers where there is failure to properly manage this precious resource, we get them to do it better, essentially. And on that premise, that's why I've recently established a SDL advisory panel, which the Water Act allows me to do. That advisory panel is currently being formed. I've appointed the chair, and I'm sorry, the chair's...
Tony Slatcher.
Sorry, last name?
Tony Slatcher.
And so I didn't say that, I didn't want to mispronounce his surname. So this is Acting Deputy Inspector General Tim Gilbert, who's just assisted me there. So we'll be shortly putting the whole panel together, whose remit will be to advise me about the tenacity and the merit and the authenticity of the framework of the SDL compliance, how it's built, how it's measured, so that I can then independently give the Australian public surety that that's the best way for water take from an SDL perspective can be managed and modelled into the future.
Okay. Could I just add to that, please? So there's 11 water resource plans that will have had a full year of accreditation, and so from next year there'll be a significant additional volume of water that will be accounted for under the SDL framework.
Okay. And if I could just add, I think it's really important. We can always look at the problems and the negatives in relation to issues around the Murray-Darling Basin plan. There's been now 13 years of potential examples, but there's a lot of good things that have been done as well. And I think it's important to note that when we started in this role, there was 0 accredited water resource plans in New South Wales. At this stage, out of the 20, there are now 15 that are accredited. There was 16 and 1 is being remade currently. Of the 4 outstanding, 2 groundwater, 2 surface water in the Gwyder and Nemoy, I can confirm that both the MDBA and the New South Wales Government are working tirelessly to complete those plans in order to have them accredited by the Federal Minister. The difficulties they're having is that there's one element left, is the Indigenous consultation on those plans. And right at the point where they were about to be sent up for accreditation, the leadership of the Indigenous nations in those catchments changed, and the local community wanted to start again in that process. And there's been some delays in that, of which I've seen the, if I can use a vernacular term, I've seen New South Wales Government bust a gut to try and make that happen. I have offered to intervene and try and help as well, which I have done. So I have met with the local Indigenous group, and I've found that process to be extraordinarily difficult. So I have some sympathy for why those remaining 4 haven't been quite completed, but I'm not satisfied and I'm frustrated by it. And the quicker they are accredited, the quicker we get a proper full picture of the water take across the entire basin.
Okay. Well, staying on SDLs for a bit, a phrase from your report. The IGCW has established an active monitoring process to identify SDL resource units that may be at risk of non-compliance before it occurs. These units are monitored against thresholds and placed on a watch list for further scrutiny. How does that work? How many are on the watch list?
Okay, that's a great question. So I will give you a generalised answer, but I'll provide you an on-notice answer, so you've got a full technical explanation for a very important question. So with everything that we do, when we do the work and there's issues that are found where there's variances in potential compliance or risks, so we work off a risk base. What problem are we trying to solve and where's the highest risk? And that's where our effort and focus goes to. So when you do SDL accounting and the water take is at a level, there's allowances in the proper words, allowances?
Compliance thresholds.
Compliance threshold is the technical term. So when they're hitting those marks, getting close, they basically hit an internal document for us that we call a watch list, that we monitor. And we watch that. It's a cumulative balance as well. It's not just a 1 year, so it's a cumulative balance. And that's where we pay extra attention when we're reviewing and looking at is there any growth in use in that particular catchment, what is the measurements that are being used by the MDBA in their accounting processes and that sort of stuff. So in relation to, I think the final part of your question was how many
are
was
on
there?
the watch list? Yep.
Well, it's just changed from the last accounting year, which is another issue I spoke to Mr McConville about. So there was 3 that were of concern to me. There's now 2.
Okay. When you talk about the modelling and the actual take and the compliance stuff, how does 6,000 gigalitres non-accounted for affect the modelling? How does that affect the risk profile? Sure, like 12 Sydney Harbours seems a lot of water. So how does that, like, it's got to have a big effect?
Yeah, so the risk relates to the legislative, lack of legislation that exists because the water resource plans aren't accredited, that anything can be done about it. So it doesn't mean there's not administrative arrangements between the MDBA and the jurisdictions that are still measuring and reporting that take, but, you know, it doesn't have any enforceability. It's got no provenance. So I have less concern that there's, you know, industrial level water theft going on to that scale out there, but we cannot, with the legislation and powers we have, give the assurance that is required to the Australian public that that level of water take isn't at risk. Tim, is there anything else you want to add?
No, it's just linked to the accreditation of the water resource plans, and the sooner they come online, the sooner we will have full oversight and enforcement powers to do with it, sustainable diversion limits.
And this comes back to this trust and confidence issue that you raised earlier. When you're looking at the modelling where we've effectively had a number of areas where allowed is actual take in the modelling, they're not monitoring these things, they're ticking them off as almost that. They're the same figure, allowed and actual take are coming as the same figure. Is that a weakness that comes out where they're not measuring effectively, where they're just marking off the same number?
It's a risk.
It's a risk, not a weakness. What, you think that's a risk to compliance or a risk to trust, or both?
Both.
Okay.
Could I just say that I think it's a risk to accuracy of the data in total, and the more that can be actually measured, the better. And that's why we also have the metering report card to try and drive higher levels of metering across the basin.
Okay. You mentioned there that, you know, your powers and your thing. You're under review at the moment, your agency or your powers?
A statutory review. Yep. We've had an independent review of our functions from Mr Peter Harris, and they made recommendations there, and as a result of that we've got a significant budget uplift from the government, which was able to give us the capacity to do our inquiry work and a lot more of our engagement work, and it's proved very, very helpful. But the statutory review is currently being scoped up for terms of reference and all that, and we've been well engaged by the department and appreciate the opportunity to contribute to that, and we just will very much look forward to contributing to the review.
In a free Dorothy Dix, before I have to pass it on with the Minister sitting next to you and the department behind you, are there areas of authority or ability that you would like to be able to expand into to give greater trust and confidence in the MDBA?
Yes, there will be recommendations or asks that we will have in our review. There's many. I could sit here for, they're this important or this important, so they're different scale of importance. But by way of theme, I guess is probably the best way to answer it in this forum. And obviously our submission will go forward. But we would like some consistency with the legislative settings that other Inspector Generals have in around the inquiry space. So other Inspector Generals, of which there's 7 in the Commonwealth, I'm the only one that's a regulator and an oversight body, the rest are only oversight, is they have the ability under their legislation to delegate inquiries to other persons to conduct on their behalf. I don't have that. I have to conduct every inquiry myself in person, the whole lot. I'm happy to do that, other than there's a lot of things I'd like to inquire in, and I could get more done if I had that ability. That's one example. Tim? Sorry.
Yeah, so the Harris Review from 2024 has a number of recommendations, and the government made a response to that and agreed in principle to 8 of those recommendations, and 3 were noted. The 3 that were noted were largely saying that they would require a Water Act review or be addressed through other reviews like the Basin Plan Review. But they entailed things like securing the Inspector General's independence through a separate budget line item, for example, expanding the powers, one of which is in relation to inquiry that the Inspector General's just outlined, but also expanding our audit powers, so not just assessing extent of compliance, but assessing performance against legislative instruments, and also adding new intergovernmental agreements under the oversight of the Inspector General.
So I'll just elaborate on that for you. So there are currently 9 intergovernmental agreements that come under the legislation that I'm able to oversight. However, there's many more that are relevant to the implementation of the Basin Plan. As the Deputy Inspector raised, these were identified in the Harris Review, but also by the Productivity Commission, who identified the same issues in their implementation plan, a review of the Murray-Darling Basin. Both have recommended that the Australian Government adopt regulation to add relevant agreements to my jurisdiction, thereby allowing me to have broader and consistent oversight. This hasn't occurred as yet, which we hope will be picked up in the review. This means there are gaps and inconsistencies in the my ability of oversighting intergovernmental agreements. My research estimates these relate to approximately $2.8 billion of expenditure that has no oversight, of which I think, given the oversight I have on other significant spends of money in IGA, I should have across the outstanding IGAs for that $2.8 billion of expenditure.
Okay. I note the time and chair. I've got more, but if other people...
Thank you, Senator Cadell. I'll share the call with Senator Hatzian.
Thank you. Mr Grant, thanks for being here today and your opening statement. I'm looking forward to the first commissioned report being handed down. So you're saying in your statement here that that hasn't gone to the Minister as yet, but it will shortly.
Yeah, I'm currently writing it at the moment. Being our first inquiry, you learn a lot of lessons. We have a lot of constitutional legislation to navigate.
Yeah.
We have a lot of responsibilities on us to ensure that legal term of give the right to the people to have a look and come back. Fairness.
Yeah, procedural fairness.
Procedural fairness. Sorry, I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
And as our first inquiry, I think it's incumbent on me to make sure that it is extremely helpful, that it has the impact it needs to have. So I want to make sure it's really good and really right, because what I've learnt through the inquiry not only relates to just the Northern Basin Toolkit, but there's lessons I think that'll be learnt and helpful for government across the remainder of the Basin Plan implementation. So I would have liked to have had it out a little bit earlier, but I'd rather get it right than rush it. But my expectations is, according with the Act, I'll provide that to the Minister before year's end.
Have you been consulted in relation to the Weezer report that's meant to be due?
Yes, we have.
Yeah. Do you have, and my understanding is that that's meant to be out this month? That's your understanding?
My understanding, yes.
Well, we can ask the department that. Minister, have you seen a copy of that yet?
I don't think so, and I've forgotten the time frame for that, but we've got the water section generally on soon, so they'll be able to answer that.
Okay, well, maybe they can take some notes back there and be ready. What was the level of your consultation with them in relation to the Weezer report, Mr Grant?
So it's my office, not me personally directly, but yes, my office had several conversations and provided information they sought. Some clarification, metering, I think was a big part of that, that they reached out to us. Tim, if you can elaborate any further.
Yeah, we were asked for a view on the progress of metering basically. As
The implementation of metering?
Yes, which we've provided to that review.
And what is the the progress of metering?
Well,
just before you start, so our latest report has just been released, and it's on our website, so it'll give you a breakdown state by state,
of it.
so you can interrogate that heavily.
Yep.
But just a caveat that is a lag in information, so it's nearly 12 months old. But in this latest metering report card, it's the first time we're measuring floodplain harvesting or overland flow take. Now, the data is really immature and doesn't look great in the card because there's not much of it, because it's only a new reform, but next year's metering report card will give you a much better, accurate story about how far they're behind or how much progress has been made in that space. But, Tim?
So the data we have at this point indicates New South Wales at about 80.7% of the volume of licensed take in the basin is metered, Queensland 68%, Victoria over 98%, South Australia over 99%, and the ACT at 100%. Floodplain harvesting licensing, 76% of floodplain harvesting take is licensed in New South Wales.
76?
Yep, 76%, and in Queensland that is 47%.
So less than half of floodplain harvesting is metered in Queensland?
Yes, however, in my opening address, in August of this year, Queensland contacted me to inform me that and I apologise, I don't have the notes in front of me, that their WEN legislation and funding packages passed through. So the two major areas there, the Moonee and the Border Rivers, are now fully licensed and regulated and with a metering regime. So that, I think, will significantly increase and improve. So I congratulate Queensland on that outcome. It's been a long time coming, but it has arrived and it's now done.
So you'd hope that next year's report will show that that's...
There'll be a massive uplift is my expectation, Senator.
Yeah. And sorry, Mr Gilbert, what did you say New South Wales was for floodplain harvesting?
76% of take is
76.
Floodplain harvesting take is licensed.
Yep.
It's licensed, that's different to
That's
metered.
licensed.
Yes, but the rule is no meter, no take.
Okay.
So licensed, not necessarily metered, but no meter, no take.
So then, so you're saying then that that 76% of licensed take, licences?
Licensed to take.
Licensed to take.
Allowed to take only if metered.
And how much percentage of that 76 are metered?
So my understanding from our own report is that in New South Wales, 23.8% of storages are currently metered.
28%.
23.8%.
23.8%.
Yes.
Yeah, as of the report card for 23-24. And in Queensland, that is 26% of the floodplain harvesting or overland flow harvesting entitlement is metered.
Wow. So there's...
Sorry to interrupt you. We're due to go to our break at the moment. I can come back to you immediately afterwards.
Could I just finish this two seconds to finish this, because then I think we can move on to another line of questioning, if that's okay.
Yes.
So just to be clear, so 76% in Queensland has of
New South Wales.
Of New South Wales is licensed, but only 23.8% of that is actually metered. So even though they've got a licence, we don't actually know how much they're taking.
No, they're not allowed to take unless they're metered. So if they take without a meter...
But are they taking?
Well, that's a question for NRA, who are the state regulators, in relation. I'm aware of some investigations, etc., in relation to that issue.
Do you suspect that water is being taken that's unmetered, Mr Grant?
Yes.
All right, we might have to come back. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll briefly suspend for our afternoon tea break and be back at 4:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
You shouldn't have...
Broadcasting, we're ready to recommence. We return with the Inspector General of Water, and I return the call to Senator Hansian.
Thank you. Mr. Grant, if we could just pick up where we were. So it's your informed view that there is water being taken that's not being metered in New South Wales?
Correct.
Do you have any sense of how widespread this is?
I know I don't, but I don't suspect it is a big widespread issue. I think there's some bad actors out there, and I have confidence in the state regulatory body, NRA, Natural Resource Access Regulator, in also being acutely aware of who they are and the systems they have in place to detect and hold them to account.
And what about in Queensland? Do you suspect that water's being taken that's not being metered?
Yes.
And
I have less informed, other than I'm aware of there's 2 prosecutions. I think so. If I could take that question on notice to give you precise information.
Happy for you to take
There's been a couple of prosecutions by the Queensland regulators.
Yes, and one quite significant one not that long ago.
Yeah.
What about in Victoria? Have you got the same concerns about whether there's licensing or whether meters are implemented or not, whether water's being taken unmetered?
I've got greater confidence in the maturity of the metering regime in Victoria.
Of both floodplain harvesting and... There's not much floodplain harvesting in Victoria, is there?
No, she's Alps and it flows into... it's a lot smaller in scale, and it's just a different geography.
So the metering is direct take from the river system?
Yeah, the metering regime in Victoria is different to everywhere else, that there's essentially state-owned meters that were rolled out, etc., which is very different to other jurisdictions. So they have greater control from the outset, which I think is, whilst they're not... Each of the jurisdictions are in different progress or different levels of maturity or sophistication in metering and different elements of it, whether it's coverage, whether it's complying with AS 4747, Australian standard, AS 4747 metering, and or whether the telemetry component of the metering is there as well. So there's sort of, each of the jurisdictions are at different maturity levels or progress there. That's all that's all contained in a thing called the Compliance Compact. So the Compliance Compact is an agreement and a set of objectives and targets that the Prime Minister of the day and each of the Premiers and First Minister signed, that this would be their target across a whole series of measures. Metering was the highlight one. That's under review by us, the compact, so we'll also be able to give you a scorecard of how they've gone on all those obligations they set to undertake. None were imposed on them, they're all self-generated obligations. And in addition to your questions about where the states are sitting on their compliance, we publish that data on our website. And please apologise for, we've got that many titles and terms and frameworks in our organisation, I get confused, but on our website we publish, which the states provide to us, their compliance reporting...
Compliance performance
reporting. So on our website you can go in and see how many PINs, which are penalty infringement notices, how many charges, how many civil actions, all those things for each of the jurisdictions is reported in that drop-down box in our on our website, igwc.gov.au.
Thank you. In your opening statement, you make a point that your department or your office of the Inspector General is dependent on administrative support or the running of it connected to the department, that you're reliant. Is that for administrative support? I'm just trying to understand what you're getting at there.
So everyone that works for me is a APS to Q employee.
Yes.
So they're essentially seconded from the Secretary who provides that EFT to me. They report to me through each of my line managers. I've got an SES2 as a deputy and then an executive with SES1s, of which Mr Gilbert's one of those. And we work across 4 branches in our organisation, a regulatory branch, an oversight branch, a governance branch and a legal branch, and they are supported by the DQ payroll, the EBA from DQ as examples, the departmental policies on travel, WHS, all those sorts of things.
And has there been any issues that where you've felt as though your direction wasn't able to be followed?
I've had frustrations with the department, absolutely. I've been very vocal about it. I think we've had a pretty poor relationship for a period of time. The former Secretary, David Fredericks, and I got on well, and when I had issues, I would have raised them with him and he would address them to my satisfaction. In the main, we still have teething issues on certain things that the department require us to do, but it doesn't impact on us operationally and our independence. It's just a frustration to an impact on our staff. But can I just say, sorry, since the new secretary's arrived, I've met with him a couple of times and we had a long conversation. Can't remember the exact date, where I was very forefront about my frustrations that I've held, but I'm really happy there's been a leadership change and there's a fair few new faces there, and each new leader on the parts of the department that I liaise with has certainly instilled with me greater confidence that we've got some better outcomes on the horizon than we may have been frustrated by in the past.
Do you think those frustrations have held back the ability for you to do your job in the past?
Nothing stops me from doing my job, Senator, so they might have given me the shits, but I've just got on with it, found a way around them. Sorry for the vernacular, but it's a technical term, but
it's capital S, capital H.
Yes, my apologies to the transcribers, but yeah, I've been, as any leader of a team and organisation, when you don't get the support the way you think you should be getting it, then you get frustrated. I've had frustrations, but we just deal with them, move on.
But they haven't impeded your ability to do the job and to be the Inspector General that you need to be?
No, they have not. Had that occurred, you would have seen me on the front page of the Daily Telegraph, Canberra Times, wherever, but no, they have not.
Inspector General, where issues have arisen, they've been dealt with on an issue-by-issue basis, so whether it be budget or recruitment and control of website and so on. But what we do want to do is deal with it systemically, so we don't have to re-prosecute the case every time there's a new secretary or deputy secretary. So we're looking to work with the department to establish a memorandum of understanding that deals with those administrative aspects to recognise the independence of the Inspector General.
Is there a framework by which you could have more independence with that administration outside of the department?
That was the key focus of the Harris Review, and we've had discussions and some initial work's been undertaken with us and the department scoping out what is possible in that area, and that work's ongoing. And I think some of that will also be fed into the review. Look, there's pros and cons in relation to complete independence sitting over here. There's lots of, in reality, things that would possibly distract me more from my work because I'd have to run my own payrolls and HR and everything that the department provides.
Could I ask, and I know you're a slim operation, so but
the little engine that could, Senator.
Pardon?
The little engine that could.
I'm keen to understand what parts of the administration you believe could be done separately to ensure more independence and also perceived independence. And the reason I'm asking this is, one, because this Inspector General position is important, and it's only going to become more important the less rainfall there is, frankly. It's all, sunshine and rainbows when there's plenty of rain, and then when the drought hits again is when people perhaps start bending the rules a bit. So I'm interested in that, but I'm also interested because the government is
proposing an EPA, some type of and I want to make sure we don't fall into the same pitfalls.
Sure. Yeah. We've been canvassed in relation to that during the last term of government about the EPA. So we're a travelling organisation, so we cover 1 million square kilometres, and I have offices all over the basin and staff all over the basin. So our ability to move around to do our job, we turn up in a town with a booking accommodation arrangement through a government contracted, a whole government contracted service. We turn up and we don't have a room. That presents risks to my staff, which I won't accept, and I blow a gasket when that happens, and I'm sure the acting Deputy Secretary can confirm that. So our ability to make our own travel arrangements, I'm happy to get audited to make sure we're compliant with the relevant financial
and you still
act.
front up to Senate estimates.
Yeah, absolutely. But so some flexibility and potential secretary allowances for us to operate in a few areas. Our media component, we've struggled to get control of what we put up on our website from a communication point of view. Not that they stop us from the content going up, it's about the timeliness of it and things like that. So
sometimes that's the most political, Mr Grant, the timeliness of these things.
Yeah, timeliness is probably an effectiveness. Like, I turned up the border town recently where 2 of my staff were in the same facility as I was booked, and my room didn't come through, which is fine. I'll go and sleep in the car in -2 degrees because there's not much accommodation in border town. I found a pub room, it was great. No urinal, no toilets work and shared showers, that's all fine for me, but it's something that my staff, I won't allow them to work in those conditions without blowing up. So there's those sorts of things that just are frustrating but don't actually impact on us doing our job. So we're working at the moment on a construct of an MOU with the department to overcome some of those things, and they've been very engaging where they wouldn't entertain the idea previously. So that's been led by my acting Deputy Inspector here. So we're hoping to get those frustrations overcome in that document, in that framework, and I guess that could be then lessons for future agencies as a bit of a way forward, I guess, if that's helpful.
And
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Senator Hanson.
That's fine. I might put some other questions on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Cadell.
And knowing time, I'll try to be quick. Going back to the SDL compliance report, your report notes there's no defined pathway or timeline to some modelled components, such as floodplain harvesting on a measured take. Given all the FDL compliance relates around credible measurement, does that pose another risk to going forward and transitioning a meeting, not having that timeline set down?
Yes.
Right. What steps? Given the whole system only works when everything's working, we've had to restore our rivers to extend. We're doing this thing. I can't wait for the Northern Toolkit to come out looking at some of these problems, because even that would have been affected by not having all the data to get rubbish in, rubbish out principle. Everything on the health and the system is impacted by 6,000 gigalitres not there, non-metering these things, states going slow. When does slow compliance become non-compliance?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a little bit like justice delayed is justice denied, and that sort of analogy in regard. So I think there's comfort in, and the MDBA are in a far better position to talk about this than I am, but there is some comfort in the fact that, as I referred to earlier, there have been administrative arrangements to actually still measure the take, although they haven't been legally binding in any way, or there's been no real accountability attached to that. So it's not like they're just operating in a complete vacuum and that sort of stuff. There is eyes on, but it's eyes on without any powers or ability to rectify or hold people to account. So, so I don't think the risk and concern is there, obviously, but the actuality of that risk eventuating is probably less so, but it doesn't lessen the concern, if that makes sense.
What happens when an SDL is actually declared non-compliant? What's the process? What happens?
I've got a framework on how I deal with that. Depends. That's a hypothetical question in some regards, because it depends on the level of breach or non-compliance. So there's an escalating triage of what I can do, but ultimately make good provisions. So we'll send you a copy of our framework if you like, and that will certainly help.
And I know, Senator...
And I've got a whole team dedicated to this.
Okay. Senator Henson-Young asked on Northern Toolkit. I know we're waiting for a report before the end of the year, so I'm going to try and find out what happened to Harry Potter in the end before the book's released, but I'm happy if you can't take all of these things. Two lots of numbers. Northern Basin Toolkit, I was told, was $180 million.
163.7.
What is the difference? Because there's some reports of 100. Yeah, what's that discrepancy?
Yeah, so some of the original money out of the 180 was spent on the establishment of the Northern Basin Commissioner, which was the role that predated me, held by Mick Keelty. There was money from that allocated to Wilcannia Weir, and there was a third tranche that was another little bit of money that was allocated for some programs from memory. I can get you the precise details, but in all it's 163.7 for the actual toolkit.
Okay. Do you think there's any credible possibility that all measures will be finished by 31st December 2026?
If I'm being honest, no.
Yeah. It's a good place to be honest here.
Yeah, I'm always hopeful. I'm always ready to help achieve that goal, but there are legitimate issues there that are outside of some control. So to install a meter isn't just as simple as it sounds. You need a duly qualified person, a DQP, who comes in and installs. So they're in short supply.
Okay.
So there's an industry issue about being able to get them to come out and not only install the meter but also then calibrate it, I think is the proper terminology. And there was some industry intelligence received about the actual supply of meters, which whether they were actually available. We debunked that a little bit. We thought there was enough supply there, but that was certainly a mindset that was out there, that people weren't rushing to get it because they thought they were hard to get to. So there are some outlying issues that have impacted on the metering coverage component of things. Some legitimate, obviously, when things flood, that adds time delays to access areas and stuff like that. So there are certain legitimate issues that can contribute to delays, but not the significant delays. The greatest delays that are attributable to poor policy design and unrealistic timeframes.
Okay. The next thing is, do you think it will actually deliver environmental equivalence of 70 gigalitres?
No.
Okay. And then we talk about that accountability and responsibility. So who is ultimately responsible for ensuring the 6 toolkit measures are delivered?
That's a wonderful question, which I address in massive detail in my report.
Can't wait to read it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And with that, I will release the Inspector General for water. Thank you very much for your evidence here today and your attendance.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks for the invitation. Always love being here.
Thank you.
Genuinely.
Yes, yes. It's.
I do apologise again for my language.
It's a new high standard.
It's perhaps not universal, but it's always appreciated. Okay, I will now call officers from the department in relation to outcome 4, which is to improve the health of rivers and wetlands and enhance sustainable and efficient productive use of Australia's water resources. And we'll go to initially 4.1, which is protect, restore and sustainably manage Australia's water resources, including Commonwealth Environment Water Holder and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. I welcome everyone to the table. If when you first begin your answers you could just identify yourselves and the agency you represent, that would be wonderful. You will have heard me say this already today, but if there is an ability to table and dispense with opening statements, that would be very much appreciated by the Chair, certainly. But if you are compelled to make an opening statement, as brief as possible, if I might ask. So we can go from there, and if we just work perhaps down the table from the department and then Environment Water Holder and Murray-Darling Basin Authority.
I've got nothing to say.
Wonderful.
Matthew Dadsall, Head of Water Policy in the Department. Nothing to say, thank you.
Malcolm Southwell, Acting Division Head of the Wood Infrastructure Investment Division, and nothing to say. Simon Banks, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. I don't have an opening statement, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Andrew McConville from Murray-Darling Basin Authority. I do not have an opening statement.
Thank you.
We deliver.
Thank you. I express my appreciation once again for that wonderful brevity. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. When's the Weezer report going to be published?
Senator, the third independent review of the Water for the Environment special account was an item that was put forward as part of the Restoring Our Rivers Bill in 2023. It builds on the previous two independent reports. Work on that report started about the middle of this year, and the report was provided to the Minister on the 30th of September.
So last week?
Yep, and the Minister has up until 15 sitting days to table that report.
Yeah. Minister, do we expect to see this when the Senate resumes?
I'm not going to make any guarantee. Obviously, we'll meet the timeframes that are required. Since you asked about this earlier, my office also advised that it was provided to our office last week, so I dare say I'll be having a look at it once we get through estimates.
Okay.
It's important to note, while it's been provided to the Minister, we haven't had a chance to brief the Minister in detail on it as well. So we've got to go through that process. So it's not as though there's a recommendation saying, please get it out now. It's really, we're working through that as well.
Okay. But you will endeavour to brief the Minister over the next week or so?
Yep.
Is there anybody else that gets briefed on the Weezer report before it's tabled, aside from the Minister? Does the Inspector General get it? Does Mr. Banks, Dr. Banks here get it?
No, I'm not aware, Senator. The report is for the Minister.
Okay. Dr. Banks, have you seen any parts of this report?
No, Senator, I haven't seen the report. I have met with the WESA panel as part of their process.
Mm-hmm. And just, sorry, Mr Judswell, just for the record's sake, can you tell us who those individuals on that WESA panel are?
Yes, Senator. The panel was chaired by Mr Simon Lewis. He also chaired the second review panel. The panel consisted of Simon, Ms Sally Farrier, Ms Merrin Kelsall and Dr Deborah Pedersen.
Okay.
Pedersen, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Has the MDBA been briefed on the WESA report?
No, Senator, we haven't been briefed. We did have a meeting with the panel as part of the consultation process.
Yeah, and were you asked to provide any documents?
Nothing out of the ordinary, Senator. I have to come back to you with exactly what we did provide, but we had a session with the panel of some 90 minutes in length.
Yeah, okay. Where is the review of the current plan up to? Can we just...
Sure.
We're pushing up against the clock, aren't we?
As in the basin plans?
Yes.
Basin plan review. I wouldn't say we're pushing up against the clock, Senator. The basin plan review has to be delivered in 2026 and it will be delivered in that time frame. In the lead up to that, there's been a series of sort of inputs that have been released. The basin plan evaluation, basin plan outlook will be released around the end of October. We will release a discussion paper as part of the consultation process around the end of January. That will then commence a 12-week consultation process, which is required under legislation, and then we'll look to deliver the review towards the last quarter of 2026, which is in accordance with the timeframe set down in legislation.
So can you just remind me, what was the official timeframe, just by December 2026?
That is correct, Senator.
Yeah, so sometime in that, towards the end. Sometime from the next 12 months on.
Yes, Senator. So we are required legislatively to deliver it by the end of 2026.
Mm-hmm. And then reconciliation.
As in the SIDLAM reconciliation. Senator, I might get Mr Goods, who's online, to talk to that if I could.
Thanks. Tim Goods, Executive Director, Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Yes, the authority is required to conduct a reconciliation of the SDL adjustment mechanism and provide its output in the form of an amendment to the Basin Plan's SDLs to the Minister by the end of calendar year 2026. That date was extended at the end of
And so, how far down the path are you to being able to understand where that will fall by the end of next year? I mean, you must be monitoring it constantly.
Yeah, Senator, the process set down in legislation is very prescriptive in terms of what we have to do. We will release a report at the end of this year, which will be our last sort of assessment before we release the reconciliation. We've previously released 2 of those.
This is the Outlook report?
No, these are, when we look at the STLs, we published an assessment report as in where we're up to with progress. Senator, you may recall that previously we've been on record as suggesting that there would be a shortfall between 190 and 315 gigalitres. So that will be updated. We'll release that by the end of this year. And then, as Mr Good said, we are required after June of next year to conduct a reconciliation, which then has to be completed by the end of December. These timeframes have sort of tended to be conflated with the extension of some of the time under the Restoring Our Rivers Bill. There's a bit of a rush here at the end of 2026 with the completion of these various component parts.
Dr Banks, where's the role of the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder in all this, given the main objective of this whole plan is to make sure you've got enough water to water the environment?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So my role is to manage the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holdings.
And how much water do we have?
So our holdings are just over 3,000 gigalitres of entitlement, which goes to a long-term diversion limit equivalent of just over 2,000 gigalitres.
And what about the extra 450 gigalitres that's required for keeping the lower stretches of the Murray healthy?
So, Senator, look, we've every year we go through a process of planning for our environmental water use. So with the holdings that we have, or the entitlements that we have in our holdings, we're entitled to a share of the water across, wherever we've got entitlements. And we go through a careful process of planning for the year ahead. And then as we go through the year, we consider the conditions that are unfolding and then make decisions around use of environmental water as the year unfolds. And the other thing is we've had a science program that's been going on for over 10 years that has shown we've got really good evidence now that shows the outcomes or the results we can get from the use of environmental water, and that includes in the Coorong. And there was a period where I think it was 3 out of a 7-year period where it was 100% of Commonwealth water was required to operate the barrages. That's about reducing or contributing to a reduction in salinity in the Coorong. We know from our environmental water use, for example, native fish, we know we can get them to move, spawn and recruit, which has been another sort of, like evidence that comes from our science program. Previously, I've provided evidence to the committee around, a really good example, which is the southern bellfrog. So this is a nationally vulnerable species. We've been able to, through environmental water use, extend or have that species return to areas that it previously occupied prior to the millennium drought. So, and look, obviously natural flows play an important part of that, but it's what we do in those intervening periods which really shows that we can achieve a lot. And the other example is when water birds congregate and breed. Environmental water has played a really key role in sustaining water levels to ensure that those bird breeding activities come to completion. And the reason that's important is when you have a regulated river, once a flood passes, they'll move to conservation of water, so trying to hold water in storage to minimise losses in the system. And what we can do with environmental water is actually support those bird breeding events to completion, but also, importantly, provide wetland habitat for the fledglings to feed.
The MDBA, how have we gone with getting the extra 450 gigalitres?
So, Senator, the department can talk to the task of recovering the 450. Where the MDBA is involved is in terms of advice around the types of environmental outcomes that can be achieved from the recovery of that water. Areas of the basin where environmental outcomes might still be under pressure, so looking towards that, connectivity and the like, and then providing principles to inform water recovery. We've provided 3 sets of advice available on our website, and our most recent advice was provided in September 2025, and that had a particular focus on sort of benefits that could be obtained around recovery, particularly in the Northern Basin. But the actual task of recovery
is for the department.
The department is better informed to comment. Senator.
Yes, I can see the Deputy Secretary wants to jump in here. How much of the 450 have we recovered?
I was going to get Mr Southwell to run through that for you, Senator.
Thanks. Senator, yes, we're making good progress towards that. We publicly reported that as of 30th of June 2025, we'd had 157.6 gigalitres recovered towards that. Since that time, there's been further water recovered. As at the end of September, it's up to 229 gigalitres.
229 at the end of September.
Some of those are subject to contractual outcomes from water purchases.
And on notice, could you just tell me where that has been recovered from?
Absolutely. I would note, though, Senator, we do publish, once contracts are finalised on our website, there is a breakdown of where those water purchases have come from.
And they've all been via buybacks, yes?
No, there has been volumes of water recovered towards the 450 Senator from a mix of measures, both purchasing and non-purchasing. There's some infrastructure programs in there, as well as some previous efficiency measures.
Could you, on notice, give me the breakdown of what makes up the 229?
I can do that now, Senator, if you wish.
Yep.
So out of the 157, we had 23.3 gigalitres from the selected catchments open tender. Expressions of interest 2 process was 25.4 gigalitres.
25.4.
There was some over-recovered amounts that contributed towards the 450. That was a non-purchasing amount from the current round, 79.6 gigalitres. As at the 30th of June, there was 3.2 gigalitres from the Resilient Rivers Water Infrastructure Program. And then for previous efficiency measures, it's 26 gigalitres, so that should add up to 157.6. And then to go beyond that, we've got additional purchases that relate to water purchasing that have contributed to the 229.
Okay, and they're the contracts that are yet to be completed.
That's correct, Senator. We've agreed to make offers. We've made offers, and those contractual processes are underway.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Cadell.
I might start somewhere a bit different. Freedom of Information 141 was the MDBA Red Book and Blue Book coming government. Letter to the Minister from the MDBA Chair, page 5, refers to, after a period of comparative calm on the Murray-Darling Water Basin, water matters as a more difficult few years seem likely. That was in the Red Book, it was not in the Blue Book. Why was there a difference between the two on what the comparative outlook was for water in the next few years?
Senator, I don't know. I think the observation was made, and that is certainly true, as we move into the process of the Basin Plan review. We would expect the level of interest in the community to rise. I think that's the first point. I think the second point is we're seeing conditions being more challenging. We've come through a period of relative high flows. Things are starting to dry out. Communities certainly become more stressed and challenged when it's dry. And so I think that's a correct reflection, and as interest increases. We are seeing, Senator, in my engagements out in the community, and I spend about 50% of my time out there, that I think the level of engagement is still pretty good. People are certainly very invested into the process of water policy and the Basin Plan review. But I think, Senator, it is also fair to say that there is a high degree of fatigue in the community, and perhaps those comments reflect that level of fatigue in terms of being consulted across a range of reviews and the like. To your specific question, Senator, of the difference between the book, as I say, I don't know, but that's my assessment of that commentary.
It seems odd where we're talking about just herd compliance, Northern Toolkit reports coming out, but we don't think we'll meet the 70 gigaleg recovery with the SIDLAMs or SDLs are non-metering. We've had a CHU cease to pump. We've had buybacks, we've had all this. If that's calm, what does not calm look like?
Senator, I think what we've seen over the last couple of years is that there's a high degree of engagement and interest from the community, and water is incredibly complex. We all know that. I think we've made significant progress. The outcomes of the Basin Plan evaluation, point to a high degree of acceptance around the Basin Plan, that the Basin Plan is working. There's certainly more work to do. In terms of the issues you raised, Senator, I'm happy to talk about things like SDL compliance and the like, water resource plans. Progress is being made. 3 years ago, there wasn't a single New South Wales water resource plan accredited. There are now 15. We are seeing significant progress in achieving the outcomes of the review. So water is also always going to be a contested space, and I think that goes with the territory. But I think if we continue on the path of engagement that we're on, that we can probably manage it reasonably well.
Okay. You mentioned there were 16, there's 15.
15, Senator.
Yeah, there's 15, sorry. Let's go back to fractured rock.
Yes.
And what happened there. Minister, your predecessor, not you, and I grant that, was recently found by the Federal Court to have breached Section 63(3) of the Water Act, neglecting her governmental responsibilities by not reading the fractured rock resource plan before accrediting. How is that? I know when we're talking about other things you're yet to be briefed on, WESA, and you'll do that. How did that occur? How did we endorse a plan that was not read by a minister? Did the department not brief? How did that happen?
I do remember the headlines about that report saying that the former minister hadn't read the report. I think the issue was that it may not have been included in the material that was provided to her when she needed to make a decision. But given that I wasn't there at the time, it might be best if I get the officials to just comment on that.
Hi, Emma Solomon, branch head into Q. So first of all, I'd just like to do a very brief outline of what the court found in the circumstance. So this was the accredited water resource plan for the New South Wales Murray-Darling Basin fractured rock instrument. By consent, the court found set aside Minister Plibersek's decision to accredit the plan, and the court ordered that the decision be remitted to the Minister for reconsideration in accordance with the law. The court otherwise dismissed the proceedings and upheld the Murray-Darling Basin Authority's recommendation to accredit the WRP. And then in a separate judgment, the court made confidentiality orders over a series of First Nations reports and related material which contained culturally sensitive information. So I can just say, in relation to the consent orders, consistent with the model litigant obligations, the Commonwealth made a partial concession in relation to Minister Plibersek's decision to narrow the issues to be determined at the hearing. While the Minister had an extensive material before her when making that decision, including the Murray-Darling Basin Authority's detailed assessment and the relevant First Nations reports, it could not be unequivocally established on the evidence that the water resource plan was also before the Minister. I can say that the water resource plans were provided to the Minister's office.
Okay. My concern is going to Murray-Darling too, and we had Murray-Darling Authority last week, and I think your agency, your deputy, I think was there, Mr McConville, said the plan is working. I have some challenges around that. I think it's operating. Can't deny that. But when we have to put back projects because the timeline, SIDLAMs and all these SDLs aren't monitored, monitoring's going back. We have water sharing plans, water resource plans that are 6 years over date, and they're coming online. We're hoping these last ones are here, and I think that's not the issue of you guys. There's a lot of all state issues around that. When we talk about the fundamentally of the environment and river health, we have done nothing on carp, and I know that's a DAF lead and these things. How can we assess the progress of the plan when the works haven't been done, when the sharing plans haven't been done, when the hard work is all too hard? I spoke to a state minister who signed off on the original plan, and their quote was, "Of course I signed up. I never thought I'd have to do any of it." Right? When that is the plan, and there is no, like, the tagline for the Murray-Darling plan should be "the buck stops elsewhere." When there is no responsibility, how do we check the basics of river health and productive use? What's the way forward?
So, Senator, almost 2,100 gigalitres of water has been recovered, is now available to the environment. So about 20% of all flows are now available to the environment. What we've seen is, and the evaluation that was recently completed attested to this, it was a 5-year research project, that when we see water getting up onto the floodplain, it delivers significant environmental benefits. We've also seen an investment of more than $5.1 billion in improving on-farm efficiency. So we're seeing significant improvements in the efficiency with which water is used. The cotton industry is a really good example of improving efficiency, 55% below the global average water use for the cotton industry. We've seen where connectivity can occur, as Dr Banks has mentioned, significant outcomes from bird breeding events. We've seen improvements in the health of black box and river red gums. Outcomes in relation to fish, as the evaluation has found, are less than ideal, and a lot of those aren't necessarily right at the hands of the basin plan, issues of infrastructure and the like that also need to be addressed. So, and when I'm out in the basin, Senator, very honestly, I do not speak to an individual person who says that we shouldn't have a plan for the basin, and I think that's very important. Certainly there's more to do, absolutely, and that's why we've got the opportunity now to review the plan. I think one of the things you're highlighting, Senator, is where we've had the more prescriptive elements, so water resource plans, SIDLAM projects, they're the projects that have been more difficult, the outcomes that have been more difficult to achieve. Where we focus on a less prescriptive, outcomes-focused approach, we see delivery, and I think that's important. And I think that's one of the learnings as we look to the opportunity for the Basin Plan Review. How can we deliver a plan that actually provides more adaptive tools, if you like? So I don't think it's not that the plan is not working. There is more work to be done, but we have seen significant outcomes achieved with what has been recovered to date. I think the opportunity for us and the challenge for us is to also make sure that the water that has been recovered, that 2,100 plus gigalitres of water, that it's being used in the best possible way and being used to the, if you like, give it the biggest delta that we can so that every gigalitre is being used effectively. So making sure we've got the right rules-based frameworks in place, addressing where we can constraints, integrated catchment management approaches, and these are the things that the Basin Plan Review will consider as we look to the review in 2026.
You said some...
Sorry, can I just add? The Basin Plan Review is... so we're at a critical juncture with the Basin Plan Review. We've already talked about the WESA review. We've got a Water Act review. There's the SIDLAM process in terms of reconciliation. A review of the Inspector General, bring those all together at the same time as dealing with consultation fatigue, as well as trying to look at the positive stories that have come out of this, rather than the gaps that we've still got to go in terms of sometimes the ambition may have been higher than what's possible. So I think we're at a really important point in terms of still trying to finish off the 450, deliver on the Sustainable Communities program, as well as all these review processes, and bringing that together to give some certainty to communities as well, because I think you'll also hear that in terms of from communities in the basin about having long-term certainty. I think it's easy to point to some of the issues and problems, but that's what the review processes are there for. At the same time, the stories that Dr Banks was talking about in terms of the environmental outcomes we've been able to achieve, the positives that have come out of some of the MDA's work to date, we shouldn't just glaze over those, because this is a tough problem. This is one of those classic wicked problems that's not just about the Commonwealth, it's working in a multilateral way with states where we started from a really challenging baseline some 13 years ago.
And I get that and I accept that, but for those good stories, I hear the town of Burke that's lost 60% of their water entitlement and 40% of their population. I see the town of Louth, who prayed for the last 4 weeks of the water year that they wouldn't have a fire because they didn't have the water allocation to put it out with their fire hydrants. So there are good stories, but there are still these challenging human needs stories and these things out there. You can't, it's not all one way. And my problem is it's not 2,100 recovered, making sure that water is done. And when I hear your less prescriptive measures, that concerns me, because the easy things are being done. Writing a cheque to buy back water is easy. Building infrastructure, you know, doing the work, the hard works, the fish ladders, these things, they're the hard things that can go over budget, can have poor consultation, can put communities offside. So if we aren't prescriptive, you've got to do the hard things, everything is write a cheque. Everything is easy. So my concerns are that the things that aren't done are the things we really need to do to see whether we need to keep recovering. If we talk about, going back to CARP, we know there will be negative consequences of that, but if we can see the bottom of the river when we try it, I'll stand next to the minister. I'll write you a letter next week and I'll say, if we give a CARP rollout and we have a try and there's some suboptimal consequences, I will stand next to you and wear that with you as shadow, because we need to try something. We're scared of doing the hard. So when we go there, on these timeframes, they're all slipping out. The goalposts, the Inspector General's report that the baseline division limits changing the goalposts erodes confidence. And so all of this is gaming up. We've got two. I don't think they've got, your other phrase was consultation fatigue. The last 2 weeks in Griffiths, it's not consultation fatigue, it's being ignored fatigue. They're saying the same things and they're not seeing changes. So I understand we're doing all this review. I understand we're going forward. What confidence and trust, when you heard the numbers before, 72% of people live in the basin, including around this town, don't know they're in it. 27% of water licence holders don't know they're part of it. And that education, how do we make sure this next phase, you talk about engagement being good. If I'm a water licence holder and I don't know, or more than a quarter, how do we get that engagement to make this better?
Senator, look, I mean, it's about belting shoe leather. We did more than 700 one-on-one meetings with community last year, 11 community forums, 7 regional tours. We had 7 basin committee meetings. So it is just about continuing to get out there. There is absolutely no doubt. Can we do more? Yes, we can always do more. And at the moment, we've got a campaign it's called 300 Cups of Tea, and that's to have 300 individual conversations between now and the end of the year to do exactly as you're saying. I think one of the key elements in terms of engagement, whilst those statistics to which the Inspector General referred and you just replayed can seem alarming, the key to engagement is to find those that actually have the influence in the basin. And there's more than 2.5 million people live in the basin, but what we've got to do is find those people with the greatest influence, and that's why the MDBA last year held a Basin Leadership Summit with 135 leaders from across the basin. We're repeating that exercise next month with 225 leaders from across the basin, and they're the people that actually are leaders in their respective communities, whether they be environmental, agricultural, local government and the like. And use them as multipliers in order to engage. And so we have to adopt a range of different approaches, from the one-on-one conversation over the car bonnet to public information, which Inspector General has mentioned he's investing heavily in, to regional community forums and the leadership forums to which I've referenced. So there's no one silver bullet to community engagement in the basin, Senator, but I think it's about doing all of those things to the extent that we can, and that's certainly what we've been doing and increased significantly over the last 3 years as we lead into the basin plan review.
Okay. Have you keep going? I'll keep going. We talk about the water buybacks and those numbers around there. What contingencies are place if the department does fall short by 31st December 2007 on the 450?
Senator, I think that's we're on track at the moment for 450. So I think that's probably a hypothetical question I can't answer.
Do you have a year-by-year recovery target or quarter-by-quarter recovery targets?
Senator, the recovery is based on, we've got to be clear in terms of water market, being careful about water market sensitivity. So each we will publish in advance of any major water recovery efforts strategies, so purchasing strategies that will then indicate what the forward plans are. We publish regular updates on our website about the broad trajectory that we do see for water recovery through to 2027. I just don't have those right in front of me.
If we get the 450 acquired without constraints projects, can that water actually be delivered to the floodplains and wetlands it's intended for?
So, Senator, that's in regard to the 605 gigalitre offset. I think there certainly will be challenges to get, and perhaps Mr Banks and others might be better placed.
We're already hearing unintended flooding,
this, but that will need to be a matter that we will need to consider once we understand the extent to which those projects, they will give more time and give more funding to continue, that until we see the extent that those projects have or haven't met those obligations. The Commonwealth Government has funded those projects on a no regrets basis through to the end of 2026. We'll then have an opportunity based on the MDBA advice to then look at what remains and what is the best way to address any outstanding environmental matters there.
Okay. Happy to rotate at the moment if you want to.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. I'll go to Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions on the Coorong Mouth Research Centre, following on from my questions at last estimates. You want to introduce yourself before I ask?
Marcus Finn, Branch Head for the Environmental, Water and Aquatic Ecosystems Division.
I think when we last met in this room, we were discussing the review and where the review was at. Has it been completed now?
Yes, so I think you're referring to what we call the mid-term review for the Institute, which was a review that we set up. It was really an administrative review to have a look at the current contract and see whether there are any changes that we need to make to the contract in partnership with the Goyder Institute to make sure the last parts of that current contract were successful. So that's we completed that, and I think sent the final copy to the Goyder Institute 2 weeks ago. I think that would have been.
Right. So is that a public document now?
It was an internal document we don't intend to publish, but I have spoken to the Goyder Institute and said they're welcome to share with partners, interested parties, people who participated.
So what was the outcome of the review? Was it positive?
Very positive, yeah. So I think, like, in an overall sense, I think the feeling of everyone that we interviewed as a part of that mid-term review was had overwhelmingly positive sentiment towards the work, and particularly towards the models and the way that the Goyder had, all the things that they had put in place to roll that out, including pretty deep community engagement and partnership with First Nations people in the region.
So what are the next steps now, post the review and then the bid for further funding?
Yeah, so I think I'll sort of distinguish those two components if I can. So the review itself was about the current contract, and it's $8 million over 4 years. We are coming to the end of that $8 million, so this is the last financial year that the Institute's funded under those arrangements. So one of the things we looked at through the review, and its core purpose really, was to see whether there was anything that we needed to change within the current arrangements, current funding. Like I said, the outcomes were really positive and didn't identify anything that at this stage we would need to change to ensure that there's success under the current program. Outside of that, I do know that the Goyder Institute have a business case for a phase 2 of the program. That business case has been shared with us as a department. I know with the Minister's office, with a whole range of other partners, potential funding bodies, and the consideration of that will be like that's a matter for government as a part of budget processes, but not something that we explicitly looked at as a part of the mid-term review.
Can anyone else just assist me on the timings of the decision around phase 2? Obviously, it probably hasn't come to the minister yet, but what is the sort of milestones to assist me with the next estimates and my questions?
I'm just trying to remember when the current funding runs out.
I can assist.
30 June next year, I think.
30th of April 2026.
30th of April, okay. So, across government there are a range of programs that have funding due to expire sometime over the next 12 to 18 months, and obviously government needs to make a decision, whether it be through the mid-year review or next year's budget, whether to extend them. So there's been no decision made on this particular one. I am aware of it. It's been raised with me. I think you may have written to me.
I think I have. Yes, I have.
And others have as well. So you know, by all means, we'll be back here in December.
Yes.
We may have an update for you at that point, but I'd say it's probably more likely to be next year.
Yeah. Thank you, Minister. I have a last question for Mr McConville. I understand that there was the community tour, which also found its way to the Research Institute, and I'm interested in your perspectives since I understand you were there.
Yes, Senator, I was. So we were recently spent some time with Alec and the crew there, and I think the work that they're doing is important, and certainly I've spoken with the Minister's office and shared my views in terms of that outcome. Obviously, it's a question for government as to where the funding goes, but I think one of the things that the Institute has done really well is community engagement, and you know, across the spectrum from sort of interest groups, environmental groups, school groups, and the like, plus their research. So it was a very positive engagement, and certainly I think the work that they've been doing is been really important, you know, in that part of the world.
Do I have time, or are you going to cut me off?
Well, I'm going to indicate that it would be ideal if you were coming to a conclusion.
All right, well, I'll come to the conclusion, and just to press upon you, Minister, to revisit my letter of support and the others. It's one of the great initiatives on the river.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. Senator Ruston.
The algal bloom in South Australia.
Depending what the questions are, we may be able to answer them here. Otherwise, we would have needed to do them earlier. But why don't you ask them? We'll see what we can do.
I was just keen to understand when that was the first time that the South Australian government contacted the federal government or department seeking help about the bloom in the Gulf of St Vincent's.
Well, I think this may have also been canvassed in the Senate inquiry in the last week or two, but I think the department gave it, and sorry, the most relevant officials have left because they were here earlier, but I think the department gave evidence last week or whenever it was at the Senate inquiry that they had been in contact with South Australian government officials from May. I obviously became the minister in mid-May, and it wasn't too long after that I was having discussions with the South Australian minister at the time as well.
So May 2025?
Yep.
Okay. So
Well, that's all I can really talk to because I only became the minister in May.
Okay. So apart from the $13 million of the original announcement, the 6.5 subsequent announcement, has there been any other requests for funding or assistance from the South Australian government?
I answered a few questions about this earlier today, Senator, and what I said was that there are discussions underway between the federal and the South Australian governments about the proposed summer plan that the South Australian government is finalising. But we have not yet received a formal funding request. But there are discussions happening about the types of things that might go in that plan and what they are likely to cost.
Okay. So does your department have any ongoing role in the monitoring, the research, the response or the clean-up of the bloom, or are you just providing backup to South Australia? I mean, do we actually have any formal role in this process? So again, probably some of the officials who are no longer here would be able to, would be able to give more precise answers. So feel free to ask, or I can take that on notice if you like. But you know, the response to this event is being led by the South Australian government, and we are funding half of that first package that was announced, with $6.5 million, I think it is, more on top of that. But certainly our departmental officials are still in regular contact with South Australian government officials about the handling of this and the monitoring and other things like that. Okay, so I'd just be keen to understand when the last time the federal government had any interaction with the South Australian government about this. I can tell you my office was in contact with them again today. Quite possibly the department was as well.
Most days.
Yeah. Okay. You may have seen I was in Adelaide myself, I think it was Thursday last week, where I attended the South Australian Government Task Force, the Cabinet Task Force on this. So, yeah, I think most days is probably the best way to describe it. And does the federal government or department have a view on what is most likely to happen in summer? Because when we questioned the departmental officials in South Australia, their strategy seemed to be hope. So I'm hoping you've got a better strategy than that.
Do you have a view or a strategy about what is likely to happen and what that response might need to be from a federal environmental perspective?
Well, certainly based on the advice that I received when I was in Adelaide last week attending that task force, the South Australian government and our government are preparing for the likelihood that this bloom is going to continue through summer. I mean, no one can predict this with any certainty. As you'll recall, the early advice to both governments was that it was likely the bloom would dissipate over winter as a result of storms. That didn't happen. So, you know, with any luck, it'll change tomorrow or the day after that. But we are all preparing for the likelihood that this will be with us for a while and through the summer. And that's what the summer plan is, you know, being worked up to deal with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Thorpe.
My questions are in relation to the 15 water resource plans, particularly those listed in Appendix A. Has the department provided a copy of the water resource plans, including all annexes, schedules or attachments, to the Minister's office prior to her accrediting the plan?
Senator, I might just, perhaps it might be useful just to outline the basis on what is provided to the Minister for accreditation of a water resource plan. So the MDBA assesses the water resource plan and provides the plan in its full entirety to the Minister. We then provide a brief that includes the accreditation instrument, and that includes also a summary of the assessment, MDBA's summary of the assessment of the water resource plan. We attach advice that has come from First Nations organisations and then provide other background and briefing material to go with that. So that's what we provide to the Minister. So for all those 15 WRPs, all WRP was provided by the MDBA to the Minister ahead of that, and then ahead of our briefing that then goes up.
So did that include a detailed analysis?
Yes, in the briefing that we do, in detailed analysis, yeah, and including an assessment by the MDBA as well as by the department.
Thank you. Has the department provided reports of assessments prepared by Mildren or any other organisation in relation to the plan's consistency with obligations under Basin Plan Chapter 10, Part 14, to the Minister for Water prior to her accrediting the plan?
Yes, again, Senator, that advice is attached to the brief that goes to the Minister.
Thank you.
In accordance with that Basin Plan Chapter 10, Part 14.
And again, has the department undertaken any steps to confirm whether the Minister had reviewed the WRP itself prior to accrediting it?
Again, Minister, the Minister has is provided with a copy of the water resource plan for every water resource plan accreditation, and the brief has multiple references to the water resource plan in it.
And finally, which of the 15 water resource plans listed in Appendix A were not before the Minister when she accredited them?
So again, Senator, as I outlined at the beginning, the process is that all water resource plans are provided to the Minister and her office ahead of the accreditation decision.
So none were left out at all?
Again, all water resource plans are provided by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority to the Minister and their office.
Okay. Well, that's it from me then.
Thank you very much, Senator Thorpe. Senator Cadell.
Going back to 450 recovery and the triple bottom line that I think changed a bit. Ministers required to consider the social and economic impacts going forward. What specific modelling do we use to determine that? My concern is, and I'll give you the context of it, we look at more diversified economies like the Dubbos, like the bigger towns, not the smaller towns. I gave you the Burke example, and really stressing how do we look at these things?
I might ask the authority to go into a bit of detail about that, if that's okay. Or the department.
Yeah, no, thanks, Minister. So, Senator, when we conducted the evaluation, we sort of looked at social and economic consequences of the review as well, of the plan. The challenge is granularity of data down to that local level, but what we did find was that in those smaller, more irrigation-dependent communities, largely by listening to sort of lived experience, that there was negative impacts. Those impacts also reflected more broadly across smaller remote towns in rural and regional Australia as well. So there's a trend consistency there. But yes, there was in those smaller, as I say, heavily irrigation dependent communities impacts. But we were not able to, with the granularity of data, to say this component is the consequence of the basin plan. What we also found, Senator, was that the overall output of irrigated agriculture was probably about 2% lower than it would have been in absence of the basin plan, and that the price of water does rise when the Commonwealth enters the market. So we
topped 300 last week, I think, didn't we?
I wouldn't know, Senator, off the top of my head, but so there is an impact, and the evaluation was able to determine that. To say, also must be viewed in the context of, say, larger towns, more resilient, smaller towns, trend-wise, we are seeing that outside of the basin as well, but certainly the lived experience of those communities is that there has been an impact, and we've been very transparent in acknowledging that in the evaluation.
Emotionally, and not on, please don't take this as a finger pointing. Anecdotally, people walking off the lands, moving away, even suicides are linked to these things. Do we go back after and look at stats after we do it to validate our modelling was right on these things, or we don't ever look back?
I might get Mr Ashby to come up and talk through some of our social and economic modelling, Senator, which might help answer that in the context of how we did that for the evaluation, how we're also looking for it in terms of the outlook as well.
So Scott Ashby, Executive Director, Basin Science and Knowledge Division, the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Senator, thanks for the question. You knew the history of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. It'd be fair to say that up to about 18 months or so ago, we really focused very strongly on water resource management, and the legislation was subsequently amended, so we have a much stronger focus now on social and economic impacts associated with the basin plan. So over the last 18 months, we've done quite a lot of work with Marsden and Jacobs, looking at the modelling associated with both the Sustainable Rivers Audit, which was an audit we've just undertaken, which is sort of a point in time to the present, which then fed into our evaluation report. And both of those reports are on our website, as is the report into social and economic impact. We've also undertaken quite a bit of work with communities to get their feedback as well, and we have some oral histories as well that you can hear online as well. They're excellent because they really give you a bit of the sort of colour and movement of what's been going on out there. What we've found is that in the large sort of urban centres and urban towns where you've got a diversified economy, they're actually travelling pretty well, and there's no real discrepancy between inside and outside the basin. So Australian sort of regional centres are doing quite well because they have that diversified economy. Where you have small towns that are fundamentally reliant on agriculture, we are seeing in our data, and it's available, as I said, on our website, we are seeing a decrease in economic activity and also in population as well. So they're struggling in some instances, and it's clear that as the services move to the regional centres as well, people are perhaps not as positive about where they live as to other people in the basin. It was interesting that in a social survey that we undertook, that we actually found that people were happier in the basin and outside the basin, but that varied again depending on town. So we're also sort of going into that space now of social research and asking people how they're feeling about where they live, and your comments about some communities struggling. Yes, you would be aware too that regional centres and small towns and agriculture are also being impacted by a whole suite of drivers at the present time. So we're seeing quite dramatic change in terms of international market impacts. We're seeing the modernisation and technological advancement on farms, so we're getting fewer, bigger farms. We're seeing corporatisation of farms as well. So these are all factors which are, and cost of labour, these are all factors which are impacting on the agricultural fabric of the basin. So it's not simply the basin plan. And it's important to note that when the market was initiated, this became a significant asset for people, but it also set up a situation where potentially water could be separated from land and traded. The buybacks, have been voluntary, but we recognise that sometimes voluntary doesn't mean voluntary. It could be a sale of
duress of voluntary,
your words. but there are a lot of drivers out there, and if you have a look at our reports, we outline what those drivers are and how they're impacting agricultural economy in the basin.
Is there a process that you go back and look at the modelling versus the actualities, though?
As I mentioned, our modelling's just been completed for the Sustainable Rivers Audit and the evaluation. But yes, our plan is to continue doing that work across the basin, so we can, follow the trends that are going on and be aware. I should also point out that we're also working closely with all of the major industries in the basin to develop what we're calling industry snapshots. So we have a very clear picture of what's happening in each industry sector, and we have already taken the position that we will take on board the information from those industries rather than generate it ourselves. So if the cotton industry advises us this is what's happening in the cotton industry, I think they're better placed than us to be able to say what's going on. And so we'll accept that and adopt those positions and then go, right, okay, let's verify that with our own modelling. If there's a challenge, then we'll go back and speak with them. But we're really trying to build that bond with industry so we have a better understanding of what's going on in the economies in the basin.
Thank you. Different question. States are responsible for delivering SID lambs. Given the fact that we are fairly confident that not all will be delivered by... What accountability, what responsibility, what can we do other than shake our fingers, shake our heads and say naughty? We have no callback on the states, do we?
Senator, there's a number of things that we've sought to do to improve accountability to address those matters that you raised. So one thing is we have regular reporting, including we had an assessment done in mid-2024 by Oricon, which talked about progress and keeping a close handle on that, as well as the Murray-Darling Basin Authority was commissioned to undertake a constraints roadmap, which they did at the end of last year, that had suggestions for improving delivery of those programs. Additionally, the states are subject to funding agreements with the Commonwealth, which have clear milestones and progress payments attached to them that support delivery of projects once they're at their various phases. I think the basin officials meet very regularly and monitor very closely the progress of projects. Under the Restoring Our Rivers Bill, there was additional time for new projects to be brought forward, and 3 were brought forward by the due date of June this year. And we continue to meet regularly and talk often about the progress and monitor progress and encourage progress of those projects through to the end of next year.
Okay, so how many will be completed on track to be... How many currently on track to be completed by the end of next year?
To talk to that, because we can talk to the assurance reports that were underway. Mr Goods is online.
2 things. How many are on track? How many will still be outstanding?
Senator, the data is being collected at the moment for the assurance report, which, as Mr McConville said, will release before the end of this calendar year. And that will have the conclusions of our best and latest estimate of the status of those projects. Addressing that question, and we'll have an estimate, a revised estimate if necessary, about any potential shortfall. But we won't know that for a couple of months.
What was your next best and next latest one, if that'll be the next and latest one?
Go, Tim. Thank you.
The current best estimate is a shortfall of up to 315 gigalitres of the 605. It was a range initially of between 195 and 315, and that depended on a number of projects from these are likely to be delivered through to the very unlikely.
Yep.
And the update that we've given to that in 2023, 2024 is that given our assessment of progress, we're at the higher end of that, and it's not looking, the early work on the assurance is not suggesting that we're pessimistic there.
So the states that all signed up for this are on track to deliver less than half.
On the basis of our current assessment, Senator, that's correct.
With nothing other than... So we're going to ask the Minister here to make a Murray Plan 2, Murray-Darling Plan 2, with the states not carrying their weight, with works out there. We're going to do an entire review where people are walking away from their obligations and expect the federal government to carry the can for them not living up to their job.
Yeah, so just by way of a sort of a process question, Senator. So at reconciliation, we model the package as a whole. It actually isn't project by project, and the number is looking at that 605. And as Mr. Good said, certainly our estimations are pessimistic. We're at the upper end of that 315 number. What we then do as part of the process is apportion the supply contribution between each of the 109 SDL units, and that's per the agreement between the Commonwealth and the states. And then after we've calculated and consulted on the proposed adjustments, we prepare an amendment to the Basin Plan. So this is separate from the Basin Plan review. Yep. The timing has been a confluence because of the additional time that was given to the states. But basically, we then prepare an amendment to the Basin Plan for consideration by the Minister. And then what that would do is if the reconciliation Basin Plan amendments are accepted, then the SDL for the Southern Basin would decrease, reopening the gap, if you like, between what's required and what we have. Separate question for the Commonwealth to determine how they may wish to respond to that bridging the gap amount. So sort of there's a calculation process which we undertake, and then there's a policy decision as to what the Commonwealth would do in response to the reopening of that gap upon reconciliation. So just to be clear on the process.
Happy with that. I'll try and condense the next 14 questions down to 3 on National Water Agreement. So a broad one to cover the first. Can you give an update on National Water Agreement progress?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. There was the last agreement was published at the end of December beginning of December last year that brought together extensive consultation from the last 12 to 18 months, 2023-24. With a wide range of stakeholders and submissions. So that was published. There was a significant amount of refinement based on stakeholder feedback. That report has then been considered extensively by Commonwealth, state and territory officials, and just running to ground any outstanding comments and feedback, including outstanding feedback coming from states and territories. The agreement is now out with basin states, states and territories, all states and territories for signature.
Are we, given the comments to me from 2 ministers, and we don't have 2 ministers on my side, we are very unlikely to sign it as it stands. Are we hopeful? Do we have a timeline where this may be done?
At officials level, Senator, we are confident that all issues have been run to ground and consulted on and engaged. Of course, states will then need to go through, and ministers will need to consider their respective cabinet processes, and there may be issues raised through that, but at this stage it's with them to consider that, and we look forward to seeing some signatures.
As it stands, will it put enforceable conditions on states and Commonwealth, or will it just be a policy framework?
The agreement is not a legally binding instrument, so but there is there will be regular annual reporting to the Water Ministerial Council on progress, as well as under the Water Act, the Productivity Commission has a role every 3 years to review progress on national water reform, and those reviews will continue.
I'm just going to piggyback a fourth question on that. Productivity Commission, have they given formal feedback on the process to date? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, so that the renewal of the National Water Initiative and the new National Water Agreement were informed by Productivity Commission inquiries in 2017, 2020. I have to test my memory. Then more recently, and it's been updated based on that. Additionally, the Productivity Commission provided submissions into the process over the last year or so that we've run on consultations on the National Water Agreement, and their submissions are available on the website.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. At this point, I'm able to advise that the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority may be excused from appearance this evening. So if officers are here, they are released with the committee's thanks and gratitude for their attendance. Senator Pocock.
I should ask one more question.
We are on water.
Yes, come forward, Senator Pocock.
Great. I have some questions about the Upper Murrumbidgee. Right, people. Great, thank you. It's 10 or so months since the package for the Upper Murrumbidgee was announced. I'm interested what tangible process there has been on adaptive management of Tantangra Dam releases.
So, Senator Malcolm Southwell. Let's grab my notes, sorry. So, sorry, I'm on the right page. So we've got a review of the Snowy Water Inquiry Outcomes Implementation Deed underway, I think, as you're aware. We've formed an intergovernmental advisory group alongside separate First Nations and stakeholder advisory groups. And a panel has been established in that space. And we've released a draft Upper Murrumbidgee Drought Operating Framework for consultation, and that's out at the moment. There was a submissions period for that which closed 2 weeks ago, and we received 20 submissions.
Thank you. And in terms of adaptive management, where does that sit into all of that? That was one of the sort of key things that the Minister had agreed to.
Ryan Breen, Acting Branch Head of the Great Artesian Basin, Lakehead Basin and Upper Murrumbidgee and Snowy Branch. There's a range of things that are happening at the moment in that space. New South Wales and Snowy Hydro have been working just up through their normal Snowy licence revisions on a range of different measures, including more adaptive management or flexible management arrangements. So that's one thing, and that's sort of more the here and now. In terms of the Commonwealth-funded program, there's a couple of elements there. One is the Drought Operating Framework, which has been out for public consultation. That provides a short-term measures for some additional water under drought-like conditions, and you're likely to have seen that. That we are looking to finalise that by November, and that will be activated under those conditions. The more longer term, you're looking for those more longer term adaptive management arrangements will be under these, we'll look at those through the Snowy Water deed review. That deed review has commenced. The terms of reference was in March. We've been consulting on that with jurisdictions, and there'll be some revisions shortly. The independent review panel has been formed, and they met with stakeholders last week. There's 2 workshops. So we have effectively opened the doors to stakeholder views on what those adaptive management arrangements look like.
Well, thank you very much for your work on that. Is there a timeline for the SWIOID review?
For the review?
Yeah.
The report from the independent reviewers are due by the end of June next year.
June next year. Okay. And in terms of adaptive management, have there actually been any adaptive releases so far, or is everything just a work in progress? And
everything is still operating under the existing Snowy water licence. So any changes under the current arrangements, and these are between New South Wales and Snowy Hydro, which is New South Wales licence, it's a negotiation between those 2 parties. To date, there has been a range of minor improvements, as we understand. However, current arrangements stand as you know it.
Sure. So what's the volume of adaptive releases so far that fall outside of the sort of scheduled releases from Tantangra?
Sorry, could you ask that question again?
What releases have there been outside of the scheduled snowy hydro releases from Tantangra?
I'm not aware of any additional releases. Sorry, are you talking about the Snowy Montane Rivers increased flows managed by New South Wales or under the drought operating framework?
Under, I guess, either. One of the agreements from the minister was to actually ensure that that Snowy Hydro, as a Commonwealth-owned entity, was actually coming to the table and not just releasing water on a given date, but actually working with, landholders, environmentalists to say, okay, well, this is when we need water, rather than just let's just release it because it's on the schedule.
So the only water that's released to date, so for this year, has been the Snowy Montane increased flows that New South Wales manages. There's been no additional water released for environmental purposes other than that.
Why is that?
Their obligation extends only so far as what's under the Snowy deed and the Snowy water licence.
But Senator, I might just add to that's the purpose of the Upper Murrumbidgee Drought Operating Framework, and that's has been out for a draft, and we're working through that process so that those questions can be resolved.
I understand that, but even when we're not in drought, we're still having 90 to 99% of flows diverted, and as you would know, the health of the river is pretty dire, and part of the argument is that we need some adaptive management of this section of the Murrumbidgee so that we actually put water in when it needs it, not just when Snowy Hydro decides that they're going to release it.
I absolutely agree, and that's the purpose of the review of the Snowy deed, is to work through what are a better set of operating rules for Snowy Hydro to operate under,
yes,
which would then affect the Snowy water licence.
No, I understand that bit, but the SWIOID review and update is a long-term thing. I was under the impression that in the short term there would be some sort of adaptive management regime put in place, but Mr Southwell is saying, well, no, that's the drought framework, but the drought framework, as the name suggests, I assume only operates in drought, and the thing I hear from people along the river is that we actually need something year-round when it comes to adaptive management. So I'm just trying to understand how is this all working out?
You're right, the drought operating framework is only intended to be a short-term gap filler under extreme conditions.
Can I ask what's short-term, like when does this go to, when does it end?
The funding commitment was for 3 years, from 2023-24 to 26-27, so it's only 3 years.
Hang on, but you haven't even got the framework yet.
That's correct.
So by the time we get the framework,
no, Senator,
the time frame's over, or does it get extended?
Senator, I think
by
we're talking
years?
about two different things. There's the 30 million over 3 years was to support emergency water releases if drought-like conditions return, and that was to provide time whilst the work that is underway to identify what the long-term strategies are. And so the review of the implementation deed is underway. We've got a panel in place, and we've also got as I said, the drought framework that's been out for public comment.
The drought framework sets out the rules for activating the $30 million.
Yeah, but what you just told me is that
yep,
the 30 million for 3 years, and with, I don't know, like a year and a bit to go, we still don't even have the framework.
So the preliminary conditions for the release of that additional water, there was two conditions. One was for allocations against the Snowy Montane River's increased flow to be less than 50%, and the other one was drought-like conditions in the river downstream of the dam. On the basis of those two conditions, at the start of this year, New South Wales advised us that the allocations against the Snowy Montane flows was greater than 50%. So on that advice, we have taken additional time to set up a technical panel, to do a lot more consultation. It has taken a little bit more time to get to this point. Okay. So under those conditions, it wouldn't have been activated. What the drought operating framework now sets out is a completely different set of conditions that better aligns with conditions in the river, and that's what we've been consulting on. But you are right, though, that we are a year and a bit into the 3 years, but we have a drought framework that better aligns with the actual conditions in the river.
I'd like to interrupt you, but I am eager, if not desperate, to move the program along given our lateness. So I appreciate you're entitled to ask questions, but with that suggestion,
I'm sure the Canberrans don't mind talking about the Upper Murrumbidgee, but I could be wrong. Can I just ask one or two more, and then I'll just put some quants in, if that's all right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just. Again, thank you for your work on this. I think it really is important, and I really hope the government will extend that beyond the 3 years. Of the 15 million for the river health and resilience projects, how many have started and been funded to date? Do you have those figures for me?
So of the money that was committed to the on-ground work, so there's two parts of the on-ground works, the river health and science and monitoring program. They have that funding has gone to the ACT in New South Wales under a grant to deliver those works. To date, the total spent under that funding agreement is $5 million, and that's a sort of there's a range of things that have occurred there. There's program plans and project plans which have been completed by the ACT in New South Wales, and they're published on our website, so that'll show how the remaining funds will be spent by the two jurisdictions. There were some initial early projects which were undertaken by New South Wales and ACT while that planning was undertaken. We are advised that those projects have been completed, and there was a combination of weed control works throughout New South Wales. There was some on-ground works in the Nace Gudgeonby catchments, as well as some translocation of Macquarie perch. The monitoring for those projects is ongoing. So those were the early wind projects while the more detailed planning and consultation was occurring.
Thank you. And then just finally, on to the Snowy Hydro's statement of expectations. There was an agreement for it to be updated to embed environmental and adaptive management principles, and I'm interested if that's happened.
The statement of expectations was updated towards the latter part of last year, and that's on their website. There had been some changes in there to recognise those components that you were just referred to, and it does that.
But as yet, no tangible difference in management?
That's right. The changes that were made were to the extent to which Snowy Hydro can underneath their existing operating framework and within the legislation.
Okay, I'll take that up with Snowy. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. With that, we have completed outcome 4.
With your indulgence, Chair, can I just grab 30 seconds?
Yes, 30.
I just want to acknowledge Mr Dadswell's upcoming retirement. So this will be his last estimates, and I just want to acknowledge his significant contribution in senior roles across environment, agriculture and water, and all the best for his retirement.
No, thank you very much. Now I feel bad about saying just 30, but thank you very much for your service, and appreciate what that reflects across a career. Thank you all for your attendance, for your answers to the questions, and we will now move to the Bureau of Meteorology and the Australian Climate Service.
On notice earlier? Would that
yes,
be
while the officials are coming to the table, that'd be great.
So we were asked on notice. We took on notice a question about ICT support for ministers and the special envoy.
Sorry, Secretary. There's a bit too much noise in this room at the moment. If you're leaving, can you have your conversations in the corridor, please, Secretary?
Sorry, Chair, maybe my timing was poorly advised. We took on notice a question about ICT support for ministers and the special envoy. I'm advised that for 2024 to 25, so that financial year plus costs to date, so it's a full financial year up until the 3rd of October. ICT equipment costs for ministers and the special envoy is at a level of $236,388.92.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary.
Hello.
Secretary, I'm afraid that ambient noise remained a fraction loud for senators. Are you able to provide that in writing at the appropriate juncture?
Sure, of course.
Thank you. Okay, we welcome the Bureau of Meteorology and the Australian Climate Service. Thank you. Yes, thank you for your attendance today, Dr. Stone, Acting Chief Executive Officer and Director of Meteorology, and your colleagues. You will have potentially heard me say this a number of times today. If you have an opening statement, it's possible to table it. If not, you're shaking your head, so no opening statement. Wonderful, in which case we'll go straight to questions, and I will hand the call over to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. And, thank you very much for your participation this evening. I just want to go to the Australia's National Climate Risk Assessment report that was recently released, and welcome Dr. Landsberg again and Ms. Mason. We've had a discussion at a previous committee hearing. At that committee hearing, we talked about sort of the scientific basis of the report, and if I recall correctly, you confirmed to me that it was a scientific report. And again, could you just explain to the committee on what basis that claim is made, or what is the process that is gone through to demonstrate its sort of scientific rigour?
Thank you. Vicky Madsen, Head of the Australian Climate Service. So the National Climate Risk Assessment involved over 250 experts. The process we went through for quality assurance and checking on the science, we had an expert advisory committee which was set up by the department. It was made up of 8 members from academia, First Nations and some practitioners. They provided us advice and feedback on our methodology. At a project level, there was about 20 to 25 projects that made up the National Climate Risk Assessment. For these, each project had experts review within, just say a project was done within the ABS. We used the Australian Bureau of Statistics normal quality assurance processes before it came into the National Climate Risk Assessment, and all 20 of those projects had individual quality assurance. The risk assessment had a range of stakeholder engagement which aimed to get information from both experts, so scientific experts as well as decision makers and practitioners. So for the second pass assessment, there were 3 key engagement checkpoints. The first one focused on scope, so we shared the approach and scope of the risk assessment on each component. We got feedback on that and tested that with stakeholders. The second checkpoint was an integrated and cross-system risk, so we sought information on how we were assessing when a risk happens in one, how it flows into another part of another system or vice versa. The third, we shared progress update and findings and got feedback per system. For each of the system chapters in the main risk assessment, we shared with external experts for peer review, so they were experts relevant to that system. We then had a draft report, and each chapter of those draft reports went to Commonwealth officials and experts across the Commonwealth to give us feedback. When that information came, we got a huge number of feedback. We checked it for accuracy, technical suitability against the methodology we'd applied. We considered the feedback we received, and at times we would adopt or improve the analysis, and at other times we noted it and made detailed notes around why we didn't adopt it, because either it wasn't scientifically correct or didn't align with our methodology. We also did quality checks on the data and the data governance, and then the 25 projects, all the components came to Dr. Landsberg and myself, who did final quality checks, and our role was really checking for consistency, checking how we'd adopted different experts' feedback and making sure it was sort of readable and consistent.
Thank you very much. There's one particular matter that's has been sort of, drawn to my attention. It was a question that Minister Bowen was given at his press conference, and it refers to how property loss values are reflected in the climate risks assessment report. So in the overview document at page 31, it says that property value losses are expected to increase to $611 billion by 2050 and could increase to $270 billion by 2090. And the reference for that is a Climate Council report of 2019. Then at page 108 of the substantive document, it's got a more accurate account of the Climate Council report of 2019, and it says property value losses could be $571 billion in value by 2030, $611 billion by 2050, and $770 billion by 2100. And of course, the overview document, the difference between the overview document at page 31 and the substantive document at page 108 is the reference to the $571 billion in expected property losses by 2030. And so this is the Climate Council 2019 report. And it says at page 2, chapter 1, introduction, the modelling done for this report shows that climate change is likely to result in sharp adjustments in residential property values in some areas. The total estimated damage-related loss of property value, excluding any disruptions to productivity, is expected to rise to $571 billion by 2030, $611 billion by 2050, and $770 billion by 2100. So I'm curious to know first, why in the overview document does it not provide the full suite of those three numbers, 571 by 2030, 611 by 2050, and 770 billion by 2100? And why in the substantive document the full quote is provided? Is there an explanation for that?
Thank you. I'll get Dr. Judith Landberg to answer that one.
Thank you for your question, Senator. I'm Dr. Judith Landsberg. I'm the General Manager at the Australian Climate Service with responsibility for delivering the National Climate Risk Assessment. The answer is actually very simple, Senator, which is that in the overview report for consistency, we used the 2050 scenario and the 2090 scenario in all of the notable facts. But as the full report was available, in the interest of space and for comparison on the scenarios that we chose, those were the two that were listed in the overview.
For the interest of space, you decided not to include 4 or 5 words.
No, it was for consistency, Senator.
But it's not consistent because page 31...
It's consistent with the other facts and impacts that were cited in the overview report, so consistency across systems and across different points of evidence.
It's not reflected consistently, and it's just 6 words. An expected property loss of $571 billion in value by 2030. Doesn't appear in the overview, but it is in the substantive.
That's correct.
And I'll come to why this is important in a moment. But wouldn't the consistency test have been better achieved if that reference was in the overview and the substantive document?
So we made a decision in the overview in the interests of clear communications to look at current climate, which is 2020, and then cite facts for 2050 and for 2090. So it is cross-evidence consistency.
So, Ms Mason, when you talked about Commonwealth agencies being engaged in assessing and providing some assurance across the data that is used, which agencies were engaged to assess the accuracy, utility of that data in the Climate Council report of 2019?
Okay, Dr. Judith Landsberg to answer that.
So we had a policy and economy reference group that reviewed all of the evidence that went into the economic assessment. It's normal scientific practice to collect evidence from a range of previous studies, so they were not involved in assessing the work of Stefan et al. For the Climate Council report. But they were, part of their role was to review the report and ensure it was reflected accurately.
So was there an assurance exercise done in regards to the Climate Council 2019 report before it was included in 2 instances in the Climate Risk Assessment report?
Was that report assessed for accuracy? No, it wasn't.
It wasn't. So we talked previously about it being a scientific document because certain processes and assurances were part of the methodology. But here is a reference in a Climate Council 2019 report that is reproduced twice, once in the overview document and once in the substantive document. The Minister himself, Minister Bowen, is questioned on it in the press conference and in the reporting about the Climate Risk Assessment report itself. This turns out to be a key matter of interest.
It's normal scientific practice to cite previous reports without going back and checking the accuracy of those reports. So
that doesn't sound scientific. Excuse me, I'm not a scientist, but that doesn't sound scientific to me.
And so what is assessed is the preponderance of evidence, and the way that the evidence was synthesised was reviewed by our Economy and Policy Reference Group, which included officials from Treasury, from APRA, from the Climate Change Authority, and a number of academics.
So officials from Treasury and APRA did review the Climate Council 2019 report and the references included in the overview and substantive document, and they approved its inclusion. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry.
Yes, so they...
Well, that will be interesting because at the public inquiry into the Climate Risk Assessment report, I asked APRA exactly that question and they took it on notice. So how believable is it that Australian property values will fall by $571 billion in just the next 5 years, which is what the Climate Council report says and what page 108 of the substantive report says?
We would encourage people to look at the breadth of the evidence. That is one piece of evidence that is cited in the report that was reviewed by our policy reference group. But so we consider that to be believable. It is not a prediction. None of this is a prediction. It is an assessment of potential impacts which potentially could be avoided by adaptation and intervention.
I suppose my point is how relevant is data in a 2019 report, in a scientific report, which is a product also of the BOM, that's correct, which suggests that Australian property values are going to fall by $571 billion in the next 5 years. And just to put that in context, that's $114 billion a year. And assuming about 9.8 million households across Australia, that is, this report is suggesting that Australian household values are going to fall in the order of $11,600 each year for the next 5 years. That's just not scientific. That's just not believable. And I'm also curious to know, because I'm not convinced, Dr. Landsberg, that it was necessary to not include the $571 billion in value by 2030 in the overview statement.
That's noted. Just to correct, though, we're not saying this will happen. They're saying with climate, as we understand the climate changes and the scenarios we looked at.
It hasn't happened.
We're saying if
Ms.
there is
Manson,
no adaptation, that is the sort of scenario you're facing.
Dr. Stone, is it likely to happen?
What's your question?
Dr. Stone, have you not been listening to the evidence that officials have been providing?
No.
My question is, what is the likelihood of a $571 billion loss in the value of Australian properties in the next 5 years?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not able to comment on that.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, I can comment on the climate aspects of it.
Of the likelihood?
I can't comment on property values.
But it's in the Climate Risk Assessment Report, which is branded the Bureau of Meteorology.
One of the authors.
You know?
There's 5 of them.
The Bureau is one of the contributors. Not to property values.
Do you stand by the document? Do you personally believe, Dr. Stone, that it's a scientific document and it stands up to scientific scrutiny?
Yes, yes.
Despite this very, very significant glaring omission that goes to the core of how Australians measure their wealth and security?
That particular fact was not omitted, Senator. It was omitted from the overview.
Yes.
And we encourage people to read the full report. It's also included in the technical reports in
I
context.
just think for completeness and credibility, those 4 or 5 words should have been included in the overview.
Thank you, that's noted.
My question then goes to who was on the Policy and Economic Reference Group?
Well, we had officials from Treasury, we had representatives from APRA, we had representatives from academia, and we had a representative from the Climate Change Authority. And they provided advice in the area of expertise and then reviewed the final report, the final economy report and the chapter of the synthesis report.
Did they confirm the inclusion of that Climate Council 2019 report reference? Do they confirm each economic data point, or do they draw attention just to those that they don't think, or just to those that might need to be improved or
I can't
assured?
speak to their review process, Senator. They were asked to provide review and comment on the document.
Their review and comment, is that an internal document available to, is that a core piece of correspondence in the development of the Climate Risk Assessment Report?
That policy reference group met monthly.
Sorry?
It met monthly over a period of time, providing us advice at key stages along as we did the risk assessment.
And are there minutes of that meeting, of those meetings, of those considerations?
There'd be records of those meetings, yes.
If you could provide those to the committee on notice, and also provide to the committee on notice not the names of the officials, but the designations or of the officials, that would be very helpful. Finally, in Minister Bowen's press conference, when he releases the Climate Risk Assessment Report, in response to a question from a journalist, he says it's important to be clear-eyed about the challenges. He also says, let's be realistic about the threats. Do you think the inclusion of the suggestion, the statement that Australian property values are going to collapse by $571 billion in the next 5 years helps make the document realistic?
Yes, we do, Senator.
Do you think so? Really?
Yes, we do. We provided a range of evidence and for where it's available, both a low and a high figure.
So is the document warning Australians of a $571 billion loss in their property values over the next 5 years?
The purpose of the document, Senator, is to provide a view of what may happen. And so it is not intended to warn Australians about a loss in their property values, no. It's intended to guide adaptation by identifying the sorts of impacts that we may experience. And they can be avoided with effective adaptation and intervention.
Could the document have achieved that purpose without reference to the Climate Council 2019 report?
Yes, it's possible. It was included as an example of an impact.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Smith. That brings to the end... Sorry? I was going to release bomb.
Two very quick things.
Yes, and
one very self-interest. Snow reporting. On the issue of you changed the gaps at the end of last year from 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 20, to 0 to 11, 7 to 25, 20 to 60 on the expected falls and delivery of snow and precipitation. What was the reason behind that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So you changed the spread range on your precipitation and snow forecasts from they used to be 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 20 and so on. Now they are 0 to 11, 7 to 25, 20 to 60. Was there a reason behind that to...
I'm not aware of that change. We express rainfall as a probability distribution.
Right.
So if you're using the app as an example, it'll say we expect at least this much with a 25% probability.
That's that overlap.
At least this much with a 50% probability.
Yep.
And at least this much with a 75% probability. And the amounts of rainfall that are expressed against those probabilities don't have fixed ranges. They are whatever they are.
Right.
So it's a, if you drew it as a curve,
I understand that curve, but on the site that those ranges on reporting, I'll send something to you afterwards.
They're not fixed.
Right, okay, they're not fixed.
No.
Okay, so that's
the probability. So we use
probabilities there, and that. Okay.
You can vary either probability or amount in your reporting, and we've gone no. We use a fixed probability,
yep.
And therefore the amounts that you report against those vary with the shape of that distribution.
Causality, rates aren't fixed, probabilities. Happy with that. Second question: in the algal bloom report, we all went to Port Lincoln, and 3 times in one day we were asked about Doppler radar, weather radar. Down there, a big fishing community, all the effects around there doesn't exist. Is it on your radar to give them a radar? Is there any probability that might happen?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Look, we're very aware of the demand for radars in several areas, and that in the Eyre Peninsula, as we've been aware of that for some time. The Bureau's got a fleet of 69 radars. We're able to sustain that 69, and we're not appropriated to put in additional radars at this point.
Anyway, when one drops off, can one come in? Do we assess the viability, or
it could? I'm not suggesting that would happen. I will just explain. So that the current location of the network is partially a reflection of history. Yep. It's also partially a reflection of the technology that's available. So in a lot of places we have radars located so that they provide overlap. Yep. So in the event that one goes down for whatever reason or needs to be serviced, there's still coverage. Now all of that can change with radar technology. So you can, it's possible, and we're testing the market at the moment for different technology, that it might be possible to have a different spacing of radars. So new technology that looks further, it's possible.
Thank you, Chair.
We need to see what will happen.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. And with that, I give the grateful thanks of the committee to the Bureau of Meteorology and the Australian Climate Service. Appreciate your attendance here today. Now we move to the next outcome on our sheet, or on our schedule, which is outcome 3, advance Australia's environmental, scientific, strategic and economic interests in the Antarctic region by protecting, researching and administering in the region, including through international engagement. I won't read out program 3.1, but it's there on the agenda.
I didn't check.
Absolutely. You don't want to recount your visit in Great Britain?
I saw that you were here. Are we going to take first? And I'll come to you. Sure. With the Minister's assurance and in the absence of any indication to the contrary, I take it there won't be any opening statements. If that's the case, then I'll hand the call to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to have asked Bomb this question, but just out of interest, the reported 50°C jump over Antarctica, well, temperatures are still 30 degrees above their norm. Does the AAD, who monitors, do we have weather stations there that record that kind of data, or is it done through satellites, or just a matter of interest?
Emma Campbell, head of the Australian Antarctic Division. I'll have to take that on notice, okay. Senator. No. We're certainly involved and hooked in, but I don't know where the data actually comes from.
Okay, no worries. So could you update us on the implementation of the decadal plan, funding? I certainly have written to the Minister about this recently as well. What's happening in regards to that?
So the Australian Antarctic Science Council released a decadal strategy on the 28th of February this year. One of the key milestones is an implementation plan. We are working on that within the AAD. Our new chief scientist, Narrowly Abrams, is doing the work with the science community and within the AAD to bring that information together and to make a plan for consideration, first by the Science Council and ultimately by the Minister.
So what's the process?
So it's working with the science community about tangible outcomes under the themes in the science strategy, and then also looking at the you referred to budget, so the affordability and we want a strategy that's achievable within existing budget and within existing forward projections.
A 10-year plan here,
for
right?
A 10-year plan.
So
yeah.
you're aware, Ms Campbell, that this is one of the recommendations of the Senate inquiry. We've
Yes.
received a lot of evidence around this. Is this, perhaps a minister could answer this, what is the process for looking at a 10-year expenditure plan, an implementation plan for Antarctic science funding?
Well, as Ms Campbell has said, there is work underway about that, but all of those sorts of things will need to be considered through usual budget processes.
Right, but your budget process is not going to go out 10 years though, is it? Or can you make it an appropriation for 10 years?
No, I mean, ordinarily governments would make appropriations for 4 years over the forward estimates, but it's not uncommon for governments to make longer term commitments than that.
And there are examples of that inside the AAD. Things like Macquarie Island refurbishment, it's got an 8-year, nine-year profile.
9 year, okay.
Yeah.
In terms of consolidating funding streams, for example, like one of the key themes to come out of the inquiry was all the different funding streams across universities, shared with DESA, which I understand you're now responsible for, the roles of the AAD science branch versus, it's a significant reform program, right? So
We're working very actively with the Science Council on that, and as part of our advice to government, and again, as the Minister flagged, future funding decisions are budget issues for government.
Minister, one in particular, obviously, and I know you've been asked about this quite a bit lately, the ACS funding that finishes very shortly. Will you be announcing funding for that group, or some kind of, this is why I wanted to know about the decadal plan, because how does it all fit in? Yeah. If you've got terminating funding for a long-term CRC like ACS, it's a chicken and egg question, I suppose. We desperately need the funding to keep these jobs.
Yeah. As I think I've indicated to you previously, Senator, and I've certainly indicated to a number of other senators and MPs, I think including the government's full Tasmanian caucus,
yes,
who are very strongly lobbying for this funding. We are aware of the need for some certainty around longer term funding. Again, we have to go through budget processes, in terms of allocating funding, but I'm certainly conscious that there's a lot of interest in an answer on this. And I'll attempt to provide one as soon as I can.
Okay, thank you. Just in the interest of time, I'll just to go to Noyena. Obviously, the federal government boosted funding for Noyena, and that was one of the key recommendations from the Senate inquiry. You've had your the Denman Glacier research voyage, including Heard and McDonald Islands. When will the next dedicated science voyage happen?
So again, government provided 2 years of funding, and we're on our way to Heard and McDonald Island right now. So I think we'll be there next weekend, which is amazing. First time in a long time, and so future dedicated for those additional days are again a matter, a budget issue for government.
Yeah, but you drive. Surely you don't just. The government's not just going to give you more money as they go away and do something with it. Surely you're planning your next science voyage, Ms. Campbell. What have you got in mind?
There's a number of things that we're looking at. The Million Year Ice Core, the Marginal Ice Zone project, which was originally planned and was delayed because of Noyena's late arrival, is certainly on the agenda, and doing some work on krill is very high on our agenda, and that feeds in to the important work that we're doing in the Kamilar fishery.
Can you tell me whether any requests have been made for more funding for another dedicated voyage?
We'll continue to... People lobby me all the time for access to Noyena.
Oh, I'm sure they are, but in terms of the department's interactions with the minister, has there been a request?
We always advise the minister on options available.
So is that a yes?
We always advise the minister on options available in the context of the budget.
It's obviously, it's a great platform, and we've now it's now been on display with its recent voyage. Is it another recommendation from the inquiry around a second vessel, an ice-rated vessel, be it on lease or be it owned? Is there any development in regards to that, even if it's a resupply vessel, to help free up Noyena to do more science?
One of the things we're looking at is additional shipping to support a couple of our big infrastructure projects. So Mr. Sullivan talked about the rebuild of the Macquarie Island Station, and we're also looking at some significant infrastructure work at Davis Station and looking about how we can use the funding provided by government for that for some supplementary shipping. There'll be a lot of cargo going south for that.
Just for the record, Senator, the reason why there were 2 years of funding for the additional shipping days for Noyena was at a time when it was coming out of dry dock. It was a year behind schedule, and so it was a testing period to some degree to see what were the capabilities of Noyena with its role, both as resupply but also in terms of dedicated science. And I think, while I've been touching wood and saying this for 2 years, it's doing extraordinarily well. And so building the case for ongoing funding or additional funding, whatever that may be, we've been
allowed to do more science.
So we've been really actively looking at its capabilities, sending it south earlier than we've ever been able to do before. And that has had a massive impact on the work of the division, because whereas before we talked about a seasonal sort of impact on the workforce, that's now basically all year round. So last year's season wasn't over before we were loading for this year's season. And so part of that's been coming to that adjustment around what's our working model from both logistics as well as science moving forward.
Surely some of that forward planning and thinking would be around what if we have situations like we did recently with Noyena, when you might get called off to a rescue, or you have issues with it and you don't have any capability, right? So the second ships, there's a lot of kind of theories around why we need a second ship.
Well, part of that, the government also provided contingency funding for those circumstances. But I just want to make the point that we're really in a period of where we've tested the Noyena's capabilities, and it's done extraordinarily well.
Great. So we'd love to see more science then, wouldn't we? All of us.
And I will say in 26-27 is the scheduled dry dock year for Noyena, so every 5 years under international maritime legislation, it will need to be dry dock to be checked, and so that is 26-27.
Can you do that outside of the summer the summer season?
But it'll constrain how long we can use NOINA, so 260 days won't be available in that year.
Just a question, on science. I've heard really good things about the new chief scientist, Nerily Abrams, but I understand she's not on the executive of the AAD. You've got another senior manager rather than the chief scientist. What was the thinking around that?
So there's a couple of things. First of all, I think it was certainly evidence to the Senate inquiry into AAD's funding was about the size and scale of the science branch. And so what we've done is Rhonda Bartley is the branch head of science and Nerily Abrams is the chief scientist. And so that allows Rhonda to focus on in some ways I think about it, the internal governance and the management and the budget management within the division, and Nerily's very much working on the external and the science leadership. So the other elements, Nerily and Rhonda are working very closely in a team.
Respectfully though, it wasn't one of the most important, from my opinion, things to come out of the inquiry is we needed the science branch to have more influence on money being spent internally to go towards science. If you don't have your chief scientist sitting on the executive, how is that going to happen?
Nerily is on our divisional management committee, and Rhonda and Nerily are working very closely, and so we definitely are taking science into that element.
Could you come back to me, Chair, then, if you...
How many more questions do you have, Senator
A few, another 5 minutes.
Okay, in which case I will come back to you, Senator Henderson. You have the call.
Thank you.
Chair. I just wanted to ask about China's proposed station at Murray Birdland. Did Australians have any concerns in relation to that proposal, and what, if any, issues have been raised?
Yeah, so under the Antarctic Treaty System, any country can build a research station anywhere in Antarctica. One of the wonderful things about the treaty is that any country who is proposing major infrastructure brings a comprehensive environmental evaluation to the treaty. China brought an evaluation of its proposed station to the treaty meeting that we had in July this year. Australia, like many countries, looked at the environmental impact assessment provided by China and made a number of suggestions, and as a result, China was asked many questions about its station. As a result, China has advised that it will make some amendments to, for example, baseline monitoring and where it takes its water from the station, and will bring that back to the treaty parties.
If we could have on notice the correspondence in relation to your assessment, just going back to, I understand that you've sought some amendments. What are those amendments? What concerns did you have? Could you just be more specific?
We'll certainly take it on notice, and we provided our formal feedback. We can certainly do that. It was about the environmental provisions within the treaty and how parties could have confidence and make suggestions about how China could manage the environmental impacts of the treaty. The provisions of the treaty are about the impacts of the station, not the existence of the station.
The head of ASIO, Mike Burgess, has raised some concerns in a speech in July about foreign spies targeting Antarctic research. What does the department know about this?
So again, aware of Mr. Burgess's comments in that regard. I think we certainly work with colleagues across government, including ASIO. We'll leave ASIO to talk further about their comments.
But I'm asking you, what does the department know about the concerns that the ASIO bosses raised? Clearly, this is very much in your ballpark.
Yeah, we're very much aware of the risks of espionage across our work, as many parts of government are, and we're certainly alert to those risks and working to manage those risks. But in terms of ASIO's assessment, those are best directed to ASIO.
Has the department raised any concerns about foreign espionage relating to Antarctic research?
No, Senator, I don't believe so.
Have you had any correspondence or discussions or meetings?
We meet with ASIO regularly.
And what can you tell me about those discussions?
I don't think it would be normal practice to go to disclose national security
No,
information
I'm not
hearing.
asking that, Minister. I understand the sensitivity, but I'm just...
Well, Senator, given
the department's role in these obviously very important matters.
Senator, given the sensitivities, we may come back to you on notice, perhaps, with a considered answer.
Thanks, Mr.
And also, as has been, ASIO will be appearing tomorrow, so there'd be an opportunity to ask questions, and they might be well placed to work out what they can and can't say.
Thanks, Minister. Is the department aware of any research at the Australian Antarctic Division which has been targeted in any respect?
Again, we'll put that on notice as well, not to my knowledge.
And what measures are in place to reduce the risk of foreign espionage targeting Antarctic research?
Within the Antarctic Division, a range of measures. We talk about IT security, physical security of the building, preventative briefings when we travel or meet with delegations. There's sort of a range of what I'd classify as relatively standard government security measures to address the espionage risk that many government agencies face.
And why? Can you explain why Antarctic research is particularly being targeted, and why there is a particular concern? Is it simply because of the location? Is there any particular features of the location of the Antarctic with respect to communications, satellites, and the like? Why has the department been engaging in these discussions, or could you just provide some sort of oversight as to why Antarctic research is being targeted?
Our engagement,
really questions best left to ASIO, I think.
But our engagement with security agencies is not something new. This has been happening for decades. So in terms of Ms Campbell's answers, our risk mitigation issues are reasonably standard for those across many departments who have some sort of risk profile put against them.
But as to why our work and our bases may be of interest to others, that's probably best left to someone else.
All right. I just want to quickly address the current situation regarding plans to resolve the fuel issue for the RSV Nuinya, is that the correct pronunciation, so that it can refuel in Hobart rather than Burnie?
Yes. We have done a deal with the Tasmanian government about refuelling, wharfing and shoreside power for Nuinya. The Australian government is supporting the rebuild of a wharf at Macquarie Wharf 6. As part of that deal, the Tasmanian government has committed to provide a fuelling solution for Nuinya available for the next Antarctic season, as well as shoreside power to support Nuinya. And so we're working with the Tasmanian government on that, and we're continuing to support a strong outcome for Antarctica.
So how much has it cost the department so far since the Nuinya was blocked from travelling under the Tasman Bridge? So rather than just travelling the few kilometres, it's now doing the big, obviously very long distance to Burnie.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, Senator. Last year, my recollection is the annual cost was in the order of $800,000, but I'll take that on notice.
And what about the cost of the wharf upgrade?
Government has provided $188 million to support the wharf upgrade.
Right,
but across the refuelling option, Senator, this is something we've been working and holding Tasmania's feet to the fire on with respect to trying to avoid those 1 to 1.5 day trips to Burnie. And as recently as last week, I wrote to my counterpart, the Secretary of State Growth, to get an update on where the refuelling options are up to, given that they have ruled out again going under the bridge, following an invitation from the Tasmanian government to recheck that and to retest that, which I did last year. It took them some 9 months to respond to that, so there must have been active consideration.
I've just got two more very quick questions. We're trying to finish at 7 o'clock. Did Australia conduct any inspections of other countries' facilities in Antarctica over the past season?
Not over the last season. We conducted inspections the season before. We looked at the French station. We did not do an inspection this past.
And why not in the last season?
We don't do inspections every year. There's a big resource cost for inspections, but we take inspections really seriously. Australia is one of the most active inspectors within the Antarctic Treaty System, and we look forward to doing more.
And what is the plan for 25-26?
We don't normally talk about our plans ahead of schedule, but I will say we have not notified. To do an inspection, we need to notify other parties if we are going to have inspectors appointed, and we have not appointed any inspectors for 25-26.
I would just ask you to take that question on notice. What's the reason you don't discuss those plans?
Senator, since 1961, we've undertaken 12 inspections. That's the second most number of inspections taken by any country. So that gives you an idea of one every 6 to 7 years. So I don't think there's anything we can take on notice to say, why haven't we done anything last season?
Why can't you answer that particular question?
One of the wonderful things about the inspections is we can do surprise inspections. Normally we give a few days' notice so that we know that there's beds and runways available for us. And so we don't like to let other countries know we're coming. That's the reason.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Henderson. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. In November 2021, the then coalition government made a poor decision to abandon the proposed construction of an all-weather paved runway near the Davis Research Centre in Antarctica due to perceived potential concerns of disruption of bird and seal colonies. It was a very poor decision, in my opinion, that missed the opportunity for Australia to advance its claims to usage of their allocated portion of Antarctica under the existing Antarctic Treaty signed in 1959. That will be up for renegotiation in some years hence, or sooner if the treaty is challenged. There's no formal expiry date, is my understanding. My first question is, will this government, the Labor government, reconsider and confirm the building of an all-weather runway to open up the Antarctic to year-round access via an 8-hour flight and replace total reliance on a sea access that may take weeks?
I'm not aware of that being considered, but the officials can elaborate if they have any info on that.
Yeah, at the moment there's no plans for an all-weather runway, but we do have a really strong and capable blue ice runway. So we do have 4-hour flights that go to Antarctica through the summer, and that's a critical support for our stations and access. It's at Wilkins Runway, which is about 4 hours by a tractor train from Casey Station. I've had the pleasure of going on that flight a couple of times, and it is a wonderful asset for Australia.
So my understanding is that an all-weather runway would radically reduce the operating costs and logistics in accessing Australia's research stations. It would be the first and only all-weather runway on the continent and provide access to speedy evacuation in medical or other emergencies.
Certainly we use the blue ice runway for access for the station. Sorry?
What do you mean by blue ice?
It's a runway set up on the glacier just above Casey Station, and so we land jets on that runway in the summer months.
In the summer.
And I think your point about cheaper and effective, one of the reasons, my understanding, and it was before my time in this role, that the previous government decided not to progress with the all-weather runway was a cost reason.
Thank you. In the context of changing geopolitical dynamics, and especially when China is expanding its influence in the Southern Ocean and in Antarctica, what else is Australia doing to protect its interests from encroachment in Southern Ocean and Antarctica?
Yeah, we've got a really strong program in Antarctica. We talked previously about our science voyages and a step up in our science work in Antarctica. Elements such as inspections that we've talked about are part of our influence in Antarctica, going to international meetings, rebuilding our stations. These are all really strong parts. We can provide certainly references to the strategy and action plan. We've got a million-year ice core where we're travelling 1,200 kilometres inland with a traverse tractor to drill for ice, but we've also re-established the ability to go across across our territory and explore new areas, which is really exciting.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that scientific programs have been cut. Why is supply of critical food and medicines no longer assured? Has not the government heard of the phrase "use it or lose it," which is important for my next question?
I don't accept that we've cut funding. Government has invested more than ever. Funding has gone up.
No cut to scientific funding? Okay. China is currently, this is my last question, China is currently the most active national player in the Antarctic, yet Australia has the largest designated proportion of area claimed of the Antarctic continent at 42%, so over 40%. It is referred to as the Australian Antarctic Territory, and in landmass is the largest territory of Australia. China has 5 research bases there, soon to be 6, with 3 of the bases it's built within the Australian Antarctic Territory. Australia has only 3 bases in the territory and a 4th at Macquarie Island. Am I correct so far?
Yes.
Chinese research stations have a dual purpose, supporting both military and civil functions. Common sense suggests that this will influence a Chinese call for a recognised claim for a part of Australian Antarctic Territory at our expense. Australia must do something soon to reclaim its senior role in Antarctic affairs. Will this government do what the coalition failed to do and build this vital runway to protect our territory?
I might correct
our claim to our territory.
I might correct a couple of points of fact. First of all, you said at the beginning that, and I did say it was right, but that China was the most active player. China is certainly very active in Antarctica, as are many other countries. So I think the US would say that they have been the most active player, and I think we're close behind. And we do. There's not evidence that there is dual-use purpose function of Antarctic Station, and that would be a breach of the treaty, and there has been no finding.
What do you mean by that dual use?
Well, you talked about dual military and scientific use. That would be a breach of the Antarctic Treaty, and that is not evidence that that is
happening. Do you think that would bother China? Do you think that would bother China?
I think you're asking my opinion, but under the treaty, that would not be allowed under the treaty.
Okay, so we're leaving it to the Chinese?
And that's not what I said.
Senator, not Ms. Campbell's.
Sorry?
They're your words.
Sorry, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Now, in the interest of closing this outcome, when we break for dinner, I'm going to extend for a few more minutes for some questions for Senator Whish-Wilson. I appreciate you've listened to me all day, so as brief as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just before, Mr. Sullivan, you were just about to say something about the bridge in the Noyina. You said it took 9 months for them to respond. Were you about to say that they may allow the Noyina under the bridge, or that?
I was at the Joint Committee inquiry, public inquiry in Hobart. The Tasmanian government suggested we should reapply to see.
Reapply. Okay.
See if we could go under the bridge. It took them some time to come back, and the answer was no. And we've got a refuelling option. So, in response to that, I've written back asking for a meeting to say how can we actually get
how can you
refuelling option to stop the Burnie trips.
That's very interesting. Thank you. Just quickly, then, the national interest inquiry. So you're obviously aware of the other inquiry into the importance of Antarctica to Australia's national interest. Just wondering whether you've provided any response for the government, because the government hasn't responded yet.
We're advising government on a potential response to that.
Minister, do you know when the government might respond to that inquiry?
I don't, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, if you could take that on notice.
Sure.
That'd be great.
Or respond.
Yeah, thank you.
Whichever is earlier.
In relation to, are you allowed to ask a minister to take something on notice? I don't know if I've ever done that before. But in relation to AAD culture, when was the last pulse survey conducted, and can you tell us how many more will be conducted?
So the last pulse survey that we took was February, from my recollection.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We also had the APS census, which was undertaken in May to June, and so that is we use that instead of the pulse survey. We've certainly had feedback that we ask our staff for their opinion too often. We now have Lee Russell back doing a progress report on our culture journey, which was always foreshadowed after 2 years, and Lee is collecting information through a range of mechanisms, one-on-one meetings with staff, group meetings with staff, surveys. And so, again, we have paused the Pulse survey while that work is happening.
And part of Lee's advice, I think, and something I haven't taken up with her, but I will, is how do we actually keep monitoring? Because we do have that survey fatigue from people that stop asking me the question, can we get on and do things?
Yeah, okay. Would it be possible to table or provide us the results from the last survey that you said you did in February?
Yep, and it was February, yes we can. Can I go back to your date where we get the stratospheric data from as well?
Yes, if you could. Yep.
So data on stratospheric warming event comes from international monitoring, including NASA and Japan Meteorological Organization, and interpreted through an ozone working group, including the AAD and Uni of New South Wales.
Including NASA. I thought Donald Trump shot the NASA satellite out of the sky. That's what I read anyway. I don't know if that's true. But actually, on a serious note, though, I mean, what are we noticing in terms of the US pulling back their presence in Antarctica?
Yeah, it's certainly something we're alive to. And I think there's some conflicting reports about what is happening and what is not happening. And so there certainly are some...
Can you tell us what is happening then? I must admit I have heard conflicting reports as well, including from New Zealand.
Well, I think some of it changes from within the US as well.
Of course, daily, hourly changes.
So it's certainly something we're looking at, what's happening. Reports on cuts to Antarctic science, both through the ship and through Argo floats in the region, are really concerning because
Can you confirm they have let their lease go on their icebreaker?
I'll have to take that on notice. I think I heard they had, but then I heard on a different hand that they might be doing more in that space. So again, I think we're meeting with US counterparts in the morning, for example, on what's happening in Antarctic science.
And what kind of impact will this have on science if they do pull back those kind of activities, including collaborative, because we've got a lot of collaborative projects with US scientists.
Globally, the US is a leader in Antarctic science and in oceanographic science that informs weather systems. And so we're working with the US to understand what is happening in the US system, and also with others, for example, the Europeans, about what that means for us as an international community in this region.
Well, to you too, Mr Sullivan and Minister, there's a good opportunity for Australia to step up there and perhaps fill some of those gaps.
We're very proud to be leaders when it comes to Antarctic science.
We have a very big claim on the continent, so we should be. I've got some questions which I'll put on notice in terms of Wilkes Station in the remediation program. Unless you could tell me just very quickly where that's at.
So yeah, Wilkes is a really complicated site. We last season took some of the loose debris away, which is a positive thing. We're looking to do some more of that this station. We also have Cleaner Antarctica scientists looking at how do we manage what's a really complicated site in a cost-effective way that doesn't do harm.
So complicated as in removing waste? From
waste that is under ice, some of it might be inert, so moving it might actually make it worse and dislodge things that are trapped in the ice, for example. So we don't want to make it worse than we could.
So is it possible to move the waste that's there?
Yeah, I think so. We've cleaned up other sites. For example, we've cleaned up a tip site.
And just quickly, how is that done? How will that be done?
Again, there's multifaceted elements. Some of it's moving debris, some of it's using the soils and the microbes and turning it over. We originally took contaminated soil back to Australia, sent it back. Soil's a really rare commodity in Antarctica, and our more recent fuel spill remediations show that you can turn the soil and actually use the microbes in the soil to remediate, which has been really successful at Casey. Okay. So that's a much better outcome.
Thanks. I'll put my other questions on notice.
Thank you. Wish-Wilson, I appreciate your accommodation in that respect. At this point, we're about to suspend for our dinner break. Once we have done that, We will return at 7:55, but I am releasing now this outcome and program. So thank you very much for your attendance here and your answers here today, and I'm sure the preparation that went into it. So we are releasing outcome 3, and we will begin perhaps incongruously with outcome 1 after dinner. Thank
I bid
you.
you farewell, and Minister Ayres is very much looking forward to joining you hours after he was due to arrive.
Thank you, Minister.